Wah, 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 wah. Hey! Hey everybody, how are y'all doing? What's up, what's up, what's up? I see most of the beans here. We're hanging out last night at movie night. Oh yeah, how are you doing, Arson? What is up? What the heck? Arson, it's good to see you. I hope that everything went well that you were working on. Yes. Oi, oi, oi. Form Yolanda was there. That voice? Wait, what? Did something happen? Is there something broken with my voice? What? It's broken? What? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Explain? What do you mean? Is my voice messed up? Rosera, if you're trying to fool me, I'm gonna be so mad. I'm gonna be so mad if you're lying to me. What are you? Do I need to reset my Go XLR? Oh my god. Thank you, Ahsoka. Rosera? What the heck? It's not April Fool's anymore. You're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to do that. My voice sometimes messes up. I did a test and everything. I did an audio test. And it was fine. Oh my gosh. I even remembered to do a check. Cute Bean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Reporting for bean duty, sir. Hey, it's Sunny. How are you doing, Sunny? What's up? Oi, oi, oi. It was great to hang out with you during the movie last night. We watched James and the Giant Peach. It was very disturbing. Very disturbing. And we also played some Minecraft. I am kind of curious if y'all got up to mischief on the Minecraft that I let y'all loose on. The CC's all wrong. I mean, that's because they can't possibly understand me, Sarah. They can't possibly understand me. I'm not speaking English. I'm just messing with you a bit. Well, thanks a lot, Rosera. Thanks a lot. I'm crying. That's why I can't turn on the camera yet. Can't turn it on. I gotta wipe away my tears. This is me wiping my eyes. Okay, the tears are gone. The tears are gone, but the tears were real. I cried a lot. Thanks a lot. A squeegee? No. I'd never squeegee my eyeballs. That's illegal. That's not okay. Please do not squeegee your eyeballs with any tools. Don't do that. Yo, Sarah, what's up? Can we get some hype in that chat? Yo, Sarah, thank you so much for that 12 months, a whole year. Whole year, baby. Shirt reveal. It's Sriracha. It's Sriracha. Oi. Sarah, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Welcome back. A whole year. Shirt reveal, more like hair reveal. Look at this hair. I just turned it into a messy bun because I felt like it. Got gas, then free squeegee for your eyeballs. Imagine driving up to a gas station, filling up with gas in your car, and then the attendant is like, would you like a free squeegee, sir? And you're like, certainly. I'd love for my my windshields to be cleaned up. And then they start coming at you with a squeegee towards your eyeballs, and you're like, whoa. And they're like, I thought you said you wanted an eye squeegee. I thought you said that you needed me to wipe away all those tears. And I'm like, no. None of that, sir. You keep that squeegee away from my eyeballs. Do I have a server? Yeah, we got a Minecraft server. I'm kind of curious if people have gotten up to any mischief. Have people gotten up to any mischief on this server? I kind of want to take a look. Really quick. Okay, you guys, this is not what we're playing. I am not playing Minecraft. This is not a Minecraft stream. We're playing a new game that I bought approximately 5 minutes ago. But I'm still gonna launch Minecraft just to check if anybody messed with the server right now. I'm not gonna release the server information right now publicly. Right now, I gave it to subs. Subs have the information. I don't want everybody wrecking up this server. If I release it onto the internet, then it will surely be griefed. And there are no mods that are keeping it safe. Okay. Also, Nowaki, how are you doing? Dimalion, hope you enjoyed last night playing some games together. The hair's nice. Oh yeah, really nice, really great. Oh yeah, I've also got some drip. If you didn't notice, got some drip. Whoa, shoot. See, we got Got a good outfit, got good hair that's progressively getting worse. Yes, extremely stylish today. I made sure to really dress. Wait, what? Did the launcher change? Did I launch the wrong launcher? Which Minecraft launcher is it? Yo, thank you for the follow, Vader Sin. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. I was going to check the Minecraft server, but for some reason it's weirded me up. Can you do buns? Not really. Also, hi there, Pizza Dudette. What's up? I can't really do a bun with his hair because the top of my hair is not long enough. I can't bring it all the way back. I have to have like 2 buns, double buns. Oh, I could do 2. That would be funny. That'd be great. I could maybe make what the heck? Why is it saying buy now? I already own it. Play demo. What are you talking about? I don't want the demo. I wanna log into my freaking Mojang account. Where's my, oh my God. Oh my gosh. Okay, I just wanted to check the server, but I'm about to give up. I'm about 2 seconds away from giving up on showing y'all what our Minecraft server looks like. I'm pretty sure that it just has a trashy house right now that I made. I really hope that that's, oh my gosh. Okay, it's not letting me log in. I guess we're gonna, okay. Never mind. No Minecraft. No Minecraft. I'll check that later. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Also, Vaderson, let me check. I'm sorry, I just saw you chat as well. Hi there. What's up, Pocket Cupcake? How are you doing? Hey. Okay, let me see. I always bust cleaning when you start streaming. You always start cleaning? Nice. I'm glad. Thank goodness. That's what these streams are good for. They're good to encourage you to clean because you're like, dang, look at this guy's room. Making me want to clean up. It looks a little rough around here. Got a bunch of cans of old soup around here. I think it's time for me to clean up my own house. Yeah, I'd say so. My buns are better than yours. Okay, Milwaukee. All right. Years of bunning have made it so that your buns are better, okay? I haven't been bunning for years like you. My hair's only been this long for like 10 minutes. Minecraft said no. Honestly, I totally respect that. Thank you, Minecraft, for setting your boundaries. No Minecraft. But I was thinking about playing Fortnite today, but I think I'm gonna wait for some friends. I think I'm gonna try to recruit some friends to teach me how to play Fortnite. I think that would be a lot more fun, but I'd be able to talk to y'all less. So I've gotta plan this. I gotta plan this. It's so secret, even Kenny can't log in. That's how secret my password is. My password. So let me see. Vaderson, you said chilling at home while your kids are at school. Oh, heck yes. We got some parents in this chat. Heck yeah. I know why. You know why I can't log into my Minecraft account. Did you steal it, Dimalion? I'd trust that that's true. That's some, you say? Some what? Some wait, what? Who are you and what have you done with Kenny? Listen. Ahsoka. Fortnite has a no build mode I am entirely interested in. I now want to play Fortnite because it's got no building in it. That's the part that sucked. That's why I didn't like playing it, because all that would happen is that you'd battle it out with some guns. Bam, 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 bam. And that's fun. That's fun. Running around, getting guns, blowing up stuff. That's enjoyable. But then all of a sudden, Fortnite is like at the very end, everyone's building giant skyscrapers and apartment buildings, and that's ridiculous. I don't want to learn how to build. Listen, I've got a certain amount of time in the day, and I'm not willing to put that much effort towards only Fortnite. Those skills are only useful in Fortnite. Like learning how to work with a team or learning shooting mechanics. Those are useful for like lots of games. If I can learn how to shoot in Fortnite, that'll help other games. But the building mechanics are totally exclusive to it. A waste of time. You never played it because you couldn't build? That's my problem with it. And I respect people that are good at building, or people that get wins with no building, or yada yada. Like, it's definitely a skillful game. It's just something I didn't want to invest enough time into. The reason why you're having problems logging in is that they're trying to integrate the Mojang into Microsoft. Yeah, that's probably what it is. I don't remember if I migrated it or not. Hey, Starlight and Sunflowers, what's up? How are you doing? The game we're playing today might have sunflowers included. Not sure, not exactly. TNT, Kenny, you should play Apex so that you can play with chat. Apex is fun. I do like Apex. I have it downloaded for PS5. I've been tempted to play it a few times. The only thing that's frustrating about multiplayer games is, number one, I suck at them. And number 2, it's hard to talk to you guys. Like, my favorite thing about hanging out with y'all is being like, hey, how's your day going? What's up? Did you see the Oscar slap? That's like 17 days ago. Like questions like that. Like, we like chatting, okay? And Apex Legends is like, oh, they're peeking. They're over here. They're over there. I just got blew up. That's what it is. Rachel Olive, what's up? Hey, we got OGs. The first month sub. Yo, Rachel Olive and LSR Dragon are the last ones alive. The last ones. Oh, yeah. Ah! Hey, who did that? Dimalion, thanks for the ride. Appreciate it. Thanks for kicking me into that meme. You know what? I've always wanted to be a meme. I feel like I'm on the cutting edge of being a meme at this point. So I'm glad that you finished the job for me. Starlight and Sunflowers. Ooh, Sunflowers. I'll be lurking for a bit, working on college stuff. Hey, thanks for jumping in, Starlight. Nice to meet you. Hi there. My name's Earl, aka Kenny. Very engaging. I like talking with you peeps while I play like either relaxing games or like exciting games. I don't know. I like to talk to you guys. We were playing what were we playing on April 1st? We were playing RuneScape. Sheesh, that game was fun. I like that. But yeah. Good luck on your college work. At the cutting edge, still in denial, I see. Rosera has tried to turn me into a meme. It's been a lot of good work. I'm very proud of you, Rosera. Very proud of you. Lots of memes have been made by you. So I will admit, I'm close. I'm close to meme status. Very excited. You only play on Switch for Apex. Do they have, I think that they have crossplay, don't they? Or it's that the accounts can't move between, but I'm pretty sure that consoles can fight each other, right? It's Flatly Ridden, what's up? How you doing? Oi. I didn't see, now listen, I see a lot of subs in the chat that I didn't see while we were watching James and the Giant Peach. It wouldn't be that you're afraid of James or that Giant Peach, surely not, because that's a handsome, beautiful movie. Nothing scary about it at all. Nothing frightening about it at all. It's very suspicious. Lots of subs, not too many viewers of the Peach movie. I'm just kidding. Arson, hey, get some sleep. Nighty night. I can tell by your accent that you are it's late. I can tell by your accent that it's late. So get some rest. Good luck with tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. Also, Elfie's here. What the heck? I'm gonna stream earlier and earlier until I can get Elfie to hang out with us forever. Hooray! Random question. Can your tree change colors? Kind of. I think you misunderstand how this tree works. I think you truly misunderstand what's going on with this tree. But, you know, that's totally fine with me. Let me see. Where's my options? What can I do? Add basic. Hashtag basic. It definitely can change colors if that's what you're asking. But, I think that I picked the best color for this room, if I'm not mistaken. I think that looks the best, right? What were you saying though? Purple's your favorite color, but you're curious. This is not the tree though. The tree, I'll show you what happens when I turn on the tree, okay? So here's where it was. I'm gonna turn on the tree and y'all tell me what you think about it. Dude, there's the tree. The tree has awakened the holy light. I was over here summoning an earlier stream. You were writing in chalk. That's right. I know. That's why it's off. Because it's too freaking bright. It's brighter than my career. My eyes. Exactly. It's too powerful. Let's just pretend like it's on, okay? There's just a light just a light behind it, okay? It's not even in the tree. Also, what's up, Kayla? You could land planes with that? You could, like as a spotlight. I thought for a second you were saying you could land a plane on my forehead, and that's actually very true. My eyes, bald, my eyes, no. Also, what's up, Firestoner? How you doing? Oi. I was thoroughly feeling happy going on your streams, Earl. Hey, Milwaukee, I'm glad that you're enjoying. Hey, let me Some forehead action. Oi, oi, oi. No, Waki, I'm glad that you found us, to be honest. Like, you're from OC streams, right? Boom. I'm glad that I could give you like some early hangout chilling time. Oh yeah, I've still got Milwaukee's Japanese book that they sent me that I cannot read. I wish I could. If I could, that would be awesome, but I cannot read Japanese right now. Okay, tired from moving this weekend. Glad to be here after therapy. Hey, good job, Firestoner. I'm proud of you. Proud of you going to therapy. I go to therapy as well. It's like once every 2 weeks, I think is what we're generally on. Very helpful. Highly recommended. Definitely should get rid of all of the taboo around like going to therapy. It's nice to have somebody to talk to that actually knows what they're talking about for once, okay? I don't want to judge your parents, but I'm not sure if they are up to date on all of the like mental health stuff, okay? Just to be fair, okay? Maybe it's fantastic once you get a good one. I think I got lucky. I don't know why I said it like that, but yeah, I think I got lucky. The first one that I tried, I was like, this guy's great. The beacons are lit. Gondor calls for aid. Hurry, everyone, light all the Christmas trees across the land. Call blimey, we've got to light all the Christmas trees. Tell Gondor. Oh my gosh. Star Wars. I mean, that's not Star Wars. Lord of the Rings reference immediately. All right. Well, now Alchemic's not going to show up. Great job, Rosera. Oh my God. I told my mom that I was starting therapy and she said, why? That's what my uncle said too. My uncle and my parents are like, why? We can give you therapy. And I was like, all right. And I want to, next time that they say that, I really want to like ask them some of the questions that I ask my therapist and they'll be like, Hey, it's Alchemic, yo! Thank you so much for the tier 3 sub. What's up, my friend? What's up? Thank you for the 26 months. Has it been that long? Holy moly. Oi, Alchemic, hope you're doing well today. Hello. We're trying something new. I think that I haven't hinted that I was gonna play this at all. You could find out right now. Don't do it. You'll ruin the surprise for yourself. Don't do it. Listen, Rosera could find out right now. Alchemic could find out right now. Don't do it. You want the surprise, okay? Don't check my purchase history on Steam, all right? I just bought it. Don't look. Don't look. You'll ruin the surprise. That's gonna be given up in like a few seconds. You see, you're wrong, Rosera. I'm not wrong. I'm never wrong. Sorry to inform you that I'm never incorrect. Also, check out this sweet cup. If it'll zoom in on it. Pretty awesome. I kind of love it. I love the little shy Alphonse too. I'm a run. You better get out of here. Oi, it's starting to get dangerous in this chat, you guys. We've got mods pitted against mods. We got VIPs at each other's throat. It's not safe out here. All right, I'm gonna give y'all some weapons. Okay, let me just type right now. I'm gonna give y'all some weapons. Everybody, please battle it out in chat. I would like y'all to argue about some of the strongest opinions that you have. Go ahead. What's the most low-key strongest opinion that you have? Something like olives are the very worst, or pineapple doesn't belong on a pizza, or I like the guy that's not Edward. Are you on Team Edward? Let's be honest. Which side are you on? Don't tell me that you like that nasty old werewolf. Don't tell me that you're a sucker just for muscles. That's embarrassing. That is embarrassing. I don't want to hear y'all say that. Trying to work out what I want to procrastinate with today. Video. I would say either YouTube or video games are my choice for procrastination. But I do know there's a lot of methods. I'm getting better every day. Like, I've been trying to procrastinate most of the stuff in my entire life ever since I was in high school, and I'm honestly getting better and better at procrastinating. I'm finding more methods of doing it, and also I'm getting a lot more serious about like time spent procrastinating. I've been able to spend upwards of like 8 hours procrastinating recently. It's been very good. I've been seeing a lot of progress in that respect. I've been very, very proud of it, but also, I mean, hopeful that I can get even better. Let me see. Your go-to is WoW, but you're broke? Okay, I've never tried World of Warcraft. That sounds dangerous as heck. I played a tiny bit of RuneScape the other day, and I almost played for like 8 hours, okay? It's not good. And all I was doing was just killing cows over and over, okay? Your team Helsing? Okay, now I do like, listen, vampire hunters and vampires are somehow both awesome in my mind, okay? I love vampires, but I also love vampire hunters. I just like anything around vampires, okay? So like Helsing, especially with, who plays Helsing in that more recent movie? It was, who was it? It was in, I think that the movie was just called Van Helsing, right? What was it? Glitter is amazing, not a nuisance. That's my controversial opinion. What? Yeah, Hugh Jackman. Hugh Jackman. That's who it was. That's a good movie. That's a good movie, and that's why I love Van Helsing. Thank you so much for coming to my TED Talk. Team Charlie? Who? What? Who? What? Kayla? Wait a second. I gotta search this. What is Team Charlie? Who is this? Who is Charlie? What is this? Is this a GoFundMe? An organization? Is this something wholesome? What is this? What is this? What does Team Charlie mean? Please explain. Pineapple on pizza. Hashtag yum yum. Maybe you should peel the pineapple first. LBR, who doesn't like Hugh Jackman? It's true. Who doesn't? You're recovering from a WoW addiction, but you have a different addiction. Final Fantasy 14. Also, hi, Kenny. What's up, Lionheart? It's good to see you. Thank you so much for coming in and telling us about your addiction to Final Fantasy 14. Charlie is the dad of Bella. Wait a minute. Bella's dad? Hang on. Bella's dad. I'm gonna look him up. Hey, wait a minute. All right. I respect that. I can respect that. Never mind. My bad. I envisioned a different actor. My bad. Sorry about that. Yeah, I don't know what I was confusing that with. But yeah, all right. I see that. Charlie Swan is hot AF. Is that true? Deputy Swan. Deputy Swan. I do love the sound of that. Let me see. LOL, I was talking about anime, but still cool. Wait, what? Anime? Where? I didn't see any. Oh, you're talking about the Helsing anime. Are you talking about Ultimate? Or are you talking about the OG? Because I haven't seen the OG, but I did see the OVA called Ultimate. I own it too. That's real good. Watermelon doesn't taste like water. It has a disgusting flavor? You've had bad watermelons. That's not accurate. This is not true. This is not real. You have to try a good watermelon, okay? You just haven't had a sweet watermelon yet. You've just had bad watermelons, okay? I knew people in the past that didn't like watermelons, and as soon as they tried a good one, then they were like, oh, I get it. As soon as this music starts, I could hear the little penguin. What? The little penguin that you could throw off the edge. I kind of love that. Okay, you guys. No nonsense today. Today's Monday. We're getting motivated. This is Motivational Mondays. We're gonna fingers obscenely large from this. Listen, this is Motivational Mondays. Motivational Mondays. We're gonna stop change. Okay, listen. It's Motivational Mondays. We're not gonna be drawing, okay? I'm gonna not be motivating you to do art. I'm gonna motivate you to procrastinate, okay? Okay? We're playing game. I'm gonna put my camera off to the side, you guys. There's a game. There's a game that I found all on my own. Nobody suggested it. It came highly recommended by lots of people. Motivational Mondays. Yes. Preposterous. I'll show you Preposterous. Take a look at this game right here. Just purchased this game right off of the Steam store, and you know what? I think it's time to keep some cores. All right. I think we're gonna be keeping some cores up in this game. I didn't even watch the trailer. I just heard that it was good. All right. We're gonna be digging. We're gonna dig deep. We're gonna dig greedily. It's got music. Oh, it's got some music, you know. Also, if you end up liking it, I may finish my checkout process. Oh, you're talking about A-Star? It's just sitting. Oh, this game's just sitting in your cart. Okay, nice. We'll figure it out. We'll figure out if it's any good. Pretty sure that this could be a co-op game too. So if people have this game, I might play this. Does anybody know if like Kuri has this? I'm sure Kuri's busy right now, but it looked pretty cute. I thought that it looks fun. You can do like lots of digging and exploring and stuff. We gotta find out if this game's any good. It's only $14. I thought it'd be worth a shot. What the heck? Felicia Day plays this all the time. Who is that? Who is this Felicia? Felicia? This looks very fun. I don't know. I'm interested. It's online co-op. Yes. Yes, we shall build an entire village. We're probably gonna just like focus on like harvesting stuff at first. I don't know, like Stardew's kind of boring to me. I'm so sorry. Like Stardew's fun, but it's so relaxing that I feel kind of bad about streaming it. It's kind of, oh, wait a minute. We got process? We got some Factorio going on in here. All right, we got some slime murder as usual. Of course, slime always has horrible representation in these games. Always getting destroyed and crushed. Ew. Ew. The glurch? What did that say? What did that say? The glurch of ominous what? The glurch? It's just glurch. The what? Abominous? Abominous. I don't think I've heard that word before. Glurch the abominous mass. Yeah, it's like abominable, but why is it abominous? Abominous? Abominous mass. That's ridiculous. He looks like a friend to me. What? He looks like your friend? Oh my gosh. I gotta meet this friend. Wait, this is not what the game looks like. Okay, so I thought that this would be fun to try. I say that we launch it and figure out if this game's any good. Okay, if it's garbage, we're playing Fortnite. What did you just call me? What? The abominous. I still can't say it. Oh, Kenny, did you see the Monster Tamer game Koromon? That sounds like some Pokemon ripoff Chinese bootleg NES cartridge bullcrap to me. She's the actress that plays Charlie from Supernatural, among other things. I've never seen Supernatural. Sorry. I haven't seen most things though, so don't worry about it. It's not about the show. It's just I don't like watching things. Sorry. Okay, we're gonna start a new world on a world slot. Ooh, what's our world name gonna be? Oh, I gotta type this. Do you guys got an idea for a world? We could say Corland. Maybe we could call it Corymon. Core Keeper, is this a workout stream? You bet it is. We gotta keep this core ripped. We gotta keep this core. Yo, keeping your core does not sound like a workout. That sounds like just making sure that your like parts of your biology don't disappear. Like just keeping it. You're not improving it. You're not getting it ripped. You're just keeping it. How many characters? How many characters? Oh. That many. Let's see. We could call it let's see. Quarryland or Quarryland. That looks pretty good. Let's see. We could say Cord Keeper. We could say Core Keeper, like Core Blimey. Core Keeper on Motivational Mondays. I can't believe it. Core Erland. Oh my god, that's horrible. What? Encore? Ooh, I kind of like that. A Bing Bong and oh my gosh, a Bing Bongination. Bing Bongination. That's too hard to pronounce. Core Erland. What does that mean? Oh, I guess it's like coral reef. Coral reef. That's horrible. Lil early. A little early stream going on here. You guys, I thought that we'd start a little early. Erline. Erline is like the name of female characters that I use. Oh, what is this? Can we? Oh, look at that. There's even a little shell. Look at that. Coral reef. Is there another like water-based thing? I think that's the best option. Coral reef. Should I make the E small or should I make the E big? That hurts my eyes. That burns my eyes. That's awful. I don't like that. I don't think I like that. Praise the helix. Finally, we have the helix fossil. The Helix fossil has made it into the chat. Coral reef. All right, looks good. Perfect. Character slot. Time to... Oh, wait, what? Standard or hardcore? I'm scared. What are we gonna do? Standard characters respawn after dying. This is the intended way to play it. Hardcore characters are permanently lost when they die and cannot be revived. Ugh, I wish I could do that right now, dude. Hardcore for core. Ugh. No, I can't play hardcore on the first time. That's not even fair, dude. Lots of hair these days, eh? Ooh, it's true. What's up? How you doing, Darren? It's good to see you. I'm so glad that the Wizard's back. I'm so glad that the Wizard's back. Yo, I got to watch a little bit of Noita the other night. It's true. It's true. I can't believe that the Wizard's finally returned. Thank you for the shout out. That's Darren the Wizard, one of my favorite streamers. My top streamer last year. Oh my God. I can't believe it. I've got lots of hair. This is the longest that my hair's been as well. Let's see. We gotta pick some hair. Have you seen any of this game, Darren? What's up, my friend? That looks like relatively correct. Got some red eyes. Very good. Ooh, you can be Carrot Boy. You have not seen it? Oh my God, you can make these characters so cute. Oh, I just want to make a cute character now. Hang on. Okay, the shirt's just a color thing. Okay, they're more pastel colors. Oh, this is cute. Let me see. Maybe I should make the shirt like a light blue instead. Oh, cute. Do we have gloves? Why are my hands white? What's going on there? Oh, you've not seen it? Yeah, it came. It's in early access right now. I'm not sure if it's any good. Not sure yet. Okay, you only get 2 options. You get like feminine or masculine. I like those options though. I'm glad that they just make the options that simple. Let's see. You're starting right now? Yeah, I thought I'd start it out and see if it was any good. I bought it like a few minutes ago. What's the background? Oh, you could change the background of your character too? Okay, we're gonna call her Erlene. Miner, a veteran miner knowledgeable about breaking down walls effectively. 3+ mining, 1 copper pickaxe immediately. I'm guessing that's upgraded. And some food rations. The fighter it's got a sword and melee skill. Okay, so you can start with your friends and you can all pick different backgrounds so that you can all have like jobs to do immediately. Is cooking, gardening, fishing, ooh, or nomad with no equipment, dude? A nomad without starting equipment, but all the possibilities. I think that we're gonna start with this running skill, explorer. Should we focus? Which one should we focus on? I kind of want to cook. I kind of want to cook or fish. Cooking, fishing, and gardening seem like the coolest things, honestly. Like, combat is something that you can get better at. Like, mining is something that's going to be fun anyway. You start with a fishing rod and an eye, and an eye on the lure. You a patient fisherman with a fishing rod at hand and an eye on the lure. You want to be a chef? A chef immediately without having any food to cook? This looks risky. You're scaring me. Should we be a chef? We don't look like a chef though. We don't look like a chef. Oh, it's got like a 3/4 view. And then it just goes boom all the way back. There's 3 angles for the front and then just boom. You could just talk to the booty. Also, Centrifuge Destroyer, what's up? How are you doing? We're trying to pick our class right now. Erlene's gonna be fish. Okay, I think I'm just gonna be boring. I'm just picking miner. All right, we're just gonna be a miner. Okay, it's been a long time since I've been in high school. It's nice to be a miner again. In a place far away from anywhere else. Nice setup. I like this. You are part of a group of explorers making your way through the forest. Making your way through the forest. Feeling a strange presence. You notice something between the trees. Just building up the tension. Drawn to it, you approach this strange relic and raise a hand towards it. Oh, just walk straight up to it. Oh. Upon touching its surface, a blinding light engulfs you. And you're teleported to heaven by dying. Right? Game over? I thought we were just getting started. Oh, down to the core of the earth. Oh, that might be what this is, right? Is that what this is? Like we're at the core of the earth. Okay, y'all can hear the sound effects, right? I need like a loud sound effect to be able to figure out. It's so freaking dark in here, dude. I've already got my pickaxe. I'm ready to dig. Is this a lantern? What is this? Oh no, I think that's rations. Yeah, that's rations. We could craft a torch if we had wood. I can't see anything, man. This core ain't keeping me safe. Okay, A is to touch it. It seems powered on. Looks like it needs energy. Let's see. You can eat something with that button? What? Oh, this moves along the the hotbar. Okay. And then Y is a map. Nice. This is the backpack. Nice. It needs energy. Am I supposed to like feed it something? I can't see anything, man. I can't craft anything either. I see like a little shiny spot. What is this game? This game's broken. This game's broken. Do we need to pick an explorer? Also, Eerie Coffee, what's up? How you doing? Oi. Eerie Coffee, I hope you're doing well. It's been a minute since I saw you. I hope you're doing well. Okay, this explains it. Oh, God. My ears. Why'd they start it so low? Okay, that's better. Okay, the music stopped. Fantastic. Oh, the game crashed, dude. What? The game crashed. Can we get a round of applause? The game crashed. I changed the audio settings and it crashed immediately. Excellent. Very good. Splendid game so far, everybody. Everybody, please, 10 minutes in a crash. 10 minutes in a crash. Let's put some positive reviews on this game, please. Positive reviews only. Thank you very much. Absolutely incredible. Well done, Pugstorm. Your game's working great. I hope you kept the receipt. If I play this for less than 2 hours, I can return it. Okay, great. Now, at least that's... Okay, can you hear the audio better? I'm guessing you can. Back to Coral Reef with Earline. We still can't see anything. I'm very confused. Eerie Coffee, yeah, it has been a minute. Did you see that I got an artist panel at the bottom of the screen? I got the artist panel. You're now displayed proudly. Proudly displayed. Oi. Okay. Oh, that's how we hit. Okay, there we go. Now we're getting some stuff done. Now we're getting it done. All right, we got some wooden root seed. Now I should be able to craft some torchies tacos. Let's put that right there. Actually, let's just make heckin' torches right now. I don't wanna mess around. Ooh, all right. Now we can see. Now that's a game. Now we're gaming. Oh, you can still see your little eyes in the background. That's scary. I don't want to hit. I want to put. Okay, there we go. Let's place some torches. I can't see anything. I'm as blind as a bat. Okay, I guess that's good now. This game's dark. This game's dark as heck. Dark as heck. All right, there we go. Now we're gaming. Yeah, now we're gaming. Now we're tearing it up. Now we're tearing up this whole spawn point. Perfect. What are these little portal things? This is interesting. The hive mother. Oh, light up the surroundings. Can also be placed. Oh, yeah. Okay, so it looks like we need to go collect things. And then you can win. Can you win this game? This is the Glurch the Abominous Mass. Let's see. This one says the Hive Mother. So these are probably bosses that you face later, right? Is that what that is? 1+ running, because I've been running this whole time. Sweet. I have been running very good. Then Gorm the Devourer. Okay, so we got to beat 3 bosses, and then we can keep this core. Then we can keep it. Yay. Hey, what's up, John Robert? How are you doing? Oi. We got the D&D crew here. We only need Dad. We need Dad Murmo. Where's Dad Murmo? We'll just do the D&D right now. We'll just do it on my stream, you know? There we go. Why are these walls bump? That's so weird. They're so squishy. Ugh. Oh, you can hit through it. Oh, dang. Oh, I didn't even realize. It was so squishy that I thought that it was impenetrable. Dude, have you ever hit something that was so squishy you thought it was impenetrable? Okay, no, you can actually go through this. No, this is actually incredible. I'm actually digging. I can see my scary little eyes. I can see my frightening little eye shine. Yeah, a raccoon looking for treasure. Oh, dang. What did we just pick up? I think that's copper. Yo, 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 hang on. So do we need to stay close to this thing? Is this like our crafting? Does it give us like a crafting advantage? Hey, let's go. Let's go, let's go. I'm gonna hit the rest of these so that we have maximum wood. Got some mushrooms. It's a new item. Maybe make some mushroom stew. I'm getting a little hungry. Getting a bit peckish. I'm gonna avoid Hobbit accents. I'm gonna avoid Hobbit references. Even though I'm very tempted. Okay, basic workbench. Let's place it. Hashtag place it right now. Here we go. I'm gonna put that over here because there's plenty of room, dude. Okay, what do we got? We can build base things. We got wooden floors, wooden walls, wooden bridges, beds that can be painted. Yo, hang on. Got a wooden door. Hey, I'm so glad to hear that, John. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for sharing. That's good to know. That should help me in this game, right? Let me see. We could make copper hoe, pickaxe. What is a shovel for? Sturdy shovel, good for digging up ground. Oh, maybe for, no, it's not for farming. The hoe's for farming. Is this preparing ground? What, is there another depth in this game? I don't understand. We make a sword, watering can, small lantern. That's kind of nice. Can be equipped offhand. Ooh, I like that. We need slime though. We need slime. Spooky vibes. What's up? How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. We're trying this new game. Core Keeper. I need all the help that I can get. All right. I don't know what I'm doing. We can make a furnace for melting basic ores. This is just materials, just dirt walls. So this isn't just dirt that we've been digging up. It's specifically walls. Okay. So we just need to dig more for a furnace, salvage and repair station, anvil, cooking pot. Okay, there's not too much to build on this table. Is there another? Okay, so there's another thing here. A copper anvil. Creating tools. Okay. So creating armor and no, it just says armor for looks and combat. Okay, this one is so each one of these workbenches just shows you what you can craft with it. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, this is all making sense so far. Also, I've got rations because I've got hunger. Up at the top left, I've got health and hunger. Interesting. Okay, I can't see anything. We're going through a different kind of wall here. We made it into the turf. This looks like some sort of a okay, I wanna head towards the shiny stuff, but I wanna go through dirt so that we can make a furnace. Yeah, it looks like we're making it into like greenery area, some mossy. Oh, I'm scared. What if there's oh, it's sand. Okay, so there's sand, moss, and dirt all meeting together. Yeah, I just wanna grab this. This might be copper. It is copper, I'm pretty sure. And now we've got enough to make a smelter. Let's go. This is like a Pixel Minecraft slash Stardew. Yeah, it's also got a cooperative element. I'm not playing cooperatively right now, but it does look like it might be really fun to play with friends. Not sure. Okay, but yeah, it's giving me big Stardew energy, but also like it's all underground. Like it doesn't look like there's gonna be any dating elements. That feels like the biggest thing in Stardew to me is like the relationships. Farming and relationships. I saw in the trailer that you do farming in this game, but it looked like kind of alien plants and stuff. Like it doesn't look too normal. Stardew is kind of like real farming sort of. You got to excavate a mate. Yeah, you got a mate excavation live. There is a I know that there's NPCs in this game, but I have no idea where they would be. Oh wait, okay, I made a furnace. We should smelt the 5 copper that I have. Should be easy. Do I need fuel for it? You don't need fuel. Okay, this is very simplified. This has some very simplified elements so far. Like you can like the crafting is all just these objects for this table. The furnace doesn't require any Any wood or anything? Okay, this is simple, interesting. I kind of like it. I'm mostly curious about like what kind of the loop is. What is a gameplay loop? What am I trying to do here? I know that I'm trying to beat bosses. See that? See, we got 3 bosses to face, but do I just like dig everywhere till I randomly find something? I'm guessing there's caves that we make it to eventually. We got 5 copper. I kind of want to make a sword just in case. We could make a salvage and repair station. Don't really need that. Cooking pot. We haven't found any seeds yet, I don't think. Oh, we do. Yeah, it says root seed. Once planted, it spreads roots in every direction. What? Roots? What does that mean? What are you talking about, roots? Like roots that you can eat, like edible roots? Let's see. We could make a shovel right now. It says digging up ground. I'm so curious what that means. What does it mean, up ground? Up? What's up ground? I mean, what's up, dog? Okay, let's break in here. This is the first cavern that I've found. Gonna find anything special in here? Enemies? Hopefully not. Ooh, pretty water. Okay, that looks nice. Oh, it just does not let you walk into the water. Okay, okay. That's respectable. I'm kind of happy that you can't just like randomly fall in there. What is that? Oh, the bubbling must be fish. Oh, that's a fishing spot. Okay, hey, Kim, what's up? How are you doing? Di, how are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. Happy Monday, everybody. Hope you're having a good day. I've been vibing today, hanging out. Oh yeah, I got some coffee. I forgot about that. But I hope that y'all have been having a good day, had a good weekend. I got to hang out with friends this weekend, which was lots of fun, very encouraging. Also got to hang out with friends in chat watching a horrifying movie, very horrifying. So glad that we got to share that experience together. We watched James and the Giant Peach for sub movie night, and yeah, it was really cursed. It was really good though. I liked it. It had some serious who's the director of that? What's that one creepy director? Oh no, I don't think I'm gonna be able to remember him. He did Corpse Bride. I should eat something. I'm starving. I gotta eat. Hey, what's up? I'm what is that? Imian. Okay, I see. And Buzz the Bird. Can I just call you Buzz the Bird? Hi there. What's up? What's up, Buzz? Tim Burton. Thank you. Yes, very Tim Burton energy. I'm not sure if he made it. Not sure if he made it, but it gave me serious him energy. Can I break this? Okay, good. I need to keep one on hand. I can't put this on my offhand. I need to make a ooh, there's fireflies out there. That's pretty. Okay, let's eat this ration. Okay, it immediately fills up your health bar. That's nice, but barely any. You're fine with that? Okay, yeah. If you want me to call you something else, Buzz, I totally can. Just good here from monitoring a very chaotic click stream. You're here to relax. Ah, yeah. This should be a very relaxing game. I'm looking forward to this pud. This is yeah, I just decided to pick up this game. I just randomly was like, wait a minute, what do I want to play? I had Fortnite ready to go. I was ready to play it immediately, and then all of a sudden I was just like, I don't know if I want to play Fortnite today. I think I want to play with friends. I just realized all of a sudden I was like, I want to play this with OT or with Salty. I want to play it with a friend. I'm gonna put this right here. So I was just like, is there a new game that I could play? And I was like, I'm gonna start Kingdom Hearts soon. Don't really want to play Kirby at the moment. So what the heck? What the heck? I think I'll just buy this game. Okay, good. I can attack with this. Nice. We got some slime that's definitely used for crafting. You've teased Fortnite for years. I don't believe you anymore. I've got it downloaded right now, Di. It's downloaded. It's downloaded, and actually the season pass character looks really cool. I kind of want to play as that character. You play everything I want to play minus Fortnite. Oh, I'm not playing Fortnite. I play everything that you want to play. I mean, you do play what? Earl played Fortnite? Let's go. Let's play it. Human One, how are you doing? We're playing this adorable new game. This isn't early access. It looks like a lot of fun. You might enjoy this game. Human One. It's all co-op. And whenever you start the game, you can choose different classes. So like one person would dig, one person can do the cooking, one person can do the farming. Like everybody gets to pick a specialization. It looks very cute, and you fight bosses in this game. Like it's very interesting. I've heard lots of good things recently, so I thought I'd just go ahead and buy it. What's money for except to spend it? You know what I'm saying? But yes, Human One, will you play Fortnite with us? I want to play it. I've got it downloaded. I'm ready to go. I'd play it tomorrow. Or the next day. I'd play it any day. I just need to talk to OT. But if we could get you or Salty or more friends playing it, that sounds fun to me. The more the merrier. The more the merrier. I need all the help I can get. We're getting mossy walls out of this. I don't see anything shiny. If you'll teach me, I'll get it right now. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's do it. Maybe we can both be taught. We can both be taught. I don't know what I'm doing, Human One. I'm gonna be honest. I've won a battle royale against bots, but that's about it. I've never really played much against humans, and I've never played on a team before. So I think we'd all be kind of learning. Maybe I could get we could get OT to play. If we could have Vine, we would destroy. We would destroy because Vine would do all the work. Vine's really good at Fortnite. We should get them to play with us. If we could convince Vine to play with OT, Human One, and Earl, that would be rad as heck. Vine destroys at that game. Okay, how do I switch? I wonder. Ooh, let me see. How do I switch my toolbars? Because you have multiple toolbars, like this one now. Can you switch between them? Oh yeah, you can equip a bunch of stuff. You got pants, a helm, let's see. You get necklaces, 2 ring slots, a bag slot, and an offhand, which you can use for a torch whenever you make one. These are all the stats: max health, armor, melee, and then your adventure stuff. 25 mining. Oh, okay. So there's skills too. Oh my god, this is just the game that we were playing the other day. This is just more this looks exactly like RuneScape. This is just RuneScape. That would be fun. Yes. You played Fortnite on Friday with a friend on Sunday. Matchmaking hasn't improved. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. I do like a challenge. You were saying that you were doing good, and then you were killed by John Wick, right? Weren't you murdered by John Wick? I mean, what can I say? John Wick's just too powerful. I would love to be I don't think that Batman's available anymore. They rotate all the characters and stuff. Homestar Gamer, what's up? How are you doing? Yo. It's good to see you, my friend. Look, we're playing a real game. We're playing a real game right now. Brand new game, fresh off the slime. Where's the... Okay, so I need more slime to make a lantern. This has got to be like the most important... This is the most important tool. It doesn't really matter about any of the rest of these. I really need this lantern. Also, I just noticed that you can't make a fishing pole. You can't make a fishing pole with the most basic bench. I wonder where you make that, because it's definitely not in a cooking pot. Salvage and repair. It says scrap tools and equipment you don't need, and refurbish broken ones. Not there. Could be copper. Is it? Oh, yeah, because it might be a... Well, this says armor. It says armor. So 10. Maybe you have to go all the way up to 10 to make fishing poles. Dang, I should have picked the fisher class. I didn't know that that those tools wouldn't be available initially. Hey, Earl Suds, have you played Minecraft? I have, and I even have a server that I'm opening up to subs. We might need to install some mods to make it safer on there, but I thought that we could just play around, like have some casual survival. Hey, what's up, Brad? How are you doing?
It's Ab Day, keeping this core. Hey there, don't forget about keeping up your core, everybody. This is the Core Keeper Week. Everybody, don't forget. It may be the start of the week, but it can also be the start of your gains. So don't give up now.
I should eat something, but I don't have anything to... Oh, wait. Maybe some of this is food. Oh, we can eat mushrooms? Oh, looks like mushrooms heal you, too. Okay, wait. Let's read about this. It says 9 food and health for every second. How did I lose health? Oh, I got hit by that slime, didn't I? Okay, I'm just gonna eat some, just gonna munch on all these. Fantastic. All right, here we go. As a baby Minecraft player, there's nothing casual about survival mode. Oh, I mean, you do drop your stuff, but at least it's not hardcore. Like, hardcore is rough. But it's just, I was just saying, like, it's not modded or anything. It's just, I just thought it'd be fun to, like, build some stuff, you know? Maybe I'll install some mods, make it a little safer on there. Hey, let me see. You forgot how much King Taco slaps. What is this? King Taco? Never heard of that. My friends were just talking about, Velvet Taco, and what was the other one? Is it Fuzzy? There's, like, a bunch of, super fancy taco places. They've really cropped up recently. I have not got to try too many of them, but I went on before Opes and I were dating. I went on a date with a guy who was a vegan. So we went to one of those taco places, and I tried a vegan taco, and it was like, it was all right. It wasn't too bad. Soft or hard tacos? Ooh, that's an important question. I only like hard tacos. I'm sorry. Burritos, I just don't get them, man. I just don't like them burritos. I apologize. Whenever I take a bite out of like a tortilla, it like sends shivers down my spine. Like it makes me uncomfortable. I don't know why. Brad, that's so cute. That's so cute. I love it. Hello, Earl of Bruz. What's up, KMN? Hope you're doing good. I don't have a bruh for you, but I got a... There you go. That's the best I can give you. Also, let me see. Quiones, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Welcome. First time chatter. Hope you're doing well. Kenny, year 1. I'm streaming every day. So when I reach 2 weeks, I'll play Fortnite. Kenny now. I have it downloaded. Kenny year 6. I bought the NFT pass. So for Fortnite tomorrow. Kenny year 10. Fortnite next stream. Really excited to play the new character. President Coco Melon. No, not President Coco Melon. No. Not the president. I can't believe it. I can't believe that you're predicting the future like this. Listen, I said that I would play it like 1 year ago. Okay, you're being dramatic. You're being dramatic as usual in true die fashion. Okay, what is this? Okay, so this is all outfits. You can make helms just out of wood. 7, 12, 10. I don't see why I wouldn't build this. This is super affordable armor. They really just give you that armor, don't they? So is that just to punish people that aren't paying attention? Oh, it might break really easily. I immediately, I don't know why it scares me, but like normally whenever things break in a game, it won't show you the health bar until it's starting to break. So it kind of scares me that it's already got the bar. Like it's already like, oh, it's gonna break. Oh, it's gonna break. Just you wait. That bar hasn't moved, but make no mistake, there will be breakage. Oh wait, I kind of need to build one of those workstations as soon as possible because I need to be able to repair this this tool. I'm scared. What happens if you don't make a repair bench? I need 5 copper bars. Okay, so I got to find 4 more copper. Dude, I'm scared. What if we don't find 4 copper and then our pickaxe breaks? Also, Quiones, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. You said, great, being obsessed with Core Keeper. I got the game Friday morning, and you're in Scarlet Gear. Ooh, I don't even know what that means. I'm impressed, but I don't know why yet. I just picked up this game like less than an hour ago. I just decided to buy it before stream because I was like, what the heck? This comes highly recommended. It looks really fun. But so far, freaking great. I'm loving this. I'm absolutely loving it. We got some wood over here and maybe like some suspicious. Should I be using this pick? Scarlet are the one after the first 3 bosses. Ooh, after the first 3 bosses. You're telling me there's more to this game? I mean, it is early access, so I guess it just keeps on going, don't it? That's fair. I am a bit dramatic. It's true, Di. It's true, but it's all right. We love you for your drama. Di brings the drama, right? In a community that's largely drama-free, a character like Di is really important to keep around. Mushrooms are great in-game early food. Yeah. Oh, you could farm them? You could farm the mush? Oh my gosh. Mush farmers? Thank you very much for your suggestion. Yeah, because that's the only thing that I've eaten so far. Well, I guess I ate all my rations. I need to find some copper so that I can make, oh, I see something shining down there. All right, let's get it. Let's get it. Also, how much are torches? What does it take to make a torch? It's just wood? Oh my God. We're gonna torch it up. We're gonna torch this whole cave. Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah. No need to carry. I'm just gonna place it. There we go. Nice. Very viewable in this cave. Very good visibility. Let's this way. There we go. Now we're getting a lay of the land. A lay of the LAN. There you go. Playing some local games with a friend via cable. Call that getting a lay of the land. Okay, let's grab this copper because I need to make a workbench so that I can repair this. You need to gather the plants that have particles so they can drop seeds. Ooh, you said they have particles over them? Very suspicious particles. Let me see where. Okay, I'll take a look around. Let's see if we can harvest some goodies. Let's see if we can find some fresh, delicious greens. There's oh, I wonder if you can like dig this stuff up. Maybe that's what the shovel's used for, to dig up some goodies. Dig up some treasure. Maybe there's little treasure spots. What is this goop? It just slows you down. That's not a big deal. I guess that was left behind by that, ooh, I wonder if you can shovel that up and you can use it as slime. Ooh, I kind of like the sound of that. Let's see, what can we do? Lens was streaming? Yo! What the heck? Secret stream? Since when? Lens, what the heck's going on? Lens, doing a secret stream? I didn't know that you were streaming. What the heck, Lens? What were you doing? You were playing 7 Days to Die? Oh, that's dope. What the heck? Lens, a streaming friend. What? You brought in 27 people? Lens, what were you doing? Oh my God. What fun. Hey, Lens, thank you so much. Shouts out to Lens, who I didn't know was streaming until now. So cool. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. Oi, Lens. Thank you so much for the raid. She got a huge raid. That's so cool. Yo, wait a minute. That's so cool. Well, welcome in, Lens, my streamer friend. See, I told Lens, I was like, listen, we got to transition this. You're no longer one of my mods. You're now officially a streamer friend. You're now one of my friends who streams, all right? I'm sorry. No more mod. No more mod for you. You're about to get your mod removed if you don't stream some more. And then boom, what the heck? The very next day, Lens, thank you so much for coming over here. We're playing a Core Keeper. Very fun so far. Decide to snag this. Hey, Lens, wondering where you were. Oh, Lens is not here all the time. Lens has a life. Jeepers, pretending like Lens ain't vibing. Who rated you? That's so cool. I want to be a mod. You can keep your mod status for now. Now that you've streamed. Very proud of you. Awesome sauce. So cool. And also, Elfie, hi, bye. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you enjoyed Lynn's stream. Oi. Wait a minute. Now we just got to figure out Lynn's schedule so that I can raid sometime. Okay, where are we going? I can't see anything. For the life of me. Okay, there we go. We got to keep up our core, you guys. Work it out. All right, we snagged that. Very nice. I do like how many torches you get to lay around here. Hey, it's a Daydream later. What? Did you get raided by Daydreamer Dan? Is that what's happening? Also, what's up, Apocalypse Bailey? Thank you so much for popping in with a raid. Hashtag Lens raid. Hashtag raid from before. Oh, Princess Daydream. Oh, cool. Another Daydreamer. Another Daydreamer in the chat. How are you doing, Apocalypse Bailey? Oi. I hope you enjoyed the first stream that you were in, then the second stream that you were in, and now a third one. Jeepers. What a homie. Hanging out for so long. It's nice to meet new peoples. I'm sure there's some new peoples in the chat. Hi there. My name's Earl. I'm just a goofball from Texas that likes playing games and keeping it wholesome. Hanging out as much as I can. Most weekdays, I like streaming absolute nonsense. Absolute nonsense only. The pink plant above you is food. Oh, wait, what? Pink plant? Oh, that thing. Yeah, it does look like food. Some things look like friends. Some things look like food. Also, that is a very suspicious X up there. Do you see that? Like, to the right of the food? It looks like, oh, wait. Oh, it's the fireflies that are lighting that area. But it looks like a digging spot. He's just another person like you. Ha. Got him. Let's see. I've got 1 bar, and I only have... I keep opening that. How many copper? We got 2 copper right now. We need to find more. We need to find more treasure. More treasure. I'm kind of worried about repairing my tool because I don't know how hard it is to... We need to make a table to repair it. I don't know what it's going to cost to repair it. Might take even more copper. I'm just going to go off in this direction. Here we go. Apocalypse Bailey, thank you for the follow. What's up? Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. I hope you find a nice comfy seat somewhere. We got plenty of seats around here. Find yourself a comfy spot and just hang out, my friend. It's nice to meet you. I'm gonna hit this stuff right here. Oh, thank you also for the follow. What the heck? Thank you. Is that Solly Bully? Is that how to say that name? You can correct me if I'm wrong. Is that are those L's or I's? Solly Bully? You can lurk for a few minutes. You're still shaking. Aw, that's so sweet. That's so sweet. Oh wait, everybody that came in to raid my friend Lynn's, you've got her shaking. Literally quaking right now. Y'all guys are so sweet. Okay, oh my god, it's Slime Town. Welcome to Slime Town. Nice to meet you, Linge. My name is Bradder. Hey, that's one of my friends, Bradder. Oh my gosh, Brad, what are you doing here? What are you doing here in Core Keeper? Brad, are you keeping up your core? Wait a minute, Brad, have you been working out enough? Ow! Oh my god, that hurts a lot. Okay, I might need to eat some musha. These things are dangerous as heck. We got a heartberry seed. We're looking bad. What's up, Magic Flash? How are you doing? What? Oh my god, it's workout time, you guys. Workout time. Alert, alert. Everybody grab the dumbbells. Grab the dumbbells. It's time to work out. On this stream, I do allow my chat to bully me into working out. I have a pull-up bar behind me, and apparently I have to do 5 pull-ups. Thank you. Okay, I'm just healing myself up. There we go. Now we're looking healthy. Yeah. Hey, I fixed it. You like that? Nice. Malice, how are you doing? It's good to see you. Oi. Malice, look at this adorable game. I'm loving it so far. It's so cute. I'm very excited. You always do many more than 5. Well, I mean, I think that I need to change that. I need to change that amount, honestly. Thanks for the pufferfish. Appreciate it. This music's so quiet, isn't it? Can y'all even hear this game very well?
Nice.
It's so freaking quiet. I feel like y'all can't even hear it. Maybe the sound effects are just too loud, right? Do you remember to count? Yeah, I remember to count. Sorry, sucker. Over you? Yeah, no freaking chance you're gonna be able to hear this. Okay, I'm gonna turn down the SFX so that I can crank it even louder. Also, Magic Flash, you said, what's your opinion on the doodle request I put in? What? Did you put in a doodle request right now? I might have to do those tomorrow. Okay, there we go. All right, this is great workout music. Thanks. Yeah, okay. I guess I'm gonna work out really quick. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. People that just rated, again, thanks for coming in. Enjoy me suffering a little bit. I'm gonna do at least 5. All right. All right. Back to the game. Nice. Okay. Fantastic. We got 10 in there. Okay. Back to this game. What do we got to do to... We got all the healing done. You went ahead and refunded it? Okay, thank you. Yeah. We're not going to do any sketchies today. Sorry about that. Let me see. Okay, so because of Earl of Suds, I've now downloaded Fortnite. Let's go. Come on. Let's do this. I will literally play it tomorrow with you. I will. In fact, If you couldn't play for an entire week, I'd play it tonight after Core Keeper. I will do whatever it takes. All right. I have been so evasive with OT. I feel bad. Okay, I'm gonna be a good friend starting right now. I'm now a good friend to OT. Oh my God, I'm out of breath. Whew. Okay, from now on, I'm gonna be nice to OT. Okay, from now on. Oh, I got a chest. That's kind of nice, but I don't really need. You check with OT, but maybe tomorrow or Wednesday. That sounds dope. Let's do it. I normally take Wednesdays off, but I don't have therapy, so we can do it. I'll do either one. You don't have to be nice with them. Yes, I do. Let's see. What do I gotta do? Oh my gosh, there's so much stuff now. There's a lot of stuff to plant. Okay, so the first thing that we're gonna do is we'll figure out how much copper we have. Looks like we got 6. So what can we make out of 6 copper? We've already got an anvil. That's great. We're already, it might be good to get a sword and we could kill all those, slimies. Also, what's up, Callie? You're back. Mom tried to start a fire in the oven. It's fine, but you had to run down the stairs? Oh my God. That's horrible. I hope that everything is okay, Callie. Did you hear the smoke alarms going off or did you smell the smoke? Oh my God. You used to be able to do those. You look forward to that again? Oh, the pull-ups. Yeah. You got this, Brad. You got this. We're rooting for you. You're getting strong. All right, whenever we go to TwitchCon, we're going to do pull-ups and push-ups. That could just be the whole time, right? Brad, you and I can just, we can just work out the whole time, right? Just go to the gym instead of TwitchCon. Don't even walk the grounds. No hanging out with friends. We'll just straight gym rat the whole time. Oh wait, this ought to be done, right? Nice. And this is all working pretty well with controller. Let's see. What can we make? We could make a hoe if we wanted to do some gardening. Or I feel like just Gym Con instead of TwitchCon. No, not the Gym Con. Not the cursed Gym Con. I'm going to make a sword first. Sword first. And I'm going to put down all the crafting stuff into the bottom bar because we don't really need it like visible or anything. We'll keep like consumables up there, I guess. Ooh, music's starting to get more interesting. Hang on. Can you eat these? 4 plus glow for 1 minute. 1 plus food can be cooked. Yeah, I can't cook either. I'm a non-cooker. But I have a sword now. We could go murder those slimes, and I've got plenty of like health and everything. Yeah, let's get murdering, shall we? You smelled the smoke? Oh my God. That's a lot of smoke. If you could smell it from a different room. You live upstairs over the garage. The kitchen is at the bottom of the stairs. Every time she cooks, the upstairs gets smelly. Oh my God. And you had to run down the stairs? Callie, that is so stressful. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that you had to do that. There's a group running the stairs at the con. It was pretty cool. Group? Yeah, that sounds really good. I'm sure that TwitchCon really loved that, didn't they, Brad? They're like, good, more running. Yeah, this is great. Keep it up. Look at all these streamers working out, running into each other, hitting other attendants. Is this a boss? Yo, that might be a boss in there. We need to make some more torches real quick. It only takes wood, which is awesome. Yo, we keeping cores in here? You bet we are. Rimmage. Oi, this is a workout stream now. This is a workout stream. Welcome in. We're all keeping our core.
I hope you've been keeping your core, gamer. How you doing, Rimmage? It's good to see you.
Good to see you. We're commencing murder on the slimes. I've got the slimes over here, and I'm going to be murdering them. There we go. Very nice. I will harvest enough slime to be able to purchase a... What does it take to make a crafting table? It's literally 8 wood. Dude, I'm making another one out here. I see no reason to not build more of these. It's very affordable. Okay, place that. And then boom, look, I can just make stuff over here. Nice. Like I could make this lantern if I had... Oh, that's the problem is that you got to make another one of these. But that's just dirt walls. We got a million of those too. I'll just build the exact same station over here. I won't build the one with the... I won't build the anvil. The anvil's not that important. It looks dangerous. I know. There's a slime boss about your ground will shake when you're near him. Okay, I'll be careful. I don't want to go in there. To be honest, I should do some core work. Thanks for bringing it up, I guess. No, Rimage, you can just hang out. Don't worry. Don't worry. We're not working out. We're relaxing. We're relaxing. You could totally just hang out with us, Rimage. Oh, whoa. I made a mistake. I was gonna put down a torch. How have you been doing, Rimage? Oi, 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 oi. I've been trying to snag some of your streams as I see them. We'll go up here. Oh, exposed copper. Wait a minute. I'm gonna snag that. You know, we gotta snag that copper. More fishing spots, but a man with no fishing pole. To a man with no fishing pole, these fishing spots are beyond worthless. They're offensive to be seen. Oh, that looks dangerous. That's different. That's another breed. That's another creature altogether. That's a beast. Okay, we gotta get some copper bars up in here. Let's I'm weirded out by this slime. I feel like we should be able to get rid of it somehow. We're only gonna get 1 copper out of that. I'm gonna smack through. I wonder if you can use yeah, you can use a sword. Okay, good. I don't want to waste my pick until we can repair our tools. Oh, look, we got a plant. Grab plant. Ooh, we got a heartberry. I saw that in the trailer. I think that's important. Use a shovel and right click each block. Oh yeah, so I was thinking that you could dig up this slime. I was thinking that I just need a shovel. Just need a Chevy to get in there. Yeah, I don't like the look of that, but I also kind of gotta take a little look. Kind of take a little look in there. I'm curious. You know what they said? Curiosity killed a core keeper. Ooh. Okay, that looks dangerous, but it's not a boss thing. Okay, well, I'm safe so far. I'm just gonna try to dodge everything for a moment, see if I can spot some goodies. All right. This takes a couple of different spots to stand in. Oh, these are like little treasure boxes. I thought that they'd be dangerous. Ow! Okay, no, never mind. It is a little dangerous in here. Gotta munch. Here we go. Also humble. Wait, what? Everything I say is a mood. You've been doing a 5-minute stretch routine every day for a month now, and they've been really helpful for you. You sit, and you usually have aches in your hips and back. You can share in Discord. Ooh, daily stretching. That sounds good. That's something that my therapist encouraged me to do, is some like morning stretches. It's a good way to wake up too. I need to get into one. You could totally post that to Discord. I'd take a look, because I need a stretching routine. Okay, I don't think that they can hit me yet. Okay, yeah, you have to stand in like a couple of spots for these guys. They're rough. What about my armor's not broken yet. Also, what's up, Jason? How are you doing? It looks like a skull. There is skulls. Look, it dropped one. It dropped a bone. It says it's a caveling skull. The remains of what was once a proud civilization. It says it's a valuable. So maybe you can sell this to merchants or something. Copper ore, a heartberry. Let's see, a sweet juicy berry that refreshes the body. That sounds pretty good. Y'all ever tried these berries IRL? Okay, I need to, just hit him once. Ow! Oh my god, I'm dead. I'm dead, you guys. I'm so sorry. Okay, what heals me more? What gives me more health? This says 9 food, 2.8. Okay, this says 2.1. So the juicy berry is better for health, but I kind of want to keep it so that I can plant it. Oh my god, the bomb pepper hurts you. Yo, do not eat these. You need to probably cook them or something. Okay, I guess I'm gonna eat some more. I'll eat until my health is full. Okay, I need to be more careful because it's looking dangerous out here. Hey, Slimy Salamander, it's good to see you. What's up? I'm glad that you jumped in. I hope you're having a good Monday. Oi, oi, oi. This game keeps getting recommended to you. You're excited to finally see it. Yeah, Rimage. Lots of people have been suggesting this game to me. I've been really excited to try it. Like, a lot of people have compared it to Stardew Valley, which I enjoy. I was kind of ragging on Stardew a little bit earlier, but it's really not the game. It's only streaming the game that I don't really enjoy. But I kept hearing the suggestions, and I was like, Oop, cannot post link from YouTube. Yeah, you could post that in shameless plugs. Sorry, I'm still trying to figure out how to work that out, Sonny, with like how I'm gonna allow links. Like, I think that I'm gonna make a trusted role that can post links. That's probably the best solution for that. Is maybe either like a VIP role or just like a trusted role, and then y'all can post links. I just need to make it so that randos can't post them, and then it'll be safe. But you can put it in shameless plugs for just for now. But I'll have to fix that, won't I? Doing great. The vacation was amazing, but you're glad to be finally back. That's good. That's the mark of a nice length of a vacation. Because if it's too short, then you're like, oh, we have to go home. But if it's just right, you're like, okay, I was starting to get tired of this vacation. Let's get back. Let's get back to all the stuff that I gotta do. Oh, I should have just run. Okay, is there a dodge button? What the heck? You like the new hair? Oh my God, the hair. I'm glad you do. I mean, it is just fabulous right now. I'm glad that you can appreciate the fabulous hair. Let's get okay, we're gonna schmoob over here. We'll smelt up this copper. We got plenty now. There's a lot in those big goop piles. Good deal. Okay, so that's gonna go. Frodo, we have to go back home. Mr. Frodo, we'll never make it back home again, will we? Oh, Mr. Frodo, we'll never see home again. Sam, shut up. You'll be able to see Rosie Cotton in no time. Oh, Mr. Frodo, I'm afraid I'll never see her again. Let's be honest, we're never making it back home, are we? I don't plan to. Okay, put this here. Rosera, you're gonna get going, but take care, everyone. Hey, we'll see you later. Rosera, enjoy the rest of your evening. Enjoy your evening. Oh, we can make a lantern. Let's do it. I've been needing this. This is what I needed. This is for offhand, and now I should be lit 24/7. Die lit, live lit. Noise. Now I'll never go lightless again. Now I can just go through here and destroy these fools. Ow! Or get destroyed. Holy mackerel, I'm almost dead again. I'm so scared. I'm so bad at this game. How do I... can I just eat my food? Can I eat these? Oh, you just glow? It gives you food? I don't need that. Do we need to go back and like cook stuff? Oh man, we might need to do some farming. It's getting dangerous out here. But we can't even make a hoe yet. We need more copper. Shucks. Oh dear. Okay. I've only got one. I've got one copper bar. What does it take to make a hoe? It's 2. Oh, it's only 2. Okay, well, we might be able to farm. Farming and cooking are 2 things that we haven't done yet. Oh, thank you for the lurk, Ahsoka. I appreciate it. Okay, I'm worried about killing those guys. Maybe we should. Oh, we should do some mining for starters. I see some stuff to mine, and now we glow. Now we're glowing. Now we don't even have to worry about no dang old torches. Uh-oh. Okay, so is our tool just slower now? Oh, we just got gold ore. What the heck? Okay, it says durability 0. Oh, so it continues to function, but you have to repair it for it to get speedy again? Okay, it looks like it's still functional. Nice. Okay, that's a good way to deal with durability. Okay, so it still works. Let's see. So I need to repair that eventually. We don't have time. Oh, wait. wrong one. There we go. We'll put this here. Gold. Not useful to us yet. I think that we have to make this 10. We need 10 bars? We haven't even seen 10 yet. I wonder if 10 is dug up. It's possible. It's possible that you get like a shovel to dig certain ores. Not sure, but I don't know why we found gold before we found 10. I'm just looking for shinies in the wall that I didn't notice. I could probably kill this one slime, right? These guys you can kill before they jump, but their other compatriots, they're much tougher. What is this, hive? Yo, you need a drill for this? This is cool, dude. Yo, okay, so there's another tool. There's a drill. Ooh, this would be a good thing to mine through. Sand? Sand's easy to get through. I could still barely see. I mean, it is nice to have a little glow, but they really like start the game off super dark. Okay, need to be careful because I don't like have a lot of health restoring items right now, but we can grab these. Starters. You'll get those after you get the Scarlet one? Oh, shucks. That sounds pretty late game, my friend. Late game, late game. Okay, I'm just gonna wreck this because this isn't messing with my durability. I can just destroy everything with no price. There's no consequences. Nice, dude. You wonder if there's anything past drill? Ooh, that's a good question. Excavator? Ooh, I see something shining. Let's go over there. You said that that's in the clay biome, eh? So, okay. You just have to be in the right areas for 10. Okay. This might be the clay biome that I'm in. We're about to find out. Oh, wait. No, that looks like copper. Yeah, that's the same as copper. Can I just hold this button? I can. Okay, you can just hold the mine. We'll snag this stuff, and then maybe we can make a hoe and try out, I want to try out farming and cooking. That would be fun. Ooh, I do see... there's a lot of shiny stuff over there. Your drill is the drill that pierced the heavens? What the heck is that? What is that, Brad? Oh, no. Is that a reference? I don't know. Listen, I swear I'm going to play Kingdom Hearts soon, okay? I bought all 3 of the games. I bought all 3 of the games and a bunch of bonus content, okay? I'll play Kingdom Hearts. Don't worry. I'll get it. I'll get it eventually. Oh, it's Gurren Lagann? Okay. I didn't watch Gurren Lagann either. Not Kingdom Hearts. Okay, I just want to check. God dang. Listen, I haven't seen Gurren Lagann either. Gurren Lagann is the Trigger show, right? With the girl with the well, Gurren Lagann. Yeah, I think I know what that is. That's like the only Trigger show that I haven't seen. I don't know. There's something about it that turns me off. Something made me something's making me sussy about that show. I don't know. I don't know why I don't want to watch that show. I was talking about Gurren Lagann with friends, and I was like, it's the only Trigger show that I'm like not interested in. It just looks like a typical shonen. Just looks like boring shonen business. I'm sorry. But maybe it is good. I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. He has an aversion to good media. Listen, I'm not interested in all that like One Piece, Black Clover, Naruto, Dragon Ball Z, all of that. I'm sorry. I just don't love shonen. Oh, Callie. Oh, it's true? Oh, you're a Lagann fan? Is that okay? All right. Well, now I get it. Okay. Well, if Callie likes Gurren Lagann, okay. I see. Watch Mean Girls? Okay, well, that I might watch. That actually sounds like a good time. Yeah, that does sound like a good time. You like the comedy, but not big on some of the fan service. It's mecha. Yeah, see, I don't like mecha. I'm sorry. I couldn't even. I was enjoying. Now here's an edgy opinion that I've got here. I actually like Darling in the Franxx, or at least I did, but it got boring because I think the mech stuff's super boring. I don't know why. It's just like big robot hit each other. Like, what is this, Transformers? Like, I haven't watched any of the Transformers either. I'm sorry. I just don't like robots. All right. I'm sorry. I don't like robots. I could repair my stuff now. I still can't make the tin workbench, though. We could make a cooking pot, though. Let's make a hoe. We'll make a hoe. There we go. Is it too late to refund my sub? You can refund your sub. All you got to do is click gift sub, set it to 5, and then just press purchase. That'll refund your entire sub. Oh, looks like I can't hoe this basic dirt stuff. Okay, let me see. I think that I might need to shovel it first. It might be what it was the whole time. Okay, I think we need to shovel first. Let's grab these. And we'll buy a shovel too. We got plenty of copper now. We're copper overlords, I tell you. What the heck? This doesn't work either. That's so dumb. What the heck? Oh. Oh, good lord. Oh, I just dug a hole. Oh. Oh, you can pick up ground? Maybe you can place it. Hey, okay, I see. That's cool. That's cool. So you can dig holes. Okay, I was just pressing the wrong button for the hoe, I think. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's the hoeing button. That's the Hohenheim. All right, well, let's make perfect. Does this satisfy your ASMR? Is this good for you? Hey, zombie food, what's up? It's good to see you. Okay, I'm gonna dig this up. I gotta fix this, I'm sorry. I can fix this, you guys, I promise. I promise I can be different. Oops. Oh, you can unhoe it. You can unhoe stuff, that's cool. This is wasting my durability, but that's okay. Can we just plant these directly? It doesn't look like you can plant mushrooms directly. Maybe everything has to be in seed form. That makes sense. Heart berries, roots, and glow tulips. Kind of want to get some of these little hearties. There we go. Plant these up. We'll probably need that watering can, won't we? Oh, you can't farm mush. Oh, okay. That's good to know. No mushin'? No cushion for the mushin'? That's too bad. Oh, I accidentally actually made this like mathematically correct for all my stuff. Let's see. This game looks like another Stardew. It is kind of like Stardew. It is. That comparison has been made many times. Okay, can I change the key bindings? Okay. I want to change, this looks way too complicated. Okay, for controller, I want to change, which one is it? Close, right controller, left controller, blah, 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 blah. A bunch of equips. Toggle inventory, I want that to be start. Now press a button. Okay. Start is already in use. Do you want to replace it? Replace, and then the thing that was replaced was, where is it? It's like pause. What is the pause button? Let's see. UI interact, open chat, not that. Where is it? Oh dear. Oh dear, I seem to have lost it. That is not good. Moving, use items, equipping. Where is the open menu? I'm sorry. I just want this to move. Toggle selected, open chat, zoom in, pick up, sort inventory. Oh, you can sort inventory? That's cool. Use offhand. It's escape. I should just look for whatever escape is. Tab is toggle inventory. I set that to start because it's too confusing. Where's the... Dude, what's the pause button? Dude, what's the pause button? You spin me right round, baby, right round, like a record, baby, right, round. Oh my God, is that famous stream just another person like you? I am your biggest fan. Notice me, senpai. Hey, Die, I'm so glad that you, I didn't know that you watch Lens. I mean, sorry, Lens is what I call them because like they're kind of like a personal friend of mine. They're like a personal friend of mine. It's kind of cool, but yeah, I know them. I know them kind of by their name. Sorry about that, but yeah, just another person like you. Yeah, they're kind of a friend of mine. So glad that you could catch them in my chat. Like they're rarely here, but I'm glad that you got to see them. It's so cool. Okay, I'm gonna just pretend like this is gonna work just fine. Okay, well that works, and I can always use escape. All right, sweet. Now I won't keep making mistakes. We're gonna need a watering can. Let's water it up. Hashtag water. Please don't do that. Ooh, why is this red? It has a fullness. It has a fullness stat. Dude. Okay, got filled up here, right? With oh. All right. This is very aggressive watering. Really just beating the crap out of these plants. I'm excited. Oh, I mean, it's very clear that these plants are watered. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Hey, Stardew, take notes. Babe, take notes. Okay, we got 3. And then we'll plant these bad boys. Oh, shoot. Oh, actually, that was a good thing.
Okay.
Hey! Die! What did I do? What did I do? I wasn't mocking you. Oh, my God. Okay, we need to repair some stuff in a minute. Just a little spritz. Just chucking water onto it. Extremely aggressive. Okay, let's see what other shenanigans we can get up to. We can make a cooking pot. What's it like to cook, you guys? I've never cooked in my life. Okay, we'll activate this. Ooh, looks like we need a fuel. Oh, or we need 2 items. Let's see. We're gonna cook a bomb pepper with something else. Maybe a bomb pepper. This. What does this make? Heartberry and a bomb pepper. The bomb pepper takes 11 health off. I'm hoping that burns out. You guys, what? Are y'all trying to get my attention? I need to know. I need you to know it took almost 15 minutes to figure out how to raid you. Oh my god. Your brain was probably fried after a big raid. I feel you though. Oh no, it's a burrito. No, it's a pepper wrap. It's a wrap. Listen, wraps are fine. Look, it's made out of paper. It's got paper. It says 25 health for 5 minutes. Okay, so it gives you a boosted max health, more maximum speed. It gives you 20 seconds of healing and 19 food. That's Pog. That's Pog, dude. Wraps are tortillas. Listen, wraps are tortillas. Live with it. Listen, I just don't like tortillas that much. Some tortillas are really good. Some tortillas are really good. It's just the average tortilla is gross to me. I'm sorry. It's just the average tortilla. Some of them are so good, especially if they're homemade. Homemade tortillas, yum yum. It's just some tortillas that you find out in the wild, like they give me a weird chill down my spine. It's the super basic white tortillas that are gross to me. I like authentic, real tortillas. My mom had a tortilla maker and used to make them, and they were really good. Yeah, I love homemade tortillas, but the gross, like, white, what are they, like, missionary? The missionary ones? Missionary tortillas? I don't like those. Oh, man, there's so much. This is Slime Town, dude. Corn tortillas are all right. Corn tortillas are okay. I'm not crazy about corn tortillas, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I feel like they're not normally as good as disgusting. See, I agree. That's the only thing that they had at my house, Alchemic. My family members, they would take missionary tortillas and they would put butter on them and they'd heat them up and eat them like that. That was my experience with tortillas. That's my tortilla experience, is them taking missionary tortillas and putting butter on them and heating them up. It's so gross. I hate it. I hate it. That's my tortilla experience. That's my tortilla story. Ooh, ground slime. So is there an advantage to like putting slime on the ground? Yeah, well, we can clean this up, y'all. Hey, y'all, let's get this out of here. You always grew up with homemade tortillas. Now that's good. You love buttered tortillas. See, is that just a trashy white person thing to do? Like, not white trash, just trashy white people. Right? Is that like a middle-class white suburban family way of eating tortillas? They're like, a nice cultural dish. And then they just put butter on it and just heat it up. Ugh, gross. I feel like that's what it is. Ooh, let's heat up this gold. Let's heat up this gold, see what we get. Maybe we'll get a golden ingot. Ingot. Do not count the sins of my father against me. Yeah, to be fair, you come from a buttered Pop-Tart family. It's true. Your dad butters Pop-Tarts. You didn't have a chance, Linz. Don't worry. You don't have to take the blame for this one. Listen, it's the way that they raised you. Your dad butters Pop-Tarts, and they were good. They were good, I admit. But still, I'll never do it again. I'll never. It's not actually. I guess what is it? Whenever it's like it tasted all right, but you would never do it. Like that's the situation. Okay, I'm gonna. You can attack things with your burrito. Boom. Yum yum. Gold goes in the other smelter, you believe. Oh, it doesn't even work? Oh, I didn't even notice. I want to kill this boy. Yeah, boy. Let's see. Hey, Drex, what's up? How are you doing?
Oi, Drex. Drex, have you seen this game? Drex, I can't believe it.
We're keeping up our core while playing video games. I hope you're doing good. Ice Chai, how are you doing? My family would sometimes do tortillas with butter and cinnamon sugar.
Ooh, butter and cinnamon sugar.
Oh wait, that sounds kind of gross. Sorry. Oh my god. I'm so sorry that I pulled that. Listen, this is why I'm suspicious of tortillas, okay? But homemade tortillas are tortillas that are made at a. There is some restaurant that makes tortillas. Oh, it's what's it called? Rosa's Cafe. Those tortillas are banger. Those tortillas are so good. Has anybody had the Rosa's Cafe tortillas? They make them fresh and they're hot. They make them hot and fresh, and they come they come all wrapped up in paper. They're delicious. They've got honey on the table that you can put on them. They're very tasty. Okay, I do like tortillas. I just don't like bad tortillas. Sorry, I was confusing you. But still, burritos I'm not like crazy about. I'd rather it be crunchy. I like the crunchy. Only to be eaten in secret in the dark corners of the basement. Indeed. Nobody's allowed to eat buttered Pop-Tarts in public. Buttered Pop-Tarts are a thing to be ashamed of, like the human body. Boop. Okay. Can I just mine, like, down? Just, like, get some more copper? Look at these non-aggressive slimes. They're very nice. See you later. See you later, friend. I'll kill you later. But right now, I'm digging. Looking for something shiny out here. Maybe we'll find some tin. I don't know if we're in the right biome yet, but we're getting close. I need to fix my pick. My pick looking kind of broke. I feel like you're not anti-tortilla. You just don't like those poorly cooked room temp grocery store tortillas. Yeah, those. Nasty. The missionary tortillas. Missionary tortillas. And like, as a wrap, I wouldn't normally pick it. Like, if I went to Chipotle, I'd get a bowl. I just don't, I don't know. I'm just not crazy about burritos. Burritos themselves. But some tortillas are delish. Okay, I can't harvest these things yet. What is this? Is this wood? Can you grow wood? Okay. Let's smelt up. Smelt up, gamers. And then what is my next thing that I need to do? What do I definitely need to make next? So a tin workbench would be nice. That's 6 copper bars. I'm not even gonna have enough for that anyway. And I don't have any tin. So I guess it's time to make a salvage and repair station to fix our tool and start schmoovin'. I think it's time to get moving. A bowl with double steak, guac, and no cheese. Ooh, Chipotle's so tasty. It's just so expensive. That's a pretty common thing though. Everything tasty is expensive. That's just how it is. We were trying to think of places to eat whenever I was hanging out with my friends, and they were just like, that place is so good, a little expensive. That's what we said for everything. Delicious, a little expensive, but it's only a question of whether the good food is worth the price, but it's definitely expensive. We're gonna put that. Oh wait, no. How do I? Okay, there we go. Get slightly confused by these controls. The controller controls are not too bad. They're not too bad, but yeah, they're taking a little bit of getting used to. Okay, what this says? Okay, so you can make copper bars, tin bars, and iron bars. All right. Yeah, so the gold can't be done here. We need a higher quality thing for gold. How much inventory space do I have? Still plenty. They're very giving with the inventory. I would kind of expect for that to be like a skill or something that you have to unlock, or like a backpack. If I were to change something about this game, I would change that. I would make it so that you only get one of these rows, like in Stardew, because this is a little OP. Like, this is a lot of space. I haven't even made a single chest yet, and we've been moving for a while. Yeah, they should make the inventory expandable, because I think it's far too small. I mean, far too big, sorry. So there's cooking, there's fishing, gardening. Wait, what? Oh, my gardening skill is going up. Okay. Range combat, crafting, vitality, mining, running, melee. And yeah, so it gives you like little boosts whenever you upgrade these. So like this is at 3, 1.5 to armor. You can get a backpack later to make. Well, that's not really what I'm saying. I'm saying that I think they give you too much inventory space at the beginning. You're not a fan of inventory management? Well, that's true too. That's true. That is true too. Click on the icon. There are perks to gain. What? Perks? Do I get to pick them or? Oh, look at that. Oh, they do have points. Oh, dang. Efficient excavation. Okay, I think whenever it's gold, I have a perk to spend. Because I've got perks on both of these, it looks like. Ooh, that's cool as heck. Okay, this is endurance. Less food drained when running. Okay, that's important. These are unlocked. Not sure when these are unlocked. Maybe you can only unlock them after you finish all these. Okay, well, this is a great thing to have. Improving my endurance. This makes you mine faster. 5% chance to gain additional ore from walls containing ores. That's nice. But this just makes you mine faster. Okay, cool. We should make that table. Can we? Can I make that table? Can I repair it? Can I make that table? What does it cost? Oh, 5 copper bars. We need 1 more copper, and then we'll be ready to schmoove. We'll be ready to schmoove. I'm looking at the mini map. I don't see like a ton of information on there. Oh, that's another way to open up the menu. That's cool. That would have been smarter. Is this another button that you can press? Let's see. We need to look for our shiny shinies. I really like mining through this sand because it's way faster. Do I have any more? Oh, I'm out of torches. Let's make some more. Make some more torches. I'll put them here. All of our yeah, that is true what you said earlier, Alchemic, about inventory management. It is just kind of an annoyance. So maybe it is better that they like left a bunch of room for you. I don't know. It just makes you feel OP. I guess sometimes it's fun to feel OP. Oh, I see some shiny. Let's go straight down. Dimalion, what is it? What is it? Do you have a question about this important game? I am now a professional at this game, so I'd be happy to give you tips if you need any. Are you talking about something in Minecraft, maybe? Nice. Grab this. We'll smelt it up. Then we can make a repair table, and we'll be mining speedy again. I'll just make this thing loop. Might as well. We're almost there. It's good for our mining anyway. Nothing worse than whenever you're exploring and you can't pick up cool things because your inventory is full. I'm trying to remember what Final Fantasy. I could have swore that I had that problem. Whenever I was fishing. Because you have to I think that you have to hold different baits and every fish is a different stack. And you can like catch up other things. I remember having inventory problems. If I remember properly. How do I harvest these? Do I need to have a free hand? Or do I... Oh, I might just need to hit them. Might just need to whack them. Do I just whack them? Ooh. All right, we're farming now. Now we're farming. I don't see any seeds. Oh, wait. No, I am definitely getting seeds. Okay, I see. I'm sure that as you get better at farming, maybe you'll get like a higher chance for seeds. That's what I'm betting. We'll just keep this farm going, shall we? Shall we? You said, no, attack with a weapon in the hand. Okay, yeah. I figured it out. I got a big brain. I got a big brain that's working real hard. I also kind of like oh, yeah, you can just rotate your character too, but you can like aim where you put this. It's kind of cool. You can do this with a thumbstick. It's kind of neat. Spread your root seeds. They grow really big. Oh, wait, what? Roots? These things? Spread them? I might mess with that in a second. You hate that it happens in Minecraft? What's up, Smiley Hayes? Then there's me, who needs more inventory. Oh, Smiley. Apparently there's backpacks. Do you have a backpack? Have you maxed out your backpack and you're still maxed out? Oh my God. Is this true? Is this true? Is this you right now? I'm gonna do this, and then we can make a. As soon as you smelt, then we'll make a repair thing. You do? It has 15 extra spaces. Oh my God, you're a professional. I can't believe that I finally met. Well, actually, I met 2 of y'all. There's two core keeper professionals out here. Please lend me your knowledge. Lend me your knowledge. How did you become so powerful? What did you do? Okay, here we go. We gonna make a table. We're going to be repairing stuff. I wonder what it costs. Maybe it's free. It does seem like some stuff is real basic here. Ooh. Okay, we're going to put... Hey. Salvage. Ooh, don't want to do that. Repair. What was that? Okay, so you put stuff there to salvage it. I almost fried my only pickaxe. But it looks like it automatically just takes 1 bar out of it. I don't think I need to salvage anything right now, but that's nice to know that I've got that option for whenever this is. Oh, there they go. There they go. They're growing. They're growing. Look out. I think I need to move these, don't I? Because, yeah, this is spooky. This is how you make wood. You're totally right. Ooh. We could make like a wood spot. Wood spot? Yeah, maybe over here. We'll kill the slime in a second. I'm just going to make this arena a little bit more safe for me. Ooh. No touch. We'll play some no-touch football. Ah! Oh my god. Almost died. Almost died again. Dude, this game's dangerous. Everybody, if you're a core keeper, please be careful out there. It gets dangerous. Okay, I need to just remove all this. Oh, I can't remove that slime. I hope that can't. Ah! Almost fell in. Found sand ground. That was too easy to dig up. There you go, put that back. Yeah, I'm gonna make, I'll make the tree things over here. There you go. Put that there. Water it. Okay, great. We got some wood going over there. Sweet. Do we got any other seeds to plant? Doesn't look like it. But we do have some food to cook. Ooh, cooking food. Oh, we could try a new, let's try a new recipe. I just want to use one. How do I like split? Oh, there's a map. Okay, good to know. good to know. How do I split stacks with a controller? Might not be possible. Also, dang, slime's a spawn in my house. Get out of here, you rascal. Get out of here, you rascals. Ah! Oh, frick, I died. I forgot that I needed food. What? I just died. No, I died at the kids' game. No, not the kids' game. This game's made for children. How did I die? Oh my god, I'm so embarrassed. I think I lost all. Oh, you like lose everything that's not in your hotbar? Is that what that is? Oh, great. I hope I can pick up all my loot again. Yikes. Yikes, this game was made for 5-year-olds and I just died in it. Okay. Down we go. There we go. This was used for typing training for children. I can't believe. Okay, I hope I can recover my loot. Oh, my murderer is still here. Kill him. Okay, splendid. Ooh, I got a tombstone. Yay. Oh, and all my stuff. Okay, well that's honestly better. That's an even better reward. I'm glad that I got my stuff back. Why am I like making my base over here in slime? I'm just also, oh, I guess you can make slime spawners with this stuff, can't you? I see. Okay, so it might be good to be able to have all this slime, because you could make like a XP farm or something. But still, like, would you really need that? Oh, I could also just build walls. Yeah, let's just build walls on the southmost edge. That'll probably just do as well. Maybe sand so that I can remove them if I want to. I got 73 of them. Yeah, I'm just gonna defend against Slime Town over there. And we'll just remove the rest of the slime. Yeah, we can remove all this slime. That's not too bad. Place some torches so that we can see properly. Break this wall in a minute. I don't think that it can spawn slimes when I'm here though. So yeah, we'll just break this first. Let's see. Your gravestone has everything. Thank goodness. I'm no professional, but I can help you until the 4 out of 5th boss. Oh well, I don't know if we're gonna get that far. We're just vibing. And I'm destroying all this nasty slime. There we go. Now our base is looking snappy. Very snappy. We need to remove this. This will never do. This will never do. Okay. Base is looking great, except for I don't like that this is here. There you go. That's a little bit better. We could fill in some of this stuff. Oh, I've even got a fishing spot over here. Nice. Nice. I could harvest these real quick. Sweet. And let's do some cooking. I still didn't figure out how to split stuff, because I just want to try cooking this once. I want to try bomb peppers and mushrooms. And I also want to try mushrooms and hardy berries. So maybe like right after this is complete, I'll yoink one of these out of here and it'll stop. Oh, that's another wrap. Do all these make wraps? This doesn't make a wrap. Okay, this is a mushroom and a heartberry. I think that this other thing could be used for cooking too. Okay. Mushroom and heartberry makes a jello, a mushy berry pudding. That's cool. It is still a pepper wrap. Interesting. Okay, well, let's try this glow mushroom, shall we? Okay, that's jello again. Oh, A-Star, you gonna be working tomorrow? All right, we'll see you later, my friend. Looking forward to playing some Fortnite at some point. As you know, I'm difficult to pin down, my bad. But yes, I hope that you enjoy your work tomorrow as much as it can be enjoyed. We'll see you later, my friend. Rest well. Rest goodly.
Or else.
All right, I think that this is now testing out every type of food that we have. I think that we've covered all the bases. Because we have a pepper wrap. Oh, it says mushy. So that means that it has mushroom in it. Is that what that? Okay. So a non-mushroom. So this is a different wrap. I think. They just have similar sprites, but I think it's a different wrap. Because this is spicy or mushy tulip salad. And then these are like two different types of things here. Oh, there's a little Among Us man up there. The little Among Us button. Yeah, these are different. One of them's hearty, one of them's mushy. Does this make sense? We've got 3 different types of food. We've got 4 different things that we're cooking. Shouldn't there be more options than this? Because right? Isn't it? Let's see. Oh, this is the stuff that we've learned how to do. Okay, so maybe it only notates it like after you find it. Because I think that this is all stuff that we've seen before. Interesting. Well, these are all good foods anyway. Okay, well, let's see. Food. These make you glow. This is a lot of health regeneration. One of them has movement speed, max health. These all seem to be the best. I don't really care about glowing. I don't really care about glowing at the moment. I'm not going to be able to remember any of these recipes, but that's all right. This is still going to be good food that'll keep me healthy, and we need to go on a search for tin now. I think, unless do I have another thing to do here? We just cooked up a bunch of stuff. We did a lot of cooking. Let's make a treasure chest real quick so that we can, oh, actually I'm going to swap it with this so that we can place it, because we don't need to carry all this stuff anymore. This is probably getting to be a little much to be carrying all this. We could plant these seeds before we leave. Let's put the skull in here. Let's put the... definitely the gold. Hopefully we don't find any more gold. Remove the ground slime. Don't need that. We'll put away the... I'm kind of scared of gravestones, because in a lot of games, like, if you keep a gravestone around, it'll like, curse the area somehow. Maybe I will just put the walls in here. Don't really need them. We've got a lot of slime. That's awesome. We'll plant that. We could keep... maybe we'll put the ingredients away. We've got plenty of food. And we can always snag some mushrooms if we're out in the wild and we get hungry. We'll plant those in a second. We'll put these right here. And I think our inventory looks pretty efficient. We don't need to carry our hoe or our watering can, but you know, what the heck. Nothing's perfect. We don't need to be perfect here. Hey, we'll just, oh, these need to be watered. Forgot to water all this stuff. Well, that's why it weren't growing. That's why our plants were all withering. We're all withering and struggling. Do we need to water this wood anymore? This ought to be good. You expect perfection? All right, bet. Bet, here we go. Perfection it is.
Perfection it is. Everything will be very efficiently done.
Let's take a look at that map. All right. I don't think you can zoom out. Oh, yeah, you can. Dang. Dude. Look at all this land that we've discovered.
Wow, that's incredible. Well, maybe we should,
I kind of want a fishing pole. We need to make tin. We have to find it. We have to find tin. It's somewhere. It's freaking somewhere. We must. Maybe we'll just keep mining to the right. Get up to our business. Get up to our mining business. Mine your own business. Yeah, because I started going to the right. Well, let's go for it. Let's get mining. We got mining speed for days. In fact, maybe we'll mine all the way back to the left. Ooh, digging spot. First digging spot. Here we go. First time. Ooh, what is this? Bomb pepper. Nice. You recently picked up fishing in 14 and you got to level 67. Yo, hang on. I mean, that's something that I really liked about 14 is that, like, as you got better at everything, you get better, like it technically doesn't make you better with skill wise, but it's like if you're good at I'm trying to remember an example, but like for crafting items, you need to be able to like get your own leather. So it's good to be, if you're like good at foraging already, then it's easier to get good at this place is here. If you're good at foraging, it's easier to get better at like smithing, stuff like that. I forget what fishing, doesn't fishing have like something that it makes it easier if you're already good at something? Let's see. I'm going to, did I need to do something? Did I just pick up? Oh, I just picked up a seed, but that doesn't really matter. We don't need to use our seeds immediately. Let's just keep mining. We're gonna keep mining. We're gonna see if we happen to encounter some tin. I don't see any shiny things in the wall right now. I want to just kind of make this a straight shot so that we can just like schmoove across the map really quick. That'd be nice. Clay. Okay. Whoa. Clay. That's what we need. It's called Fathoms and Double Hook. You can catch like 4 fish at once. Ooh, that's a skill, right? Oh, dang. Oh, this is just a hole. This is just a hole. This is a whole thing. Okay, we might die. Something's gonna toss me into this hole. I can feel it. Guess we're gonna go down. Yeah, the skills in fishing makes it a lot more interesting. It isn't just like click a button and wait. It's like there's things to boost your chances of catching a fish. There's things to boost your chances of getting a rare fish. There's things to like, yeah, like you said, double up your fish. It's surprisingly engaging. Basically some of the best fishing I've ever seen. I see some shinies. I see something shiny. What do we got? Dang it, y'all need to stop talking about 14. It's making me want to play instead. You were in a Discord call, and by the end of the call, my retainers were full, and you had to level up your culinarian so that you could use your own bait and destroy what. So you could start making your own bait. Okay, so culinarians can make bait, and then they could also cook fish, right? Because I remember like getting into fishing, and then I was like, I got to be a culinarian first. Okay, there we go. Dude, y'all are making me want to get back into 14. It's making me upset. You'll need to stop it. Lost Ark was not that fun, but I still want to beat it somehow. RuneScape was not that fun, but I still want to beat it somehow. They both got achievements. It's dastardly, dude. I want to play both. I want to play all 3 of them at the same time and never do anything productive for the rest of my life. I want to give up on all of my hopes, dreams, and aspirations and just play Final Fantasy XIV, RuneScape, and Lost Ark for the rest of my life. Bop. 10. Can't believe that we found him here. Guys, 10's in the chat. I see no more shininess. Oh, there it is. We're just going to keep going down. We're in the clay biome. We'll harvest a bunch of tin, and then we can make our own... Oh, we're in the clay caves. Uh-oh. Why do I hear boss music? In the clay caves, that makes me think that there might be a boss around here. You felt so accomplished whenever you got the little shark minion with the legs. Aw. Little baby shark minion. That's adorable. We broke our tool. We need a better tool. This tool kind of sucks. Yeah, let's, we'll take all this. Oh my God, this takes forever to break now. Oh, this is awful. Oh, this is untenable. This is untenable. We have another copper though. I just want to take back all this tin that I found. We found a bunch of goodies in the wall. I want to get it all. Oh, what is this? This is not tin. An ancient gemstone? Hang on. Hold the phone. We've got ancient gemstones and gold. We can't even use them yet. Oh my god. Strange blue stone, blue gemstone emitting waves of energy. What? Waves of energy? Can I like enchant this into a necklace? Surely. That's probably what it's used for. I bet you embed it. Do you embed that gemstone? Oh yeah, and I've got new perks. We'll go back, we'll start smelting, we'll update our perks. This game's very fun so far. I'm totally enjoying it. I especially like the perks. The perks are making it like really exciting to just continue your nonsense. Okay. There you go. That's a really weird way to build that wall, but it works. We can eat too, because we got plenty of food. There you go. And let's smelt first. And while we're, oh wow, I got one thing. I got 5 tin ore. Nice. I'm gonna do a fixie. This is not a fixie. This is it. Okay. Hammer and then just fix that. They used 1 copper, which was our only copper. Fantastic. Let's update our skills. See how powerful we are. How powerful shall we become? We get another one here. Just more mining damage, more efficiency. Nice. We'll just mine faster. 5% less food drained when running. That's very good. That's like one of our biggest food drains, I think. Okay, sweet. You can also reset. You can reset and respec if you want to. Interesting. I have a feeling that these might get unlocked whenever you reach. Let's see. So this is running. We're at level 20. Do these like unlock at 30, 50? So copper is hard to come by. Exactly. I mean, it looks like it's also very like biome important. Like biomes are really important in this game. Like it seems like certain places are exclusively one thing or the other. And we can't even make we can't make anything out of this tin, I don't think. Cause I don't think that it would work at the yeah, there's no tin stuff. We have to make a tin workbench to work on tin. So we need 15 tin for starters. That's rough. This stuff's taking a little while to grow. The wood's growing out nicely. Okay, good. Wood's growing. Get strong. We should have plenty of wood eventually. I'm sure that you can just like trim off the edges if you want to. I'm just gonna let it grow. I want to see how wild it gets. We've still got plenty of food. My health is max, so I'm just gonna leave it. That's much more important. If we need 15 tin, I guess we got to go back into Clayland. Clayland, USA. Okay, I can see it distinctly being different on the map. And we've got a straight shot over there, and then it's to the south. So maybe is there a cave there? It's kind of hard to see. Looks like there might be. Hey, Kodak Zach, what's up? How are you doing? Oi. Kodak Zach, we're keeping our core. We're keeping our core ripped right now. Yo, how are you doing, Zach? Are you ready to keep that core? Are you keeping your core like in check? Quick stack. Ooh, quick stack. One of my favorites. We don't even need to get any of this stuff out of my inventory. We're already doing all right. I'm gonna put food there. Let's plant that one seed that we got. Then back to the clay caves. We'll get up to some mischief in the caves. Yeah, it's nice to see you, Zach. Perfect. I need to get my I need to keep my core better recently. Oh, my core is not something that I work on. The only thing that I do is do some pull-ups for stream. But I try to flex my core as much as possible while doing that. But yeah, I think we could all work on our core a little bit. Is this a cave? Is there a cave down here? Oi. But I hope you enjoyed your weekend too, Zach. Hope you enjoyed your weekend and had a wonderful time. It's been a pretty dang good weekend for me. Got to hang out with friends. I got to hang out with my mods. I got to hang out with the with peeps over our movie night. It was a hoot and a half. A hoot and a half. I've been enjoying myself, but I still got to work on that bedtime. I messed it up over the weekend. Dang it! I messed it up over the weekend, but I'm gonna get right back on it tonight. Doing it tonight. Hey, yo, Dad, what's up? I haven't seen you in forever. Dad rate, Dad rate, Dad rate. Can we get some hype in the chat? Shouts out to Dad. Oi, oi, oi. I don't know why the music's not playing. Let me... Hey, Dad. Nice. Finally done moving. Ooh, playing Deltarune. Oh, I want to play Deltarune so bad. I need to play Deltarune soon. I want to play Deltarune and, what's the other one? Undertale. Oi, oi, oi. I hope you were enjoying. Have you played this game before, Dad? Or was that your first foray into it? Oi, we're playing this game Core Keeper. It's been pretty fun so far. We're just, we're in the mines. We're looking for tin because we need to make a tin workbench so that we can become stronger than you could ever imagine. You're very invested in them pixels. I mean, I hear that the storytelling's really good. I really do want to play Deltarune. We gotta play that soon. Gotta do it. Here we go. Really need to do a quick run of Undertale. I do. We're gonna do it. We're gonna freaking do it. All right. Maybe we'll listen. I don't know how much like content Core Keeper's got in it, but we do need to get to Undertale like right now. But Dad, thank you so much for the raid. That's so sweet of you. I appreciate it. Hi there, Dad friends. My name's Earl. I like playing a variety of games, mostly just goofing around, doing silly voices, yada yada. You know, the usual stuff. Also, Bakemono Katamari, how are you doing? What's up? Murmo, when are we going back to D&D? For those of you that don't know, I play a little bit of D&D with Dad, Wrestler, and Darren. And Murmo, of course. We've been playing some D&D. I'm looking forward to it. Hi, Earl. We're Dad. Oh, double Dad? Double Dad raid? Finally. I've always wanted a double Dad. Hooray! 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 What is up there? What the heck? It's game time, double Dado. Oh, it's Kenny time. Oi, oi, the Queen of Sims. How are you doing? What's up, what's up, what's up? I hope you're doing good. We're playing Core Keeper. It's Stardew Light. It's Stardew, but with mining. It's been pretty great so far. I'm enjoying it. Oh, I thought that was shiny stuff. It wasn't. It's just fish. We got more dads where that came from. Oh my God, how many dads are there? How many dads can one person need? Oh my gosh. I'd rate this stream dad out of dad. Whack, 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 whack. But I didn't actually know that you were moving, Dad. I kind of assumed that you'd have to move. Cause I mean, Darren moved, so I was like, are they just gonna stay at that house? I don't know. I didn't get the update on Dad, so I was just like, Dad's gone forever. Dad'll never come back. Infinite Dad, Dad squared. Wait a minute. Dad to the power of what? Dad to the power of fatherhood. What is this? The music's changing. The music's changing. I'm feeling strange. And what is this? What is this? We just got some copper. We got fiber, silky smooth material for creating fabric and armor. You mean that we're gonna be able to spin some fabric? You telling me we're gonna be spinning? Yeah, music got a little funky, didn't it? We got a grub chapak seed. Why does that sound like? Sounds like Deep Chopra, kind of. Grub chapak or kapak. Grub kapak turns into a plant that gives fiber when harvested. Okay. So now we can make a fiber farm. So we can make a fiber farm and a wood farm. Wood farm, fiber farm. New item, a peasant hat. Yo, we are out here. Holy moly, we are like out in the village. We're out in the village. We just got ourselves a peasant hat. It says 2 armor. This has 3 armor and more max health. This does have a dodge chance, but this is Garbaggio. We're probably gonna take this. We're gonna scrap that peasant hat. That peasant hat's getting out of here. We'll take a look around here. The only reason that I can see, by the way, for those of you that weren't here at the very beginning, is because I have a lantern. This game is actually like pitch black. It's pitch black and you can't see anything at the beginning. I was so confused. Okay, let's just whack these. But yeah, I'm not really exactly sure like all that you can get in this game. Like there's a lot of items. There's a lot of different types of armor and stuff. It's really interesting. Like they got a lot of content for being like 14 bucks. 14 bucks early access. Like it's already coming along. I kind of want to catch these. I feel like you can get a Maybe you can get a jar and catch them, right? You gonna go grab a snack? Hey, go for it, Dad. Go for it. Thank you again for the raid. Yes, yes. Do your after raid self-care. I'm actually about to go grab a... I might go grab some water at the very least. I'm not sure. I don't hear my coffee heating up anymore. I think my coffee went cold. Just too bad. So I could use some coffee. That looks like water. These are different fishing spots, I think. They might be different qualities. Let's eat Lynn's. This has online co-op. What'd you think? Yeah, this does. It does have online co-op. How many players is it though? Do we know? How many players can play this game? Let's check. Kind of curious. It looks like it would be really fun with friends. I'm guessing it's 4, or is it like up to 8? Stop. Go away. With up to 7 other players, it's 8. It's an 8-player game. That looks fun. Okay, play online, so one of them just has to host it. Maybe we'll play this, ooh. Maybe we can play this next movie night or next community night. I don't know. I'll be tempted to play this anyway. This is pretty fun. I'd definitely be down to do some co-op. Do y'all want to get up to some shenanigans? We could restart. I wouldn't mind restarting. Why is my game lagging now? Stop. It's lagging. It's at 32 frames. What the heck? Dude, calm down. What is your problem? This is a 2D game, dude. Movie night co-op would be fun. I mean, I could reset. Okay, now it's back up to 60. Nice. Particles means plants. Okay, what are you saying? Some of the plants emit particles? Oh. So am I supposed to dig up these? Do these do anything? Or is it, do you hoe them? Or are you saying that these particles just like float over the plants? Am I killing them? I'm sorry. They look like fireflies. I kind of like them. Do they have this on the Switch? Well, it's early access. I kind of doubt it. It's not ready to go. It's not a real game yet. It'll be a real game eventually. If we can get like maybe like 3 or 4 people that want to play this right now, then I will reset this map and we can play together. But yeah, I'd want there to be like a few people to make it like worth resetting. Let me see. Somebody's messaging me. Oh, we're talking about D&D. We're getting D&D ready. You mean right meow? Of course, Lens. Right after you did like a big stream and you're exhausted, it's perfect time to play this game. I'm just gonna go all the way back to my little house. I should eat something. I know I should eat something. Okay, I ate. Jeez. Let's go. This does seem like it'd be a lot of fun with more people. Does seem like it'd be a lot of fun. We could build like a whole village. Could be like the cook. Yo, smack all that stuff. Hey, it's Mushroom Gal. What's up? Hey, Mushroom Gal. We're playing a new game. How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. Mushroom Gal. Mushroom Gal. Everybody say hi. Everybody say hi. I'm gonna plant some more stuff. I'm gonna plant some more goodies. Ooh, okay, let's get this smelting. Let's get this smelting. It looks like we can all... Oh, we're so close to building that table. We're so close. Oh my gosh. Playing all this. Playing all day, playing all night. Planning on living forever. There we go. Just playing this stuff randomly. Just making a mess. Making a mess. Making the best mess you ever seen. The best mess. How many more seeds do we got? This one is for wood. The other one is for silk. I will make those separate. I think I'll put the silk bush right here. I don't know if it grows bigger. Whether or not it does, I don't care. We'll build another root plant up here. Maybe right in the middle of them. Oh, we gotta actually break this. This just grew. It's getting out of hand over here. Put that right there. Put that right there. And put that right there. Nice. All growing. It's gonna be wooded up. We're wooding up this whole area. You're tired, but excellent and happy to see you all tonight. Nice. Nice. Tiredness is temporary. Friends are forever. Epic streams are forever. Friends are temporary. Glory is eternal. We could cook up some grub. Cook up some rub-a-dub-dub grub. Let's see. Does this... Okay, so, for example, let's look at our mush... Well, actually, let's not look at our mushroom recipes. Our bomb pepper recipes. We've tried with glow tulip, heartberry, and mushroom. So we still haven't tried it with... What's the last thing that we haven't tried this with? I thought that we have 4? Fungi is eternal. Friends are temporary. Fungi is eternal. Finally. What is this? Sort. Okay, so it's got an auto sort mechanic. That's kind of nice. I feel like this game would be easier without controller. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. If you want to try out this game, I'd suggest not using controller. I just wanted to use it for fun, okay? So that I can sit back. You return with the patezza? What is that? Is that pizza? Are we talking about pizza right now? Patezza. Patezza for soup air? Oh my gosh. A soup air full of patezza. Okay. So here's how I'm viewing it. We got 4 different ingredients. So we've already discovered all the recipes. Because it's always the first item and then 3 others. Okay. So we've already tried them all. Let's cook up some copper. I'm gonna... Oh, let's try scrapping that outfit. This hat. What does that do? 2 fiber. Okay, nice. Let's see. Can you sort your own... I'm sure that there's a button to sort your inventory. But I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. Queen of Simps. How you been doing today, by the way? I hope you're having a good day. A good start of your week. The week's just getting started. Oh boy, oh boy. Have we got some fun plans this week? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. If you got no fun plans this week, I'll make up some fun plans for us, all right? Peter Za was my father. You can call me Peter Za. What? Peter Za. You can call me Petey Za. What the heck? It's R on the keyboard. Oh my god, I'm not using the keyboard right now. I'm using a controller like a fool. Like a fool, I tell you, a fool. Okay. What can we do now? We cannot build. Oh, we can't quite build the 10 table. We need, oh my gosh, we need 5 more copper bars too. Oh well, I guess we just made 6 of them. Okay, sweet. Do we need we kind of need to repair our pickaxe. I want to make this next table and see what's in there. I want to see what's in that table. Let's go. You read pizza as pizza? Pizza. Pizza. Kenny is special. Listen. Shush. Shush. I can read. I just interpret things differently, all right? Listen, I'm more creative than y'all. I'm sorry. I have creative interpretations of words and spellings. I try to come up with my own words, all right? I don't just give in to the system like y'all. Y'all just read things the way that they're supposed to be. Me, I make up my own interpretations because you know what? I'm a rebel. I'm starting my own thing. Let's go down here. Yeah, we're gonna go south. We're gonna go south. Let's look for some 10. Let's look for some 10. Fine, I impulse bought some Squishmallows. You what? Is that Squishmallow? Squishmallows? I went to a store recently that had like a bunch of different plushies. There was this adorable it was like a little girl version of a female version of a plague doctor. And there's a little, it was like a plague husband and plague wife. They were so cute. They look like fuzzy little birds. And also because of the like beak thing, it looked kind of like a moth. Looked like a moth, little moth baby. It had a little, what was it called? Like a lantern in its hand. It was so cute. I wanted it. I wanted all of the plushies. Oh, wait. I just heard my coffee heat up. Okay. I think I'm actually going to go grab my coffee really quick. Okay. I'm just going to fill it up. All right. Everybody make sure that you're staying hydrated. Make sure you're taking care of yourself. Grab yourself a snack or some hydration. You know, take a quick nap while I'm gone. You know, maybe like read a book or do some meditation or something. I personally don't like meditating, but that's a personal matter. Like, If that makes y'all calm down, great. Maybe watch like an ASMR video, you know, paint your nails. Ooh, we got new talents. Yeah. I'm gonna be right back. Right back. All right, 1 second. Let me go get that coffee, baby. Go get that coffee, baby. Coffee, baby. All right. Ooh, I gotta say, it really improves coffee to now that I'm putting milk in coffee, like all of the flavors that you sent, Alchemic, are delicious. They're super delicious now that I put milk in them. That was the problem, was that I was drinking them black. I was ruining those coffee grounds. Like I'm eating the rainbow unicorn one. The rainbow unicorn one is really tasty with milk. But without it, it's just like, ew, why is this black coffee sweet? It's very confusing. But yeah, with the milk, it's like a super tasty sweet coffee. It's like almost like a latte or something. It's very tasty. Yeah, is it the rainbow unicorn? Is that the name of it? I'm trying to remember. It's got a horse or a unicorn on it. It's very tasty. Yeah, now I'm drinking all of the I'm drinking all the grounds that I was like avoiding before because they taste good with the milk. You like putting a shot of espresso in your brownies? What? Oh my god. That reminds me of your cold brew. Ooh. Cold brew. I like to gnash espresso pucks between my teeth so I can turn my bones to dust. Holy shoot. Holy crap, Dad Wrestler, you're so metal. When did you become so metal? Oh my god. Like, Dad looks like a heavy metal trucker, but like all of a sudden it's all coming to the forefront. Holy moly. Dad's a maniac. Please don't take anything that Dad says as health advice. This is not professional health advice. Electric unicorn, it tastes like Fruity Pebbles. Yeah, it tastes really gross as black coffee. In my opinion, it tastes really gross. But with this milk, it's like super sweet. Dad has always been the most metal. Oh my god. Oh my god, heavy metal dad. Heavy metal dad, the hottest of all dads. Wait a minute. How hot is a heavy metal dad? Whoa! Whoa! This is wild. Holy moly. Brand new tools. Brand new crafting, brand new base. This is amazing. This is amazing. Dairy or non-dairy sure does make coffee better. Oh yeah, this is technically non-dairy. When I say milk, I mean almond milk because I'm allergic to dairy. Dang. Okay, iron workbench, railway forge. What? Underground rail systems? I remember that from the trailer now. That's dope. That's dope. A forge to create underground rail systems. Carpenter table, workbench for crafting decorative furnishings. Ooh, make a pretty house. Tin anvil for making, you can make weapons more suited for survival. So maybe some cool weapons. What do you say? Can you do lactose free or no? No, I can't. I'm not allergic to lactose. I'm allergic to milk. So even if it's lactose free, I still might not be able to have it. It has to be milk free. Workbench to tinker and do wonders of chemistry. It's an alchemy table, a painter's table to make colorful brushes. Ooh. Ooh. Some higher quality tools. Definitely want to make a tin pickaxe post haste. Then an explorer backpack, 10 more inventory slots. And finally, a fishing pole. So a fishing pole and a pickaxe are what I want. Because I'll be able to cook probably like a high variety of meals once I get fish. Because I have a bunch of other food products here. And I bet you a lot of them mix with the different types of fish. I'm sure that just the fish dishes are pretty good. They probably have some like let's see. Gemstone. Can't use this yet, I don't think. Oh well, wait a second. Let's see. Is a gemstone used in one of these things? It's tin slime. 10 iron for the table. 10. Okay, it's all tin stuff. Checking all these things. There's fiber for the backpack. Okay, so it's mostly tin. So I don't need to use any of the like more elite crafting components yet. Let's get rid of this wall for now. It's the protein he's allergic to. So anything that contains whey or lactase would be a big no. Yeah, whey is the worst thing. Whey, I think I am the most allergic to. Like, it only takes a tiny bit. That's that's a kill shot. If there's whey in something, that's a kill shot. No way, Jose. Yeah, that's what they used to call me in school. It really hurt my feelings, and you're really dragging up all the painful memories, Dad. You really just sent me straight back to high school bullies. Where they would throw little they would throw milk duds at me and they would say, "No way, Jose. No way, Jose." And I'd be like, "My last name is White." A whey makes you break out in a rash? Oh my god. I think if I ate whey, I would just I think what were we saying last night? I would just spawn what was it? Spawn chunks. spawn chunks like in Minecraft. Yeah. I don't think I'd be able to keep the whey down. I'm not sure if it would give me a rash. I don't think so. I don't think it'd stick around. I'm sorry, Mushroom Gal. I'm sorry. What happens when I consume it? I get my tongue swells up, my ears start itching, which is kind of weird. But like my whole head gets kind of itchy, and my tongue will swell up, and like. My stomach will be really, really upset. It's really bad. It's bad. It's basically all the bad things. It's all the reactions. That happens when you eat lemons. Aw, lemons. Lemonade's so good though. Actually, my friend just eats lemons and limes. He just has a bowl of lemons and limes and he'll just cut it open and he'll just eat it. He'll just eat a lime. I'd never seen that before. It's crazy. Dude. I had to try it. It was actually pretty good. It really, you can really appreciate lemons and limes whenever you're like more of an alcoholic. So I've been learning how good. Oh snap. What was that? Oh, they're after me. They're after me. Yo, hang on. Let me eat. Oh no. No, back off. Oh, I'm dead, dude. What? Oh my God. I just got murked by those worms. Dude, I just got murked by those worms. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, you gotta have some tin armor or something. You gotta have some tin or copper armor. Oh, I haven't been over here in a while. Well, shucks. Well, freaking shucks. It also takes forever to... I wonder if you can, like, make a bed. It reminds you of the bugs in Minecraft. I mean, a little bit. You mean like the silverfish? It looks a lot more like, to me, it looks like the Terraria beasts that break out of the, like, whenever you're in the desert in Terraria, there are little wormies that jump out of pods. That's what it looks like to me. Silverfish do suck. But, I mean, my favorite thing about silverfish is that they help you find the, don't they help you find the, oops. The fortress? Don't they? I'm pretty sure that they're like a good way of figuring out where the fortress is. So they're actually pretty useful. Okay, I'm just gonna keep... frick. I'm just gonna keep planting stuff. We'll just leave it. Because, I mean, you know, we're going out there. We're doing adventure stuff. But you might as well come home and, like, have plants ready. This is a really satisfying planting system. It's really fun. They grow pretty speedy. Something that deeply upsets me in Minecraft that I will never forgive it for is the fact that things don't happen whenever you're outside of the chunk. I don't like that. I don't like that you can go on a big journey, come back, and none of your wheat is grown. It really peeves me off. Okay, we're gonna schmoove. I didn't see any upgrades for our lantern, so I don't know if I can increase like the radius of our light, because that's something that I'd really like. Same, yeah. It's honestly very demoralizing. Minecraft really just like everything you do doesn't matter. This is a fake game. It really just like takes you straight out of it. I mean, I can understand. I'm pretty sure that it's a it's probably an optimization problem, but not sure about the Windows 10 edition. I don't know if they oh, I'm even further down. Oh, I can see where I died. Is X. X marks the dead boy. Oh, they're still here. They're dancing over my grave. Oh, don't touch me, dude. Oh my god. Oh my, okay, I think I killed one. Dude, oh, he just attacked my torch. Okay, he did. He dead though. All right. Oh my god! King Worm! King Worm! We gotta get out of here. Did you just see the King Worm? Oh, time to leave. Time to go home. No freaking way. I'm going back. I'm coming home to you every night, every night, every night, every night. My mind is made up. Get away from the worm. Okay, we'll find tin elsewhere. Holy mackerel. I was pretty sure that thing was going to come after me. Oh, I've got the glow upgrade. No, it's a dad worm. Dad worm. Oh my gosh, your father has a worm? That's horrible. I don't like that. No! Taiyaki, we almost got munched. We almost got munched. You always have a hard time getting into the Minecraft after new updates. Always breaks your massive words and breaks your immersion. Oh, updates breaking Minecraft. I wonder if I have had problems with that before. I guess my worlds aren't that complicated, to be honest. Every time I see streamers find Gorm, I die. Everyone has the same thing. No. It's because it's gigantic. It's gigantic. I hate it. And it looks like it moves really fast. It could crush me. It could step directly on my head. He goes in a full circle. Takes about 4 minutes to go in a full circle. To make a full circle if you absolutely need to be in that area? Who? Who does? Who went in a circle? Where'd they go? Who's circling? I'm circling around all this treasure. I'm looking for some hidden treasure. Oh boy, I think I see something shining in the walls, Mr. Frodo. I'm awfully hungry for some tin. I could really use a bite. Oh, the big boss worm? Oh, he just spins around in circles? That's it? You know that you went from 117 to 118 and your world was janky, so you gave up on it? That sucks. That sucks. I mean, I think that a solution to that would be to just use like a forge launcher or something. Like if you use mods, you already can't update the game. Like you can't update the game if you have mods. It takes so much work. You have to update every single one of them. Lots of them will break, have to be updated. So yeah, I think with Minecraft, you pretty much like, you can't update it. You can't keep it updated. Okay, there's a new area over there by the fish. We're gonna crack in there in a second. Kenny lost his 10 privileges. I did. That worm just took him away from him. He said I'm grounded. And I was like, all right, see you later. All right, see you later, deal, bet. Grab this wood. Yeah, we might find a treasure chest. Get some special items or something. Oh no, I'm wasting my time. Kareem, what's up? It's been forever. How are you doing? Oi, Kareem, our horsey friend. Oh, hi. Oh, hi, Kareem. I hope you've been doing well. We missed you. We missed you. Everybody say hi to Kareem. What is this stuff? Crystallis? I noticed this earlier and I didn't pick it up. What is that? I'm gonna dig up this treasure. Oh, it's just a seed, mostly. Yeah, because I've encountered only seed. Oh, there's a worm over there. Can I hit him without him hitting me? Oh, I've got the advantage. I have the higher ground, you fool. I got larva meat. Gross. Oh, like bug crystallis. Oh, that might be where they spawn from. Okay, that makes sense. Like the slime spawn from the slimy ground. It says, icky ground cover that feels strange to walk on. Larva will infest crystallis covered areas over time. Yuck. Ewy. You lost your job? Oh no. Lots of people looking for jobs right now. Holy moly. I don't know what your job was, Kareem, but I hope you hated it. I hope you hated it and you'll get an opportunity to get a new job. I hope so. There's a lot of people quitting right now and upgrading their jobs. So I hope that this works out for the better for you. I hope that you end up going. I hope you end up being very happy that you were forced to switch jobs. It is very hard to quit jobs. Lots of people have trouble quitting them. So hopefully this goes a good direction. If you live near a casino, look there. Dealers make good money. Ooh, Drek, should I become a dealer? Wait a minute, I'm probably too young. You think that they'd let a 28-year-old be a dealer? What do you think? 28 still too young? Oh no. Oh no, my pick. You started at 18? Oh my God. Drex. That's awesome. That's awesome. I live pretty close to Windstar. I guess I'm gonna become a dealer, you guys. I'm almost 28, Calico. I will be on May 2nd. Speaking of which, birthday stream coming up soon. Birthday stream. The weekend of my birthday, we're gonna be doing a 24-hour stream. And then the day of my birthday, we're gonna eat some cake. Maybe like build a Lego set or something. I'm very excited. We'll be building something on my birthday on May 2nd, because I think it's a Monday. We'll do a special stream, and then on that weekend, we're gonna do a 24-hour stream on the Saturday to Sunday. Yes. Lego building will be very pog. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that I can buy a Lego set for myself for my birthday. Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday to me. The Hubs finally quit his job because they wouldn't promote him to manager, even though he was doing all the work of a manager, and he absolutely immediately got picked up at a different job as a district manager. Heck yes. That's awesome. Yeah, I was reading an article about like the great, I forget what they call it, but it's like the great quitting or whatever. Like lots of people are quitting their jobs. But the fact is that new hires have also been up majorly. So it's less of tons of people quitting their jobs and more of people just being fed up with their crappy jobs. People being fed up with being mistreated and then like finding new, better jobs, which is awesome sauce. Which is awesome sauce. I'm so glad. So glad for Hubs. Lego building, very pog. There's 18-year-old dealers. What were we saying? I'm sorry. Let me scroll up. TNT, you said there's 18-year-old dealers at the casino that you got fired from. Oh no. Oh no. What did you do? Did you deal too good? Did people did people make too much money? Did you not take enough people's money? Here we go. Got all this wood, y'all. Hey, Scott B, what's up? How are you doing? Scott B? It's good to see you. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. Hope your week's going great already. Your housekeeping staff? 14 rooms in a 6-hour shift. Shucks. How well did you clean those rooms? I'm kind of curious. I just had friends stay at a casino. That's right there. We could plant more stuff. I'm gonna save these seeds. Save the seeds. Let's smelt the goods. Yep, we got some more tin. Nice. We can maybe make some new stuff on this bench. Let's auto stack. Boom. We could make a seed chest. Yeah, we could make a seed chest. This is kind of like food and junk. Put that there. We got plenty of slime too. That's nice, dude. Why did I not realize Kenny and I were the same age? Oh, because I was lying. That's so funny, though. I do like that. I will continue to lie about my age, though. Let's do... How much... How much tin do we have? Hey! Queen of Sims with a Lego fund. Yo! Thank you so much. Nice. Lego funds popping off. Oh, shucks. Thank you for the 100 biddies. You did well. Never go to a Western New York casino name management. Oh, management's bad. Yikes. Sounds like a good place to get out of there. I'm glad that you got out of this troublesome, crummy manager location. Oh, what can we build? We could make railway forge if we wanted to really schmoove. If we wanted to schmoove, this one's decorative furnishings. Oh yeah, we definitely need to. Let's upgrade the pickaxe. All right, that's gotta be it. That's gotta be it. And fishing rod, sweet, dude, this is awesome. This is awesome. Oh yeah, we got to scrap. That's what it was. I was confused for a second. Let's scrap this bad boy. See you later. Ooh yeah, I got a free copper bar. Nice, free copper bar. Let's try fishing.
I've never fished before.
Is this fishing? Ooh, the physics are cool. How far can you throw it? Okay, that's next to a fishing spot. We might need to dig up some ground, actually. Okay, I really like the mechanics of the rod. The rod's got physics and it looks really cool. Let's grab some ground. Oh, I don't want to fall in the water. We'll grab some ground. We'll build it out towards that fishing spot, shall we? Oh, shall we? Oh, shall we, darling? We shall. There we go. And boop, boop. Okay, now it's just a small toss away. Small toss. There we go. There we go. I'm guessing that I gotta pull the same button to. Oh, what the heck? Okay, it's like they thrash. Okay, so you like hold the button until they thrash. Okay, this is so scary, dude. Ah, stop. This seems hard. Okay, there's like a rhythm to it. I'm gonna let him thrash, pull. Let him thrash, pull. All right, I like this. I like this fishing mechanic. This is cool. Hey, nice. Okay, that is fun. That is fun. I like that game a lot. That's good. That's cool. Also, hey, Jedi, what's up? Jedi in the house. Nice, 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 nice. Slide in with a big smile. What a cutie. Look at that cutie. Oh my gosh. Jedi, do you look like a Bradder Arrive? Bradder Arrivals? Shucks. Wait, explain the plot of this game. Is this Stardew vibes? Not really. Like, it's kind of like Stardew, but you can't marry anybody. Like, there's no relationship mechanic. You're basically like, your character was like on an adventure, and then all of a sudden you like touched a core, and then it kept you. Like it keeps you. You're supposed to beat 3 bosses and like escape the world. It looks like that's what's going on. So it's like there are bosses to beat. I haven't encountered any NPCs. There's been like no dialogue. So it's mostly like escape the world kind of thing. It's like kind of survival, escape the world. Honestly, the closest thing to this game that I can think of is something called, what is it called? It's a Steam something. It's not steampunk. It's, what is that series called? It's where you're like a robot and you're mining downward. Is this still beta? Yeah, this is early access right now. SteamWorld Dig, that's what it kind of reminds me of. Kind of reminds me, how did I dig? Oh, it's a hoe thing. It's a hoe thing. Kind of reminds me of SteamWorld Dig because it's like, there is like open digging and mechanics like that, but I don't know, there's like actual bosses to finish. There's progress to be had. This is not just like an open generated crazy world. It's like there's things that you need to do. There's a completion aspect to it. But I've been enjoying it a lot so far. Doggo was playing it the other night and you were trying to remember what he said about it. Yeah, you're gonna give it a go after stream. Ooh. Depending on how long I stream, I might be down to play that too. You want a co-op partner? Okay, this one's way easier. Did I upgrade my fishing? Ding! Ding ding! Nice, got a cave guppy. An orang cave guppy. Orang strats. All right, And also, they've got skills. This is the other really cool thing about the game, is that it's got skills and skill points. Like, this is rad as heck. And this seems way more satisfying than, okay, so yeah, you have to upgrade it all the way to do the next thing. So like, now it's 5% dodge chance after standing still. So if you stand still, you have more of a chance of dodging. More movement speed after running constantly. Okay, so that's like a little auto sprint mechanic. 6% chance to gain an extra item when you craft any wall, floor, bridge, or fence. That's really freaking lame. But that's okay, because there's good stuff later along the line. We already upgraded with all of our points. Let's see some of the things that we haven't been upgrading. So ranged combat is we don't have anything to use ranged right now. Cooking, we haven't cooked enough, I guess. We could get cooking. Fishing, something that we're working on now. And vitality, I think, is probably by losing health. That's what I'd bet. Either losing health or... Also, by the way, I think I'm poisoned from one of those worms. I think one of those worms really did a number on me. Let's try cooking with fish for the first time. We'll cook with this blue cave guppy, and I'm gonna mix it with a heart thing because the heart thing is like really well balanced item. I'm just gonna cook. Oh, I can only cook one because I only have one fish. Okay, so we just made a hearty guppy fillet. It's got a dodge chance, a max health, healing, and food. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it saves your recipes, so you can do your experimentation. Also, I can see like, okay, so you can actually take this out. So you could even do this based on a picture if you wanted to. You could go, oh wait, I already know what this is. But it does look like they have a limited amount of sprites, but they have different, well, not sprites, but like shapes, and then they use different colors. Orang berry pudding. So one of these fish turned into a fillet. One of them turned into pudding. That's kind of gross. It says max health, healing, mining damage. Wow. Okay. So there are some like specialty food things that you can do. That's cool. And then also, I forgot about this larva meat. Yuck. Let's try larva meat with a spicy bomb pepper. It looks like it's going to turn into a wrap of some sort. Fish pudding. Bleh. Just kidding. I don't know. I haven't ever tried fish pudding. Might be actually good. Gooey pepper wrap. Okay, that's the most amount of food out of anything. You move faster probably because you're grossed out and you're trying to get away from the food you just ate some of. Healing and... Please don't do that, Rosera. Ah, the peak! Jedi's peak, finally. Finally, Jedi peak. Finally. Top text, bottom text, Jedi peak. Finally, core keeper. Finally, a way to keep my core. Water. What are you doing? What are you doing, core bro? I'm gonna grab all the food. Let's get cooking. I want to upgrade my cooking abilities. Let's become a master chef. Master Chief? Master Chief, do you want to tell me what you're doing in the nurse's office?
I threw up.
Oh my god. Why do you have... Kareem and Sunny... Why do y'all have a bunch of stinking... Why do y'all have a bunch of cursed emotes of... What's he called? What is the diner dash guy? The... I forget his name. No! Die! I fixed it though. You couldn't even mistreat me that bad. At least it didn't break my stream now. Guy Fieri, thank you. Yes. Guy Fieri. Oh my god. Guy Fieri emotes in my chat. Forbidden. Forbidden lunch. Oh, I just caught kelp. Okay, so maybe we need a fish at a fishing spot. Is that the case? Also, it went away. It left. Fishing spots are temporary. Glory is eternal. Do you not like visiting Flavortown? I mean, like I visited when I was a kid, but I don't know. I just haven't been back in a while. I'm not sure how it's aged. I don't know. Flavortown's I know that it's been growing recently, but last time I went, I had kind of got a weird vibe. Actually, I went to Guy Fieri's restaurant recently with Obst. Obst and I went to his hey, could y'all stop? Did y'all just wait? Did you just wait for it to refresh? I went to Guy Fieri's restaurant. I forget what it's called, but it's a burger place in Disney Springs. It's a burger place in Disney Springs. I think it was called like Hollywood Burger, and it was really good. It was actually an extremely tasty burger, and it had tons of memorabilia on the walls, like stuff from movies. Like they had the Riddler's outfit in the Batman movie. The whole place was just filled with cool stuff. It was a really neat place to eat, and the food was very tasty. That's fine. I don't need to break streams. I'm too busy breaking hearts. Die? Breaking hearts? Stop. Stop. Let me catch it. Fish lunch. Fish at dinner. Wait. Oh no, did all the fishies go? I think you only can catch like a couple of fish out of one of these swarms, and the rest of this is garbaggio. I hate how I'm still poisoned. Do I need to die? I kind of want to die. This better not be kelp. This better not be greens. Also, you're back, Rosera. I'm sorry for just noticing. Hello there, Rosera. You have returned. Okay, we're fishing. We're fishing. All right, time to let's cook up some grub, and then it's off to the races. Wood. Okay, that does not look like wood, but I'll take your word for it. I got a blue cave guppy. A guppy. We haven't cooked it with mush, right? A hearty guppy fillet. Let's cook up some other grub. Maybe we'll make some shiny food. Shiny food with a fish. Looks like a brown froggy. Froggy. Is that true? Okay. Oh, yo, we just made some soup. We just made some blue mushroom soup. Nice. And let's cook with this glow root. What's all this? Coffee. Tasty. Glowing fishy fillet. Tasty. Tasty. It says health, glowing. So I'm not seeing too much wild stuff. This is like all kind of regular. Stop eating my friends. Stop, mushroom gal. I have to do it. They're not sentient. Not sentient, promise. Promise. These are dumb fish. You don't know these these mushrooms. Fish are less dumb mushrooms. Fish are kind of sentient, right? Okay, listen, we're gonna cook the mushroom, but we won't kill the mushroom. Hey, Lupus, what's up? Fish equals mushroom. Oh my God, my brain's fried now. Y'all are frying my brain. Stop it. You said hi subconsciously when I redeemed pufferfish. Is that true? I said, oh, hello. Hello there. 20 food, dude. Dude, 20 food. Delicious. I just need to make sure that I don't use my, my mining damage. That's too good. We can't get rid of the mining damage. Okay, let's eat. Go chow some of this stuff. Oh. We're gonna need to eat more than that. Oh, dang. Wow, lad, calling Mushroom Gal a dumb now. Rude? Oh my God, I'm so finished with y'all. I'm so finished with y'all right now. Y'all are up to no good. Y'all, what activated the absolute chaos in the chat this evening? I haven't done anything to spur this on. I've done nothing. I've done nothing this evening. I've been nothing but a good boy and a cool streamer. A cool streamer, a good boy, a welcoming individual, and all I get is hate mail. Hate mail. That's all of it. That's all that I get. I am unsubscribing! Also... Lupus, I missed you too. Lupus, where have you been? Where have you been? You've been so busy. You've been so busy doing life and stuff. We missed you. No, 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 no. No, 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 you stupid worm. Kill that worm. Worm mom. Worm mom. Worm mom? Worm mom! Can we kill? Get wrecked. Dude, Mama's so strong. Mama's so dead. Yo, we just got golden larva meat. Shucks. Golden larva meat. Mmm, tasty. Anybody want some larva? Nothing makes you feel more alive. Makes me feel alive again. Oh, there's a lot of worm down here. Wormtown? Wormtown, USA? Time to get out of here. Actually, I'm leaving. Oh, we could break this. Pop. There we go. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Yum, yum, yum. Golden meat. Ooh, golden meat. Are we gonna cook up this golden meat? This tasty, it says golden larva meat. 1+ life on melee hit for 2 minutes. Whoa. Self-healing abilities? That's incredible. What else did we get? We got nothing out of that. We got nothing out of all that pain. All that pain and sadness did nothing for us. Incredible. When is chat not chaotic? Pretty late at night. Like, chat gets pretty quiet around, I'd say like 3 a.m. 3 a.m. everybody goes to bed. And it's only people that are like super invested in the game that are trying to help. Because all of y'all are sleepyheads. Sleepyheads? Ooh, we could catch some fish out here though. What'd you say, Lupus? It's a kennel job. It's not far from you. Ooh, a job interview. Ooh. Good luck, good luck. Good luck, Lupus. You've got this. You've got this. You're the best one for the job.
I can tell you that much right now, Lupus. I haven't seen who you're going up against. I haven't seen the interview process yet, and I haven't asked you any questions, but I know you're the best one for the job. Oh boy, that larva mama's still coming after me.
Can they just like magically know where I am? Because they followed me for a long time after I was way out of their vision. Do we still need tin? Do I actually still need tin? Maybe we should just go back. I think I'm able to actually build stuff. They eat the lights. Oh, I'm so hungry. They actually love eating light. Well, I guess I can understand. I do enjoy noshing on light bulb every now and again. Let's see. How much tin do we have and how much tin do we need? We've got no tin and we need all the tin. Okay, well that would explain why I was just going straight back there. We could get, oh God, there's an anvil, a table, another table. We haven't built anything. We have nothing. We could also build a backpack. Why is there tin involved in a backpack construction? Best to not ask. I do need, Jedi is the late night chaos. That's true. Jedi takes care of all the chaos just by themselves. Everyone else sleeps while Jedi rages. Jedi doesn't have to rage against the machine. They can just rage against the streamer. I'm actually gonna catch some goods. I'm gonna catch some goodies. Also, Demi Lion, welcome back. Like welcome back and stuff. God dang, could you freaking stop, you stupid... What the heck is wrong with this fish? Dude, you had to get like a really good start on that one. That fish was crazy strong. No chance, man. No chance with that fish. Jedi's bad to the bone. Bad. Alright, I'm just gonna leave that alone. You know what? Those fish can live in peace and harmony for now. For now. Because I'm a farmer. At the end of the day, I'm a farmer. Let's be honest, I farm. Okay, that's what I do. Oh, and I garden too. That's a better word for it. Okay. Let's plant all the goodies. You've been busy on the server. Up to no good, no doubt. Up to no good being a dubious creature on our Minecraft server. Getting up to mischief. Where, I think I just destroyed one of our seeds. My bad. My bad. I may have destroyed it. Out of water. We gotta fill up the watering can. Oh, shucks. We got the whole watering can over here. Doot, doot, doot. There we go. Look at that. Nice and fresh. Freshly watered. Mmm. Fresh. Oh, Cookie Run Kingdom alerts. Nice. That can't be Rosera. She hasn't logged in for 16 days. You want me to kick you out of the guild? Because I can totally do that, Rosera. Like, it's all right. If you don't like the game, don't worry about it. Like, no pressure, you know? No pressure. You don't have to keep playing the game or anything. I do nothing. I only have 2 diamonds. Only 2. Oh my goodness. Nice flex. Nice flex. Ooh, what is this? A spicy golden steak. 4 life on melee hit for 2 minutes? Dude, you could live forever. Big words coming from someone who didn't sign in for 4 days? Oh, yeah. Yeah, 4 days does equal 14 days, doesn't it? Yeah, 4 days is 2 weeks. Just because I was taking a little break? Just because I was taking a little break? Okay, I see how it is. I've been playing Cookie Run for like 4 months solidly. And then 4 days, and Alchemic's like, yep, that's a friend off my friends list. Yep, that's a delete. Let's kick him out. Kick him out of his own guild. He's been gone for 4 days. Oh my goodness. Work's been very stressful? No. Rosera, listen. I don't know why this is so hard to talk about. I don't understand. This has never worked properly. Rosera, it's a game that really doesn't matter. It's just for fun. If you like to play it or you think you're going to continue to play it, then I will absolutely not kick you out. There's nobody knocking on the door, like smashing their way into the Cookie Run zone. So there's no pressure either direction. If you think that you would like to play the game, then no worries. There's nobody that's desperately trying to get into the guild. But if you think that you're going to play it, then great. We'll leave you in. If you think you're done and you're bored by the game, no worries. Like, do either one of them. I really don't mind either way. I'm just like asking. It's just a question. Do you even like it? You don't have to like it. It's just a game. You've been trying to get into the guild for a month now? Yeah, Drax has actually been banging on the doors. I forgot about that. I did hear that yelling the other night, and I was wondering what it was. Turns out I'd left my phone volume on max, and it was Drax banging on the guild door. Never mind. Actually, all the pressure in the world. I forgot about that. My bad, Drex. I won't forget about you again. Oh, you want to keep playing? Okay, great. No worries. Then honestly, you can stay away for 2 months and I don't care. It's not about the number. It's just about interest. I was just curious. But now I know, but my God, this is a chaotic stream. Let's see. What? Oh, we could actually build this area looking kind of nice. I kind of want to make some floors around here. And it's only a wood? Let's see what the building mechanics look like in this game. I ain't built nothing yet. You ain't built nothing yet. Okay, floor's looking pretty good. You know, we're Happy Home Academy. Here we go. You know, this is Ope stream now. Very, you know, aesthetically pleasing. Of course. Everything I do. There we go. Nice. House is looking schmoove. We need some walls, I think. Some walls, maybe a swinging door. Rosie literally sat up and twiddled at me when the yelling started. The yelling started. Oh my God. Just a little bit of shouting. Spike trap. Ooh, a tin bar makes a spike trap. Ooh, I like that. Wood bridge. Ooh, you're gonna make me want to buy this game with all this crafting. I know. Rimmage, do it. Let's play this game. Let's do it. I think I'm gonna be playing it later with Alchemic. If he hasn't if he doesn't hate me because of my cookie run, the cookie run fiasco. We'll see. We still got some time.
Let's buy some wooden walls. Here we go. There we go. Build some walls. Building up wall right. Doop.
Oh, my cooking pot. Oh no. I was a fool. Forgotten all about it. There you go. The rage. Oh, did I move it? Do I get to pick it up? Oh, shucks. Thank goodness. I was kind of worried about that. Shuck Jones. Put this right there. No? Yes? Yes. Okay. Build this right here. Looking pretty good, y'all. Looking pretty good. My house, actually pretty great. Thanks for asking. Make this corner. We're right on like the waterfront, so you could just like walk out onto the there we go. Oof. Okay. Nice. This house is such a good neighborhood. It's a perfect place to build. I can, thankfully, I can grab ground and I can make it so that you can actually walk around that corner. I can also break walls. Also, hi there, Lex. Your COVID's over? Nice. No more COVID. COVID be gone. You beat it. You beat it, Lex. I'm glad to hear that, my friend. Feeling healthier yet? Feeling healthier? Huzzah. Huzzah indeed. I'm going to break this wall. This house is not going to make any sense. Because it doesn't need to. Nice. It's a walk-through house. You guys, you want to walk through my home? Take a look at the furniture. See if it's somewhere that you want to move in. That there. That there. Yeah, we'll just put it against the walls. There you go. Furnace in the middle. Oh, we could put let's put the cooking pot in the middle. That'd be kind of cool. Everybody sit around the cooking pot and I'll tell you all a story. I think I'm just gonna leave that there for now. What else can I make that would make it less ugly around here? We can make a bed. Ooh, a place to sleep, eh? Nice. It says a place to sleep also allows friendly inhabitants to move in if placing in a room to their liking. What? That's a really confusing way of saying anything. How do I set my spawn here? Can I do that? Well, I can break the bed, that's for sure. How do I? It's open concept. It's an open concept home. Very nice. It's all IKEA stuff, of course. Aw, sleepy. Look at the sleepy baby. Oh, speaking of a sleepy baby, it's Anne. How are you doing? Anne, what's up? Why are you cringing at me? Girl, I'm about to cringe at you. Up to no good. Oh, can't auto stack anything. We honestly need like a cooking pot box. I wonder if you can you change these colors? You could sort and quick stack. I don't see a way to, ooh just got censored. It is a curse word after all. Be ye warned. Do not say ooh, bad word. Excuse me, Automod. You're drunk. It's true. Automod needs to go home. Can we get a designated driver? Can somebody please be Automod's designated driver? I think they need to go home. All right. Our house is looking a little weird. Let's be honest. But it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We could dig up some ground. Well, for one, we can definitely dig up that. That was horrible. You can also make bridges. I just remembered that. Oh, that water took a second. Let's build some of the bridges and see what they look like. You can make fences. Yeah, this says wood bridge used to cross chasms. That sounds pretty useful. Oh, we were gifted an extra wood bridge because we're builders. Because we're crafters, builders. Hey, okay, that looks great. Okay, that looks great. That looks like a deck. That looks like a deck. That's cool as heck. I'm about to deck this slime too. Nice. The sound effects is so fun. Yeah, I'll leave it like this. And if we bring these bridges, we could actually go straight to the right. Oh, good night. Oh, wait, are you actually going to bed? Oh, you're going to go to sleep now. How did you know? Because, Anne, you just jumped in and you cringed at me, and that means that it's time for you to go to bed. Nighty-night, Anne. Get some rest. Thanks for jumping in, saying hi. Okay, let's try crossing this chasm. We've got 35 wooden... Oh! Hello. Hello, darling. Would you like to die now? Sorry, darling. Sorry to do you this way. I think I might be able to... Oh, no, I can only hit him once. Oh, my gosh. This is risky. Whew, that was scary. Okay, let's eat. Dang. You really got to eat all the time in this game. It's hard. This game's hard. Who made this game? Satan? Oh, wait, no, that's the mining speed one. I shouldn't eat that. Oh, and we got some more larva meat. Actually, hunting larva might be a great idea. Oh my gosh. My healing's like kind of going up, but it's still kind of bad. Where's my... Oh, my torchies. My torches. Look, they ate all my... They ate all my torches. Why would they do that? What is the biological reason for this? Okay, now we're schmoving. Ooh. We still got 24 of these. You also can't fall off the edge, which I kind of like. Not gonna lie, kind of like that. Kind of like not dying. Okay, we got some shinies in these walls. We got some shininess. Can you block the worms so that they don't keep destroying your... Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah. Block them off. That's... Of course I should do that. Silly to have not thought of that. Oh, man. This iron pickaxe is moving. Look at this pig go. Oh, my gosh. Let's go. Hey, it's on me. On me, what's up? Not dying? Heck yeah. Hey. Listen, we like living around here. We just have a life just has such a luster to it on me. That's so hard to say. Oh my gracious, how are you doing? What's up? What's up? Oi, oi. We're playing some Core Keeper. It's a new early access game. I thought I'd check it out. I don't mean to brag, but I'm kind of a pro at not dying. What? No death? Are you on a no death run right now? Of life? Any percent? 80% no deaths. That's the run that I'm doing too. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. Must just be the gaming gene. Okay, we up to something. There's something shiny over here. Some goodies. I think I've only found copper in here though. Where's all my tin at? Where's my tin at? Okay, I think all the tin's downward in Danger Town. I don't want to go there. Speedrunners in the chat? Oh my gosh. Finally some speedrunners. I mean, Brad was in the chat earlier. Brad's a speedrunner. Brad needs to teach me his speedrunning ways. I've never sped-run anything. Closest I've come to speedrunning is playing Getting Over It, which is very fun. Speedrunners? I don't know if I have the will. I don't know if I have the will, the commitment. Listen, I'm bad at commitment, all right? All right, just ask my boyfriend. Where do we, okay, we're gonna block off the wall? Where are the goodies? Oh, wait. Wait. Here we go. Did I beat 5 minutes? No. We haven't played Getting Over It in forever. I haven't made any new records. Yeah, these stupid worms ate all my torches. Dude, I left them like a little trail for them. Okay, I think it's down here. Shucks. No, look, there's torches here. Okay, it is here. Could y'all frick off? There we go. Got it. Doom speedrunners. No. No Doom. Sorry. No Doom. Doom's too intense. Doom's kind of nasty. Kind of violent. Kind of violent. It is fun though. I did play a fair bit of Doom Eternal. But didn't beat it. I'm not incredible at shooters. At like a real true first-person shooters like Doom, or let's see, what are some other options? What other shooter, like classic shooter games are there besides Doom? Like that's one that's been around for forever. We need to stay in this zone to get any. Let's see, Wolfenstein. Oh yeah, I've played a bit of Wolfenstein. Wolfenstein was fun. Wasn't great at it though. Wolfenstein is fun. That's another classic. Ooh, Wormtown, USA. Quake? Wasn't that multiplayer? Yeah, Quake is just literally another Doom game in my mind.
Ooh, the trees. The trees are powerful down here.
I think I'll place down a few torches. Oh wait, we could dig up this. Metroid? What? Metroid's not a shooter? Bruh. Metroid be a platformer, if anything. Metroid is just Metroidvanian, you know? It made its own thing. It's its own genre. Okay, we got some cool stuff down there though. We gotta kill this thing. Ooh, the torches make good bait though. Yeah, you dying. Yeah, you're dying tonight. Sorry to tell you about that. What is this? Free stuff? Oh my gosh, Wormtown. Welcome to Worm Valley. Oh my gosh. Stop. Yeah, there we go. Now you dead. Okay, now I'm out of space. Okay. Now I understand what people were talking about. It's the decorative items. That's what gets you. Metroid is just Mario with lasers? What? It's just Mario Brothers. It does kind of look like Mario Brothers, let's be honest. Let's be honest. Metroid is just Peach's story. Oh my gosh, there's too many worms. Why is there a whole worm family? Oh, shoot. Dude, 80? 80? Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm back. I'm back, baby. Knack's back. I don't see the... Wait a second. So the disadvantage of dying is just you have to go get your stuff again? Like, that's actually not too bad, because if you get all your stuff again, do you think that I'm losing any of my experience? It probably breaks my equipment faster. Ooh. Plant points. 5% chance to gain a seed when harvesting plants. Ooh. I like the sound of that. I'd like a little bit of that in my life. Now, where did we die? Oh, it's got a little marky on the map. Little marky mark. Little marky mark. We're in the clay caves now. This is where the tin is. Yeah, I don't really... There are some... in the mining perks, there are perks that let you get, like, more goodies per vein. Wait. Not to reduce it, but this is basically Stardew if it was all underground. I mean, for one, there's no NPCs, which is not, like, a mark good against this game. It's a mark bad. A mark against it is that there's no NPCs, so there's no development like that or no story. But I do like the skills better. The skills are more fun. The combat is better, as far as I can tell. You don't have to deal with time. That's true. I find the farming very satisfying. Fishing is... I think I like Stardew fishing better. But I don't know. Something feels like distinctly different. Stardew has like no... I don't know. Like there's no discernible campaign. Like Stardew feels like you can do stuff, but you kind of like got to make up your own... Make up your own mind on what to do. I personally don't like that in a video game too much. Like, not to be a whiny baby, but I normally like to have a point, like a direction or like a boss to beat or something. Like, I normally like something. And this game's got 3 bosses to fight, and it's got like progressive armor. I mean, you can build like progressively better tools in Stardew, but I don't know. The combat especially just feels like, oh, you just pick up better stuff as you go down in the caverns. I don't know. It feels more like a game in the RPG aspect of this. It's kind of fun. It's kind of fun. I kind of like it. I don't know. They're definitely... I could see why you compare them, but I honestly don't think that it's too easy of a comparison to make. They feel very different to play. I think they might look the same, but they feel quite different. I'm gonna hit this out of the way. What is this? Oh, it's just a fruit. A fruit. Okay, let's... should we just go home? We could also mine an easier way to get back here. Yeah, if we just go straight up... Do I have any more of those, bridges? Yeah, I do. Yes, I do. Well, maybe we can go north. Maybe we can save ourselves some time here. Just go straight up. We'll have to see if I have enough of these paths, but we can try our best. All right, we got some cave going on here. Nice. Ooh, some shiny in the wall. Ooh, some shiny. Hey, cat, what's up? How are you doing? Oi. What's up? We're keeping our cores. Keeping our cores right now. We're playing some Core Keeper. I just decided to pick this up today. I just like randomly went to the Steam store and was just like, I'm just gonna pick this up. Do you think it might just be the visuals? There's 3 main bosses, and in addition, there's 3 more. Yeah, I think also some of the comparisons might go away after it's out of early access, because it is. It's not complete at the moment. What about the Castlevania? You don't understand how to Stardew fish? Oh, there's multiple ways to Stardew fish, and some of them are easier than others. I think that I use the clicking one. The clicking one will like raise the bar as you click it, and it'll like naturally lower if you don't click it. I think I find that one the easiest, but there's a few options, so you might be playing it on hard mode. You might be kind of doing pro mode. There's more than just 3 bosses? Yeah, see, like, there's bosses in this game. It feels so distinctly different than Stardew. Just having bosses and fun combat alone makes it feel very different. Also, this has a, like, even more distinctly co-op direction. Like, you can play with 8 people in this game, and everybody can pick, like, a different class. The cooking feels pretty similar. The fishing's pretty similar, so there's definitely plenty of similarities to point out. Okay, I can destroy this wall for now, I guess. I could. This is cool looking? Yeah, it's pretty fun. It's pretty fun, Cat. I just thought I'd try it out. Lots of people had recommended it, so I thought I'd give it a shot. We got our own little plants. Got our own little plants up here. Let's see. What is the main thing that I need to do now that I'm up here? First thing, let's get to smelting. Get it smelting. Let's empty some stuff out of our pockets. And I'll put some stuff specifically. We're going to keep the bridges. Those are really useful. This eventually will have no food in it. I think it might have no food in it. The bridges are really nice. I like those. Oh, only got 1 tin ore out of that whole thing. I could build another smelter. They're really affordable. Let's do that. Let's just build another one because it's just made out of dirt walls. It's just dirt walls. That's it. Might as well have a... You also don't have to you don't have to give any fuel for the smelter either, so that makes it even easier to just like split it up. We're gonna have a lot of copper by the end of this. I wonder if there's something useful I can make out of copper. Well, we can fix our tools. Past that, is there something... This is all tin stuff. There's not a lick of copper in any of this. I'm looking, I don't see anything. Paintable floor. Ooh, wait a minute. Is it always night or are you underground? I am underground. I'll show y'all up here. Up here is like where you spawn from. I guess this is the core. Core's up here. It's got 3 different like altars for the shrines. It's got, and they've each got like 3 little inputs. I'm guessing that those are things that you get from the boss, but this is like the main area. It's powered down. It's like, I'm sure that you use this to teleport. And, Gorm the Devourer, you might have to beat him 3 times. It's possible. So there's the Devourer, Glurch the Abominous Mass. Abominous. It's hard to say. And then the Hive Mother. I'm scared. Let's move that. I'm gonna move our what is this? Copper anvil? Because we can make some copper. We'll make some copper armor. Forgot about that. Great names, I know. And we've already seen one of them. We saw a giant worm. And we can go back to that worm area maybe after we beef up our armor a bit. We'll see. I don't think I can kill that thing though. It looks tough. It looks tough as nails. I'm gonna put that out here. And yeah, we'll make some copper mail. It's 9, 11, and 8. We're not gonna have enough, I don't think. Yeah, we only got 17, but we can get started. Let's start with the clothes. Oh, well, I guess we'll get the breastplate in a minute. I kind of wanted to keep my head uncovered because my eyeballs are cute. Now I look like just a boring soldier. We could also scrap these clothes, but we'll only get wood out of them, I think. Not particularly useful. But it is cool that they made like a scrapper that you can just upgrade stuff with. I wish that Stardew had a more clear way of doing that. I think there is a way to scrap stuff in Stardew, but I can't remember. Stardew, whenever you get new tools, it's kind of weird. I just put them in a box. I think there's a better way to deal with them. Yeah, let's go ahead and get the farm. Get the farm farmed. We're slowly building up our power. Let's see. Do we have any seeds in this box? Nope. Okay, so all the seeds are on hand. Oh, recycling machine. Okay, that's what it is. Because I remember they had something. They had some option. As we upgrade our gardening, we can upgrade a skill that gives us more of a chance to receive seeds from harvest, which is cool. I'm gonna make this a little wider to make this more satisfying to look at. Okay, and what's this? We only have one of these seeds. Then we got 4 of these. We'll put them here. Make them some shapes. Oops. Uh-oh. We just watered nothing. I just gave all the worms water. They seem thirsty. The earthworms needed some, they needed some water. All right. What do we got here? We got a gross little silk wiggly thing. We're growing a little wood farm up here. I'm just gonna let it go crazy. I'm just gonna let it go crazy up there. I should eat something. Yes. We should probably just go ahead and cook. It's really cool that there's a cooking stat, because you can just the more you cook, the better you'll get. Let's see, which one is it? Oh, it's this one. Oh, it's a ladle. It's a ladle. It looks like a key to me. This little icon looks like a key. It does not look like a ladle, but that's all right. I think I have all my food on me. I think I have all my food. I'm gonna put. Okay, we already got berry pudding. That's for mining. That's our mining noms. I'm gonna cook a gooey pepper wrap. Look at all this treasure I have on me. Look at all these goodies that I have on me, person. There we go. Oh, let's just let it go crazy. Let's just cook as much as possible. Hello, Baba Booey. Hey, it's Elvio. What's up? Yo. Everybody say hi to Elvio. You say that, but you got a snack with Opes around. What? A snack? I wish Opes was around. Opes has been gone for so long. I miss him. I'm all alone in this house. I don't have a roommate anymore. I'm all isolated. I haven't seen anybody in days. The only time that I get to see people is if I like get off of my butt and like schedule a hangout with a friend. Oh, lonely. Ooh, cooking up some grub, rub-a-dub-dub, hearty pepper grub. Yum. Hello everyone, Baba Booey to all these beautiful people in chat. Hey, we finally got to hang out after a long time, VO. Nice. Finally, we got to hang out for movie night. We're gonna do movie nights every other week. I think that we might play some of this game together. This would be fun. You can go look through shop windows and stare at people. That's true. I could go watch people. I do actually stand outside for a fair bit each day and just like sip on my coffee, watch the people go by. Normally listening to an audiobook or something. You're excited for the Earlpst co-stream? Ooh, yeah. I would love to, I think that we might try to do, I'm the only one that has like asked for this, but I think it would be really funny to do a You Laugh, You Lose with Earlpst. I think that would be fun, or at least do like some reaction content. I think that would be fun to do some reactions with Earlpst. I think that would be really funny. I think that would be fun. Okay. All right. So you get the cooking XP whenever you pull the food out of the pot. Yeah. Okay. So it is grabbing cooked food from the cooking pot increases the chance of gaining additional cooked food. All right. Nice. Wow. That is really slow though. That is a very, very minor amount. I suppose you can just like leave this cooking, can't you? But we're already down to 4. So I think I'll switch out for the glow tulip and then we'll just leave it. These do look like French fries. This does just look like we're making French fries. Yes, do that with Oaths. That's what I'm saying. I think it'd be super fun. I think it'd be very funny. Our food's low, but our health, I think we've been poisoned. I think that our poor little character got poisoned, unfortunately. There we go. Nom, 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 nom. Fries. Delicious French fries. French fried frog legs from Doc Hopper's. Okay, there we go. Fill her up. Looking good. Okay, everything is French fries. You think that fries sound good? I might make some pasta tonight. Pasta la vista. Oh, new skill in running. Nice. New talent. My new talent is running around in circles. And now I get to do one of these. Either movement speed, like I boost, or I have a chance to dodge when I'm staying still. I don't want that. I'm gonna do the boost. We'll boost it. Get boosty. Okay. And the other thing is that if we get enough tin, then we'll be able to build railroad components. Like here, a railway forge. We need 8 tin bars for that. Let's grab out this tin right here. Nice. We already made our armor. So we could use more of everything. We've already got our plants going. I'm trying to see if I'm forgetting something. Oh, I see how you grab single items now. You use the triggers. Okay. Is there something that I'm forgetting? Let's see. We can't make necklaces or rings. We can't make a bag yet. Our skills, we're continuing along. We don't have a ranged weapon, but I don't think I have an option for that yet. We already found one of the bosses. Ooh, a trap. A trap would be cool. Let's see. Am I forgetting anything before we just like go out into the unknown? We've literally built everything in the basic table. Everything in the basic table has been made. It looks like we maybe need to go look for iron. We've been in this like traditional area. We've been in a sand area. Then we've been in the clay area where we need to fix the sword, that's for sure. Okay, we need to use this hammer. Like this? Oh, I can't fix it. Oh, you need 2 copper bars to fix that sword. That sucks. Hey, Honey Lavender, what's up? How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi.
Honey Lavender.
I hope you're doing well today. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. I need 7 tin for this sword. Okay, so, I mean, I could just upgrade swords, but that's a lot of tin. 7. Sheesh. I can attack with other tools. Like, I can attack with this pick. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, that's so cute. Cat Seppi. Oh, my gosh. That's adorable. Oh, it's a BB emote. Oh. Isn't that Eighth's girlfriend? I'm trying to remember. That's so cute. Oh, my goodness. I need to get Frulio to make some more animated emotes for me. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Do 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 do. And we're not in the clay area right now. We will not get tin here. I'm just gonna mine across. I'm just gonna make this into like a big squirrely maze. Big squirrel. Heck yeah. Yeah, we need more art. Oh yeah. I'm gonna definitely be making stickers soon. I just need to do some calculations. I need to do some calculations and see if I can, what's the word? It's the, fulfill. If I can fulfill them myself. I'd really like to. So I'm gonna see if that's like a tenable solution. Oh, wow. Okay, we out here. I've still got some bridges. Some, Jeff Bridges. I don't think I can make bridges on hand. No, I cannot. But I think you only need the most basic workbench for that. Okay, is this? Okay, we just used all of them. But that's actually kind of nice, because now we have a free spot. Honey Lavender, oi oi, you had a pineapple Dole Whip served in a hollowed out pineapple? Ooh, that sounds delicious. Where do you even get something like that? Where do you get a pineapple, where do you get a Dole Whip? Where can you purchase this? Not that I can have it, but I'm kind of curious. I'm gonna get this. There's whole places that I'd never even heard of because I'm lactose intolerant. Like, what are they called? Our family never went to anywhere that served custard. I didn't even know what custard was or that it existed for the longest time. Then one of my friends was just like, hey, you wanna grab custard? And I was like, what is that? What is a custard? Can I eat this? I've never eaten a custard, so I have a feeling I can't. Let's go this way. I see some shinies in the wall. Dole Whip is dairy free? Is it? I wonder. My sister made Dole Whip whenever she was making a soap. She tried making Dole Whip and it was like, I think that she said it was okay. There's no dairy in Dole Whip? I wonder why I didn't try it. Because surely she had it. Maybe she hogged it all. That would be a very Katie thing to do. Make something delicious, and I'm like, oh, I probably can't have it. She's like, no, it's dairy free. You just can't have it because I don't want to share it. Put that there. Let's actually destroy this stuff. I want it gone because this is where the worms spawn on. Oh shucks, I don't think I'm gonna be able to kill all these guys. Wow, that was an incredible battle though. I can still punch, but it only does 10. Ow, God. Melee damage just went up. Okay, so even if you attack them with no sword, you still get like skill bonuses. I feel like I can kill it though. Just need to make sure that I can keep moving back. Okay, there we go, finally. Yeah, we need to go fix that sword, but I don't even know if I have enough tin right now. Playing a very dangerous game. Hey, I don't know no better. I don't know no better. It's the only game I know. Danger. Hey, Danger's my middle name. Danger's my middle name, and I'm 26 years old. Oh, no, I wanted to block him off. Oh my God. I go, oh, that'll do. Where do we go? You said, depends on how you make it. Sometimes it has vanilla ice cream. Okay, that's what, I think she did make one that I couldn't have. Yeah, I do think that she made one that I couldn't have then. Okay. That makes even more sense. Is there nothing here? Shucks, we gotta go back. How much tin do I have? Only one? Dude, I can definitely fix the pick though, at least. I only know that because we went to Disney. We were talking amongst ourselves on the plane. Some guy told us 20 minutes later that they were dairy-free. Wow. That's interesting. Well, I can see all of the interesting conversations that I'm missing out on planes. You could talk about Dole Whip, dairy-free, dietary restrictions, and possibly the weather. See, I've just been putting in my headphones every time that I go on a plane, but apparently I'm doing it wrong. Missing out big time. Oh, the much more expedient way to get back is over here. Yeah, let's go. Is this the way back? Okay, that's more dangerous. Right? Where's my house? Oh, I see it. I see it. It doesn't have like any distinctive colors or anything, but it does have an odd shape. It does have an unnatural shape. An unnatural shape about it. Let's dodge all these boys. I don't have any weapons, sir. I will see you later. Let's repair some of our items. They kind of busted. They kind of busted AF. Let's... I love how I can't fix that. It takes 2 copper. It's so silly. Let's, I guess we'll smelt this. I've got some copper. Now we can fix that stinking sword. That stinky, stinky sword that smells awful. Gonna auto stack everything in here, and the farm's looking good. We're farming out here. This is all good for like making food, but doesn't it seem a little like unnecessarily overpowered? Doesn't this farming seem overpowered? Like this is way more food than you'll ever need. Like that's something that I've noticed in this game is maybe the pacing's a little. Like, they give you a lot of advantages really early. Like, they let me have a really big inventory. And, oops. Oops. It's gonna be kind of ugly, you guys. I apologize. It's gonna be an ugly garden. You've heard of the secret garden? Well, welcome to the ugly garden. Is that? Plane convos are wild. My mom talks to everyone. Oh my gosh, so does my dad. My dad used to go on trips all the time for work, so he would run into like a bajillion people who talk to everybody. And of course, my dad has a million kids, so that's all that he would talk about. He is that guy. He is that guy that will talk your ear off about his kids. I wouldn't be surprised if he like carried pictures with him, especially like earlier in his life, and would be like, here's all my kids. Here's all their names. Okay, we definitely can't cook with that. I thought that the slime might taste good, dude. I thought that the slime might be tasty. Okay, so we're kind of running out of food. Okay, where'd I put the copper? It's over here. We'll grab that. Nice. Put that there, and let's, oh yeah, we need to fix Fix our sword, otherwise we're going to die in a hole. We're gonna die in a hole that we made ourselves. Your dad still has baby pics of you and your brother, and now the niece is in his wallet. My dad, if he had pictures of all of us, he would just have to open his wallet and it would go like all the pictures. They'd all be folded up. I'm sure if I make a Dole Whip at home, you could sub the milk content for coconut milk. Run the risk of it tasting coconutty. I'm already not crazy about the taste of pineapple, so I don't feel like we're starting off on the right foot here. Oh yeah, I need to make a copper breast, but I need more. Oh, do I get anything from these boys besides goop? I don't think so, but there were like little gross skull things that we could break. That those had some goodies in them. The only advantage of hitting these guys is leveling up, I think. Leveling up and the goop. Dang, yeah, we can take way more damage now. This armor's great. You don't care for coconut at all? I do like coconut itself. Coconut milk is big yuck though. It does make me feel like not good at all. But I do like coconut shavings. Coconut shavings, yum. Blue coconut slush at a Sonic, yum. I don't know if that has anything to do with coconut though. Is there any coconut in a blue coconut slush? Ooh, vitality went up. Hang on. Wait a second. So do you upgrade your vitality by hitting things? I should have checked that. I think it actually says. It says defeating enemies makes you tougher and increases your maximum health. That's sick. Okay, so killing them is great. See, that's what I love in these games. I love games that reward you just from standard combat. Like even in Elden Ring, it's like every time that you kill something, you get a little soul. Like even if it doesn't amount to too much, it still helps. I love games that like encourage combat. A game like what is it called? Breath of the Wild doesn't give you any benefits for attacking anything. So I mostly like will just avoid things because all you have is a chance to die. And you have to use your food. Maxed out. It says 6% of all skill points added to max health. What? All skill points add to max health? Max rank 12% of all skill points added to max health. Okay, so I think that's saying like my total skill points get added? Breath of the Wild combat feels like such a waste. You always come out the loser. Yeah, you always have more. Your sword's always more broken. You always are out of food because you had to eat it all. There's no winning. The only point of Breath of the Wild combat is those combat shrines, and it's a shame because the combat's really fun. I wish that they encouraged you to do it more because it. Ooh, I'm about to die because it really is. It's really deep and interesting combat. Oh wow, this makes you speedy. How do I heal? That's 20 seconds of 2.8. 20 seconds of 2.8. That kills you. Okay, this doesn't even heal you. The gooey pepper wrap is what we want. This is also healing. Okay, so healing and speed are what my these two things are. Oh, we could also just go back to our bed. But yeah, Breath of the Wild it's a real shame. I wish that they incentivize combat more. But they do give you like more weapons. So, oh wow, that heals you fast. Why don't you just build a bunch of beds? Instead of using healing food, why wouldn't you just carry around a bed? I think I'm gonna do that. Let's make some beds. Make some beds we can heal up on the go. That's really fast. How much does it cost to make a bed? It's just 5 fiber. I might not have the fiber right now, but that's not a bad deal. I just haven't been collecting any fiber. But I even have a fiber plant. If I'd been harvesting this thing and like replanting it, we would add plenty. I'm still weirded out why you can't change between these, like, there's got to be a button for it to switch between these parts of the inventory. I haven't figured it out though. You just end up using bombs for 90% of the fights. Yeah, I mean, I tend to like just use arrows. Like, I just tend to use the like falling effect. Like maybe set some ground on fire, jump up on a parachute, just beam them. Maybe it would be like in, I'm thinking about master mode. Like, why wouldn't you just avoid everything? It'd be so hard to kill anything too. There we go. There we go. This fish so close. I can't help it. I can't help it. They're just right here. We have to make some fish soup. I think I threw it too hard. No, no, no. That's too light. There we go. That's right in the middle of it. Right in the middle of the fish. Oh, did I miss it? Dang. These fish are particular. Bite, bite. Nom, nom. Eat. Eat fish. It's delish. Okay, there we go. What is this, guys? It's like a thrashing pattern. Breath of the Wild's coming out in next year in spring, right? Isn't that what they said? I think that they said first quarter or spring. It's still coming very soon. I'm excited. I don't think that they're gonna fix that combat thing, but the discovery looks like it's much more interesting because it's up in the sky. Up in the sky, some new abilities. I don't know. I'm just generally enjoying the I think I'm gonna enjoy the new story too. The first game was so good at being very like reserved with the storytelling, and I really liked it. It was still voiced. It still had cutscenes. It like had a non-chronological story that was interesting. Okay, so it thrashes 3 times. 2, 3. How could you ever beat this fish? I'm avoiding the thrashing. This is so hard. Dang, broke the line. That's too bad. Yeah, I think some of these fish are just too hard, which is something that I think that people get fussy about Stardew with, is that they don't fish enough to upgrade their skill. And as your skill gets better, you can catch like all the fish really easily. So I'm sure that it's the same situation here. Oh yeah, spring 2023. I just watched the video. After everybody told me about the announcement though, but I just watched the video. Nintendo is so succinct with their updates and everything. I really appreciate it. Nintendo really do just be like, "Hey, we got to work on this game. Sorry, y'all." Hey everyone, we apologize. We know that we said this date, but we want to update it because we want to keep working on this game. We apologize for the inconvenience. Anyway, see you then. It's so nice. They're not scared. They're not scared to just tell us the truth. I appreciate it. What do we got? What do we got? We got a fish. What is this wooden spoon that we got? It's a valuable. It says an old corroded eating utensil. Almost every culture has invented those. I don't know what these valuables are yet. Because we found another valuable. Did I put it in this box? It's these caveling skulls are also valuables. And I see the icon up in the right-hand corner there that looks like a little like horseshoe loop or something. And I see that horseshoe loop over here in the skill section for a reset. Yeah, sell them to vendors for money. Yeah, I'm seeing that there's another currency that I don't have access to at the moment. That's interesting. So there are NPCs in this game because I thought I saw NPCs, but I kind of just chalked it up to being other players. But yeah, okay, we got some confirmation. So we know that there's a giant freaking worm. Oh my god. Okay, so there's a giant freaking worm over to the right side. Maybe we should try going left. Maybe we should go down and left. See what's over there. Maybe there's another type of cave system. When it comes to specific teams within Nintendo, you've already learned to expect delays in development. Yeah, they do delay. That's true. I mean, like Metroid, no bet on that. Oh, it goes in a big circle. Okay. Let's try not tell me too much, Kaonas. I mean, I do. It is set as backseating, so I don't blame you, but definitely save some goodies that will bother me. Like the fact that there's a big worm that's circling around. That means that like I'm gonna mine to the edge and I'm gonna be like, oh, there's no big worm over here, and then the worm hits me in the face and I'm like, ah! See, like it's more fun. It's more fun if I don't know that. That's generally the way that I like think about backseating is Like, if you're gonna make it way easier for me, you probably shouldn't tell me it. because watching me suffer is like the primary enjoyment. That's like the most fun thing. Bop, 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 bop. But it's fine, because I would have figured that out pretty quick. And besides, there's a lot to this game. Seems like there's 3 bosses and there's even more of them? Like, holy mackerel. Holy mackerel. Yeah, it's kind of tricky with some games, like in Dark Souls. Well, for one, Dark Souls, it's like really hard to backseat anyway, because they'll be like, just dodge everything. That's like the primary suggestion is, oh, just get better at the game. Like, just get good. That is how you beat this boss, is by winning. But there are some like invisible walls in Dark Souls, or like some good suggestions of maybe you shouldn't upgrade that sword. Maybe you need to go find another sword. That is useful. That is stuff that I really want to hear. And if they're like, okay, you're walking out of this area, there's an invisible wall, you're never gonna find it. Just let me just tell you, there's a wall right here. Just grab it. Yeah, just don't get hit. Exactly. That's a great piece of advice. Thank you. Just don't get hit. It's easy. It's easy when you don't get hit, because then you don't have to heal either. It would have been good for me to carry some. Now I'm gonna waste like a lot of mining because I didn't carry any of them bridges, any of them Jeff bridges, but that's all right. Ooh, looks like we might have some boxes around here. Oh, thank you for the follow. Usually Reese, how are you doing? Hi there, Reese. It's nice to meet you. Hi there. My name's Oriel. My name's Earl. I play game. Oh, Geode. Oh, shucks. What is this? I need to stop saying shucks. It's another valuable. Another valuable. Jeff Bridges is a good actor. Have you seen R.I.P.D.? Because I actually kind of enjoyed it. It's actually pretty funny. Let's do it. Let's do it. Where's the goodies? Where's the freaking goodies? I was promised goodies. Oh, it looks like I'm back into a clay area. Yeah, R.I.P.D. was actually pretty great. I actually really enjoyed it. I think it was on, it's on like HBO or something, and I saw it and I was like, I always wanted to see this movie. I saw so many commercials as a kid and I was like curious about it, but it is really funny. It's one of the few Ryan Reynolds movies that I can actually enjoy now. He's just in everything. He's so freaking prolific in pop culture that he's starting to get annoying to me. And I hated Free Guy with a burning passion. So much so that I almost walked out of the theater and I wrote like a 2-page essay on all the things that I hated in that movie. I'm so sorry. It filled me with such rage. I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it. It came naturally. It was natural. I had to embrace my truly hateful self because honestly, that movie made me so mad. Ew, it's for gamers. Funny gamer movie. Reference. Where? Oh, there's goodies over there. Yes. Treasure. Yum. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'll stop being toxic right now. Right. 1, 2, 3. Now. Right now. Adam Project was much better. Oh yeah. The isn't that somebody was suggesting that for movie night. Here we go. Bop 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 bop. Ooh, 10.
Yes.
That's exactly what we need.
Delicious 10. Tasty.
Oh, back off, you little stinker, you little smelly little worm, you little darling little bugger. Oh yes, I need to eat. We're gonna eat this taco. We gotta eat that taco there. Oh, there we go. Now we're eating a taco. Eating ourselves some tacos in our trucks. Oh, hey now. Oh, wait now. Let's get out of here. So what am I doing? Like, generally in life. I think I need more 10. That's for sure. Let's see. Because we only got 5. These worms are annoying. I agree. These worms are cursed. The cursed worms. Let's block them off. Let's block these fools. See you later, losers. Kenny's never seen Beetlejuice. It's true, but I thought that we were gonna watch that next week. Why are you whining at me when I said that we should watch it? Oh my gosh. Yeah, we should watch Beetlejuice because it has Michael Keaton in it. I do like a Michael Keaton. Maybe we can watch Birdman next week. Quote worms. I wanted to talk to her, not give her worms. Oh no, that's a Stardew quote. That's from whenever I accidentally gave somebody worms because I was holding them. But yeah, we're gonna watch Beetlejuice on movie night. So in a couple of weeks, we're gonna do movie night every other week because I don't want y'all to be like getting used to it or anything. I don't want y'all thinking that this is just like an everyday kind of occurrence. It's a special occasion. A special occasion. Also, this I'm surprised we didn't find any bones. Found no bones. Maybe he'll come. Okay, that's a sign that I actually picked a good movie. Nice. Kenny doesn't want us to get too attached. Yeah, I mean, listen, Linz. Someday I gotta cut y'all loose, okay? Look, you're already out though. Linz is already a streamer now. I'm just basically trying to I'm trying to train y'all all to be streamers. And yeah, Linz has already flown the coop. I can't believe her. I'm so proud of her.
I'm so proud of her. She's already blossomed into a streamer.
Stop it! Got him. Let's
Latest, schmacky.
Oh yeah, the torches do not have any they don't have any what is it called? Durability. There's no durability, so you can just smack the stuff for free. You have to focus now. You thought that you could hang out and not be distracted, but I'm an utter fool. Listen, that's the biggest compliment you could have told me, that I'm super distracting. Nice. That means that I'm entertaining you. Hooray! But yes, good luck with your things that you are focusing on. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for hanging out. Oi, 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 oi. I'm so looking forward to TwitchCon. I was going to talk about that later, but yes, I'm so excited. Can't wait to meet you. Yes, yes, yes. Good luck, good luck, good luck. GL. Can I get rid of some of this stuff? Let's see. We got clay walls, kind of worthless. Chrysalis? Yeah, let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of this. Oh wait. Oh, you gotta press the button. Okay, that's kind of nice. It's harder to make a mistake. This is a very Terraria mechanic, this trash can. I like that. We got a cave pouch? What? A pouch? Where? This? 5 inventory slots. Nice. Dude, we just got we got a free backpack. That's cool. And we got some mechanical parts. A piece of ancient machinery, eh? Interesting. Piece of ancient machinery. I see a lot of diggy spots around here. There's some serious treasure about. Smack that stuff. Let's just grab like the surface level stuff because we're probably gonna like run into a worm cave in a minute. I have to block out. Oh, that's a lot of shine. That's a lot of shine over there. Oh, mamma mia. Smack that. I'm about to smack this wall so hard. Ooh, look at all these goods. Oh my goodness, this is all tin. It's all tin all the time. Wowie. That was the mother load. The mother load. I don't see any more shinies on the edges, but I do see shinies right there. Man, this is a great cave. We should stick around here. Hey, I think I could get used to this. Also, hey, it's Pink Monster. What's up? Oi, 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 Monster. How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. Welcome, welcome. I hope your Monday was good. What was that? Oh, no. Oh. I don't want to get this shiny though. Ooh, copper. Let's get out of here. Ooh. Run away, run away, run away, run away. There's monsters. There's monsters, and I'm not talking about the good ones. I'm not talking about our friend Monster. That's a beast. A real beast. Oh yeah, you can break things with... You can break this with torches too? This is definitely the way to go, because you can't Because your torches don't have any durability, like I said. Oh my gracious. Oh my gracious, we almost got murked by a worm. Or that actually didn't look too much like a worm. We've almost tired out our pickaxe, so let's just grab the loot, then we're gonna go home. We're gonna go home, get up to some shenanigans, build some stuff, you know, craft some crap. Craft cheese? Crap cheese. Velveeta? Selvita. Oh no, it already broke. It already broke. Time to go home. Home again, jiggity jig. If only there was some like teleportation spell or something. Maybe if we make sacrifices to the Dark Lord, then we can gain some like arcane abilities. But for the time being, we're gonna have to just, you know, exist as a regular human, unfortunately. No cheese for Kenny. Listen, Velveeta is almost not cheese. Almost. I think Velveeta is just real enough for me to not eat it. But it's so close to plastic that it's almost edible. It is ironic that the more artificial cheese is, the more I can have it. It's like, whenever I see a box of pizza that says 100% real cheese, then I'm like, shoot, that's too bad. Is this an all mine version of Stardew? Oh, this is called Core Keepers. Sorry for the horrible sound. I don't know why I did that. Yeah, this is Core Keeper. It's about keeping cores, you know. Just standard everyday affair. Just normal gaming stuff, you know. Just gamer stuff. Can we... These are wooden? This says, 38 fishing? This is 74. Dude, it's time to shred these little buggers. It's time to shred. Look, we're gonna put that there. We're gonna put that there. And then we'll destroy them. Ha! Oh, we only got wood. That's too bad. I thought we might get something good. That's sad. That's sad. Big Sag. Big Sag does not feel birthday man. Man, I can't believe that this game is treating me bad even though it's almost my birthday. Could be 28 years old. 69 slimes? Nice. Nice. Okay. I think we're gonna build... these kind of look like spurs. They look like spurs made out of grass. I might wear these to kick my grass horse. Kick my horse in the grass. There we go. These look like four-leaf clovers. Very lucky. Might attract a leprechaun to this village. Who knows? I think that we're gonna plant some more silk over here. Who knows? Might be able to attract some spider waifus. Enough silk to please anyone. Here we go. We gotta water everything with our watering can. Just a quick spritz. Here we go. Plants are looking moist. Oh yeah, out of water. Don't worry, there's plenty of water to go around. Perfect. All right, now onto the crafting. Maybe we'll cook up some grub. Anybody hungry? I'm hungry right now. I think I'm gonna cook up a jelly. A jelly pie. Jelly. That's... Auto stack. That's useful. I like that. Oh my god. So much tin. So little time. What are we gonna make with all this treasure? Wow. Sorry, I'm gonna... what do you say? 47, actually? Ha! I thought I was older. Who?
Nice.
No age talk. No age talk. I don't know what gave y'all the idea that y'all were allowed to talk about ages, but y'all are all about to get banned, and I'm very excited. Let's put that here. No ages in chat. Why are you yelling? Monster, don't talk to me like that. Also, Ashley, thank you for the 10 biddies. Hey, thank you for the 10 doggos. Oh, 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 oh. Appreciate it. How are you doing, Ashley? Hello, ban me. I'm old. Not all old people get banned, Jedi. I know that some of our previous bans may have made you think that, but you're a pretty cool old person, okay? You're just flying under the radar. All right, Jedi, you're fine, all right? You go, yay, I'm gonna be banned. You're getting banned anyway, Linz. You turned into a streamer. Okay, I'll stop. I'm sorry. All right, we're cooking up some delicious meat. You're old as well? Ashley, that's great to hear. That's great to hear. Shouts out to all the old people in chat. If you need glasses, shouts out to you. If you use a walker, shouts out to you. Oxygen tank? Heck yeah. Let's see. Thanks for the shouts out. Oh, sure. Sure. Oh, we can, I sound old now. We could build a table. Which one should we go for? Which one should we build? We could build an anvil for weapons. It says gear and weapons. The last anvil that we got only made armor. It only made armor. We don't need armor. We need something better than armor. But it does say gear. Gear. This says armor. But this says armor and gear. So there might be something good there. Oh yes, I was only kidding, especially about that one, TNT, because I actually need glasses. I actually need glasses. So I was only teasing. Most of us use glasses. Isn't that right? Painter's table, worthless. Alchemy table, interesting. Carpenter table, not so good. Okay, we got to make the anvil. Sorry. I pretended like I was going to give y'all an option, but all your options have been removed. Ooh, slingshot. Oh my God. The bronze armor. It says copper and tin, eh? Bronze? Ooh, it says a good armor to survive battles more easily. That's cool. Also a tin dagger. Ooh. This dagger is small stabs. 3 attacks per second. 61 to 73. Wow, that's more melee damage. 2.5. Okay, so it's faster and hurts more. Wow. Also a shield. Offhand, shield yourself and reduce any incoming damage. Can be equipped. So do you have to actually hold it? It's only wood and tin. We should definitely get it. Because we have enough tin. Now, I know that I'm kind of just spending our most precious resource, but let's be honest, a shield would do us a lot of good. It's the offhand item. That means that we can't use the lantern at the same time. That's too bad. Oh, wait. Is it equipped? Do you have to hold it? Oh, it's a button press? Which one? Oh, there we go. So does it block all the damage? Or only a percentage? It's a 70% damage? That sucks. Why'd I pay for this? Oh, dang it. Oh, I didn't even dodge that one. That was my fault. Sorry about that. Ugh. Okay, I want to dodge something. I want to defend. This might be good for a boss, though, to be honest. Most likely getting spine surgery. Ooh, congratulations, TNT. I hope it goes good. I had some friends in high school that got spine surgery for, what's it called? It's the twisty back thing. It's called, Y'all would know better than me. I'm uneducated. I'm sorry. What was it? Scoliosis. Yeah, that's what it was. Thank you. I had a friendo that had scoliosis whenever we were in high school, and they got it all fixed up. And now they're all better. Their back is as straight as a board. As a straight board. As a non-bowed board. Let's we'll cook up these fish. I'm kind of out of ingredients, and I'm just cooking so that I get experience now. How much tin do we have in the end? In the end, we have 13 tin. 1310, that's a good year. Did anything notable happen in 1310 that anybody can think of? Okay, we could make, we could make a railway forge and purposefully, we could schmoove big time on the rails. But an alchemy table's even more tempting. We should do that first. Alchemy, very cool, very cool. Full metal alchemist. Ooh, potions. Healing potion with a heart berry. Okay, so this is just like another type of cooking. Another type of cooking. I wonder, I'm guessing that it doesn't give you any cooking XP though. Melee damage, armor, healing, explosive. Oh, bombs. Nice. Yes, yes. Do we have any historians that can tell us what happened in 1310? Exactly. They always did those scoliosis tests in grade school. I was told to stop carrying my backpack on one shoulder, but I was a rebel. Wow, that's really smart, Linz. That's really, really smart. That's like the one time that that I told my friend to stop. Like, people can get really messed up, spines, guys particularly, with big wallets. Big wallets in their back pocket. That can really, it can like permanently mess up your either your like hips or your spine. I forget, but it can be very painful. There we go. There we go. I stopped putting my pocket and I stopped putting my wallet in my back pocket, and I got a smaller wallet, and I started putting it in my front pocket, and then now I don't even use a wallet. You don't carry one, Drex, and neither do I. I just put my cards right in my pocket, like a degenerate. I just grab my my cards, put them in my pocket, same pocket that my phone goes in, then my keys go in the other one. That's it. That's all that I carry. We are so alike. It's true. It's true, Drex. I'm shocked. Do you carry your keys with you too? Wait a minute. Drex. Wait a minute. Do you carry keys and a phone? Wait a minute. We have so much in common. This is crazy. Yep. What? What? We both carry the exact... Oh my gosh. Drex, are we the same person? What's your last name? I'm just kidding. Don't tell me that. Mind blown. Wait a minute. Are you an American? Wait, do you eat every day? No! Don't say it. Don't say it. I was only teasing. I was teasing that we might be related just because we both don't use wallets. What is this? 5% more food from cooked food. Huh? How can you get... What does that mean? Like it increases all the stats of the food? Dang, they really make you grind in this game. I've been grinding. Look at this. Only number 32 here. Like, dude, that's a lot of... This might take like a forever to upgrade anything. Oh, we need to fix our... Oh, shucks. I hope I have enough goody. There we go. Nice. We could make a tin sword or a dagger. Ooh, tin dagger. Stabby. I think we're going to get stabby with it. Let's get stabby about it. Yeah, it's time to grind. Gotta grind to get to the core. Is that true? Is that like an apple? You have to grind it between your teeth to be able to get to the apple core? Ooh, maybe we could make some copper armor. Yeah, we could make a copper armor. Okay, our crafting abilities just went up. We're so good at this. We're so good at this, and we're so hungry. Okay, and now for my next trick, I will upgrade a skill point. Ta-da! Doo-doo-doo-doo. For my next trick, I will stab something. I like it. Look how fast he stabs. Am I left-handed? No, I'm not. Oh no, Drex. That's such a rare thing. That's actually rare. My mom's left-handed. I guess we aren't the same person. Well, listen, I'm just a slightly better version. That's all. We're so close. I'm just 2.0. Upgraded dexterity. Here we go. Let's move this up here. Callie, how lewd? Callie, why would you bring up that quote? Callie, that's a quote that you made up. I'm pretty sure that you made that up because I don't think I ever said that. I don't think I ever was. Oh, it's probably marbles. Oh, you probably just misquoted me. I was talking about marbles because we were playing marbles on stream. You know, the rolling game. I think that you probably misinterpreted me saying you have nice marbles, and you probably twisted it with your lewd minds. I'm sorry to tell you. Also, Opes! Opes, I miss you! Ah! How are you doing, Opesty? We're playing a new game. Oops, I bought a new game. Remember us talking about how I needed to make a, budget? Well, I decided that the budget would be $13 for a game this week. Nice new game and nice hair. Oh, what? Is that true? I thought that this bun was kind of rough, but hey, everybody's being nice about it. What the heck? You guys are too nice. I'm never going to get better at anything if y'all just are super nice about everything. If y'all are always like, nice hair, I'll never work on my skills. Wow. Boop. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, look at that. You can target little corners. I might be a little biased. Oh, what? Is that could be a rap name. A little biased. You are from Florida. I'm surprised you don't rap already, but we all know it's just a matter of time. All white boys in Florida rap eventually. If you stay there long enough, it's inevitable. Lil Biased. that sounds like a troublesome name, actually. Let's put some food away. I don't need to carry all this food, to be honest. To be honest, it's a lot to carry. It's a lot of pressure on my back to carry all this food. Ooh. Cook up some grub. This music's very relaxing. I could go to bed. This game's so boring. Maybe I'll stack up. There we go. 17 Lunchables. 17 Lunchables, 13 fries, and the rest of this can go in the garbage. We'll make a, I think that we'll make a chest here. Why are they all the same color? Why are all the chests green? Why wouldn't they be brown? Why are they such an unusual color? It's kind of strange. We'll make a food box. Food box. We'll put edible food at the bottom. But I've got plenty of food on my person. We'll work on our recipes. Also, Independent Oreo, what's up? Oi, 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 oi. Independent, I hope you're doing good. Doing good. I think we need to get some. Oh, yeah. We should bring bridges. That'd be a good idea. It's only wood. There we go. Now we can go across chasms. No worries. And, let's do some free healing. Does this heal our, it doesn't heal our hunger. That wouldn't make any sense. Okay, we can just, nosh on the goods. Ooh, tasty. Tasty, spicy fries. All right, now for the stabbing. We're so fast. Holy moly. Look at us move. We'll go back. Yahoo! What did Alk do? Quote list? Oh. Hey? You don't know what this game is, but it looks neat? Yeah, this is called Core Keeper. Lots of people suggested this game to me, Independent, and I was just like, what the heck? I want to try something new. So I just bought this game. And it is pretty fun so far. It's got some Stardew in it. It's got a little bit of Minecraft in it. Because you can destroy everything, kind of like Minecraft. It's got lots of Stardew, kind of like farming elements. It's kind of like an amalgamation of a bunch of games, and it's been really fun so far. I really like its style. The art's really, really nice. Is this this is a wall. But yeah, it also has 8-player co-op, which is really cool. I will definitely be playing this with some friends. It's in early access right now, so it's only going to get better too. Okay, I'm going to use this torch because again, it doesn't have durability, so it won't waste me tools. That's gold. Gold's actually not useful right now, but I mean, I'll grab it just for later. Probably not going to remember that it's there. But yeah, gold's kind of useless right now. I can't make anything with it. A crude bomb. Oh yeah, you can make bombs. Make bombs in this game. Oh, did I just pick it up, you mean? Ooh, we can test it out. It says explosive damage. I bet this is good for bosses. Oh, it says mining damage and explosion. A small explosive to blast walls and enemies. Ooh. Also, coffee casualty, what's up? Good evening. Keep thinking that this is Stardew. I mean, it's kind of close. I can see it. I can see why you would say that. But it's certainly not Stardew. For one, there's no sun. Kenny, can you say something, what? Can you say something about Stabong? What is that? we could take out a context? What are you talking about? At stabbing? I don't think so. I don't think that I can accidentally say anything about that. That seems silly. How can you on purpose accidentally say something? I do not make any faux pas. Everything that I said is exactly what I meant. I've never made a mistake, not in my entire life. Listen, if I ever say something accidentally, quote unquote, that's actually me giving you a slight hint. That's either a Freudian slip or it's a hint at my true intentions. It's subtext, it's subtext. You'll figure it out eventually. But I've been trying to send y'all a message. The sudden stop in sound made me stop lurking and come back to check on y'all, huh? Did the music start? Did the music stop for a second? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll try to keep up the incessant banter. Honestly, I don't really stop talking. Do y'all want me to stop talking for like, say like 10, 30 minutes, something like that? We could just stop talking. We could just enjoy the gameplay, you know? Turn off the camera. Stabong. Yeah, stabong. I don't really know what that means. I'm still kind of in the dark on this matter. If anybody has any updates as to what stabong means, please get back to me. We got caveling bread. Oh my gosh, are these the people? Oh dude, what? This says caveling bread, 36 food, dry hard bread. It feels like labyrinth bread. Labyrinth bread. What? A workout right now? Calico, that's dastardly. That's simply dastardly. You would do that while I'm having so much fun hitting this wall with a stick. But I'm hitting a wall with a stick right now. I'm far too busy to be working out. All right. I guess it's time for me to work out, you guys. If y'all want to work out with me, you totally can. I wouldn't suggest it, though. It kind of hurts, and I don't know if y'all can handle it. Did the screen just shake? Oh, sorry. I thought something showed up. Okay, I'm gonna move downward a little bit and kind of hide where it's safe. Maybe we'll make sure that it's nice and lit. Nice and lit down here. I wish that there was more music in this game. I'm sorry. I'm being a terror today. I'm sorry. Did I just hit a wall? You thought the stream froze when it got quiet? Dude, you don't even need a mining thing. Look at this. You can just hit the walls. You can just hit the walls with a torch. Dude, who needs a mining helmet? Look at this. Oh. Oh, it wastes that. Okay, that's the thing. You have to, for this specifically, you have to mine it. Dude, what? What? You can just hit through the walls. Look at this. Just whack the devil out of this clay. I was told that. Somebody told me that. Oh my gosh. You thought there was an earthquake or tornado or something? Somebody just knocked on my front door. The heavy pounding fist made me jump out of my seat. I went to the door and looked through the peephole. Nobody was there. But then I felt a presence behind me. I turned around and there he was. The Hamburglar, with a burger in each hand. He smiled bigly at me and said, "Ba ba 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 ba." And I said, "No, you're dead. McDonald's got rid of you. You're not real." Wait. Mmm, tasty. Tasty food. Mmm. Nutrients. Dude, I'm just hitting these walls with my bare hands. But I do need to work out. I need to work out and get swole. I need to be sexy. There we go. All right, can I safely stand here? Will y'all make sure that I don't perish? There's in the closet. They want you to work out. Wait, what? There's in? Where? It's that Papa John's order at last. No. Monster, I lost $30. Too soon. Too soon. Don't talk about that Papa John's. Why am I myself in. I should be safe. I should be good. Ooh, wah. It's so much harder whenever you hang there. Whenever you hang. Calico, silly. That would mean you'd have to talk to somebody. You what? We all told you to get a refund. I tried, but nobody answered.
Get strong. Thank you, I'm zombie food. We will get strong. We are getting stronger and stronger every day. But yeah, let me see. It's like Kiones. I think that's how to say your name. Yeah. Thankfully we were safe. But let's see. We've been tin mining down here for a little. Oh, it actually looks like we've been copper mining, haven't we? Well, what does our map look like? We could go this direction and try to grab some more tin. Tin is far more useful at this stage, and we already have all of our copper armor. I don't really see a use for copper at the moment. We got a peasant hat. Thank goodness. I got some caveling bread. We really need to find where, like, a merchant is or something. There's a little bonus hideout there. Ahsoka, yo! Thank you for the sub! Thank you so much for the prime. Wow!
Almost a year with you amazing people. They're 5 hearts.
Oi. Thank you so much, Ahsoka. I appreciate it. Can we get some hype in the chat for 11 months? Ahsoka! You shouldn't have. What was that? More rumbling in the tumbling. I'm running away. Wow, look at that. There were no blankies, and then there were tons of blankies. For a second, I was like, nobody's going to hype this up. And then boom, boom, boom. Triple blankie. Quadruple blankie. It's a blankie parade. Oh, my God. Copy casualty. Hey, thank you for the prime. What the heck? 2 primes in a row. Thank y'all so much. Hey. Oi. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hooray. By the way, all subbies get to watch a movie with us every other week. Every other week. We watched James the Giant Peach this week. We're going to be watching Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice will be the next movie. I'm looking forward to it. I've never seen it, but I like Michael Keaton. And people were talking about other characters that were by famous actors as well. You did that a couple of days ago, but it didn't show the notification until now. Hey, well, thank you again. Coffee. I appreciate it. Oi, you could have chosen that. You could have given that free sub to anybody. You gave it to me, and I appreciate it. Enjoy your emotes. Enjoy all of your beautiful squirrel emotes. The beautiful squirrel. Okay, I don't see any tin in the center area. I don't think I see anything. You haven't seen it either, Ahsoka? Ahsoka. We could watch it. It's true. We really could. It should be a little bit creepy. Ooh, I think this is Wormtown. I think Wormtown's over there. Wormtown, USA. I think I'm gonna... Let's just go straight down here. Hopefully we don't run into Worm City. You're excited? It's been long since you've seen it? Ooh, Callie. Who knows? Might be better than you remember. Not to be confused with Flavor Town. No. The flavor of these worms is actually pretty bad. Popularly confused with Flavor Town. Ooh, a hype train. Oh, Steve. Hey. Yeah. Thank you so much for the 100 biddies. Oops. Oh my goodness gracious. Look at that mad lad. With his biddies. Oi. I got an old amulet. All right, that old amulet has reawakened my lust for adventure. Adventure, I tell you. I will murder them all. Come on. Come at me. Come on. Let's see it, Wormo. Ow! Oh God, he almost killed me. Hang on. Heal up, gamers. Ooh, Ooh, here we go. Huzzah! A hype train. What the heck? Thank you so much. You've seen bootlegs of the Beetlejuice musical? Eh? Is a Beetlejuice musical? That sounds cursed. No! It's so distracting! Kuya Cat, thank you for the 100 biddies! Hey! Thank you, dang it. No! Oi, Drex! Thank you so much for the gifted sub! What the heck? Hey! Thank you for the gifted sub for Cosmic Biscuit! Oi! Can we get some hype for the chat? Thank you, Drex! Biscuit. So generous. What the heck? Thank you, Hype Train. Hype Train success. Nice. Oi. Thank y'all so much. Can't have the Hype Train derail. Oh, you saved all the children. I can't believe it. You saved all the children on the... It was going to derail. I remember Opes saying something about the train derailing and all the people dying. But you saved them all. Thank you. Oh my goodness. I think my mom was on that train. Die! Oh, no! It's gonna kill me in one hit. Yeah, that's right. They did. Eat. Okay, there we go. Let me see. Did I miss something? I don't think I did. Kuya Cat, thank you so much for the 100 biddies too. Awa! I hope you're doing good, Kuya Cat. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday. Hope you're doing well. We're playing some of this Stardew Valley.
Just kidding, this is not Stardew Valley.
Close enough. Let's not lie to ourselves. It's just Stardew Valley with a different bit of paint on it. It's just a new coat of paint on the Stardew Valley. Hey, it's got the same worms and everything. Let's actually shovel up this ground.
We'll ruin their spawn point.
This is what is known as spawn camping. Very looked down upon in the Halo community, but I cannot. Actually, I think that's mostly a Call of Duty thing, isn't it? Well, whatever. That exit's coming along good. Okay, good. Oh, thank you. I was just playing around, Ah! There we go. Now all these stinking worms can't spawn. Those nasty. These look so gross, though. I don't want to pick these up. I don't want to touch that. I could have maybe gotten rid of some stuff before I came back. But let us leave that here now.
My friend Tony asked me not to say his name backwards. I asked why not?
Lens. That's awful. All right. I'm starting to feel like I need to put on some background music because honestly, this is getting out of hand. I've given y'all too much power. You're in complete control. You're in complete control of the vibe right now, and I don't know if I can have that. I guess I'll just leave it for now. But just count this as a warning, Lens. Don't do that. Don't do that. I will ban you.
You all pay for my bits.
What? instead of you paying for bits, everyone has to pay whenever you get bits. Ah! Worm. Oh, this worm hurts. Holy moly, we need some better armor. We need some better armor. We're as weak as heck. Milwaukee, welcome up. Welcome back to the land of the who? Welcome back to the land of the living, as my dad would say. Welcome back to the land. Oh my gosh. Okay. Ooh, I'm scared. I'm scared for my life. We need to, how am I supposed to find... Where do I find 10? Where do I find 10? I don't want to have to drive south. Yeah. Oh, did you see that boss there, Calico? Oh, did you finally see one of the bosses? Yeah, that's what they look like. Mommy, I want my blankie. Oh, you want mommy? Blankie? I want mommy. I want milk. I want to be held. I need that as a sound bite. I want mommy, I want milk. Kill, murder. Not at all. But yeah, like I was saying earlier, this game has like skills, so the more you battle, the stronger you become. I'm becoming more powerful than you could ever imagine. Gaining skills that are immeasurable by human tools. One day I will be a god. And we're back home. I want mommy, I want milk. Zombie. All the spinning babies. Oi! Thank y'all so much for the hype train. Oi, oi, oi. I appreciate it. Thank you. You guys are so sweet and so generous. The Slime Lord. All bow down. All will bow down to the Slime Lord. Bloop, bloop. There we go. Pockets empty. Pockets empty. I've got no money. Oh, wait. We can plant some stuff. Planting stuff. We need to scrap some stuff. Okay, I'm starting to like lose the thread on this game a little bit. How long have I been playing this thing? Like 4 hours. Okay, well, So I'm kind of curious about fighting. Ooh, amulet. An old amulet, brittle stone jewelry. Too small to be worn by a human. You what? Too small to be worn by a human. Does this say it's a necklace? It says that it's brittle stone jewelry. What? You can't even fit it around a pinky? Oh my gosh. My character is just not creative enough. You could at least like hang it as a keychain on your backpack. Like, come on, we need to take advantage of this old stone amulet. Who knows what it does? Who knows what kind of ancient powers this might have? Just put on the stone. Just try it. Maybe you could put it on your hat or something. Wow, can't even wear amulets. Like, get a hat that has a brim and put it on the brim. Like, come on, get creative with it. Like, you gotta wear this amulet. Everyone's wearing these amulets now. They're popular. Popular. I want to be popular. Here we go. There we go. This silk farm's looking good. Looking good. Lost Chinese technology. The ability to farm silkworms. Oh yeah, I need to destroy this. Nice. Then we switch to this and plant these. And it stays like what's the wiggly thing? The what? What wiggly thing? Where? Where? Is there something wiggling? What's wiggling? Do you see a wiggler? I'm not sure what you're talking about. I can make it now. I'm uncomfortable. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, it was this. Oh, on this. Oh, yeah, the silk things. They're really weird. They're like wiggling with like joy. They're like excited to be plucked. It's very odd. I don't like that. Did somebody say wiggly? Sorry for shouting. My apologies. Wiggly. What? Pink Monster, what is that thing? What is that? Monster, I zoomed in. I still don't know what that is. Is that somebody walking? Is that somebody walking towards the camera? I'm frightened for my life. Ooh, thank you for the follow, Sorrow Lullaby. Oi, oi, oi. Welcome to the party. Hi, my name is Earl. I'm playing this game okayly. Ooh, oh yeah. We could also put all of our jelly away. Too much jelly makes light work. Let's skill up. Skill up, gamers. I'm gonna click on the walk button. There you go. Nice. Nice. I wonder if I have any more coffee. Oh, it's Nick Cage dressed as Sonic. Isn't that a friend of, is that Daydreamer Dan's friend? I'm gonna see if I can get any money for these. What? Dude, you can't even destroy a... It says that you're supposed to use these as a decoration, but who wants to decorate their house with memories of their death? Is that not how Nick Cage? Yeah, is that not how you say that? Is there a different way to say that? Bop, bop. There we go. Memories of our death. Sweet. They've actually, they kind of grew on me. Meow, 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 meow.
Meow, 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 meow. We gotta build this, huh? Wow, I've never been a hype train conductor. What? Ahsoka, you better be careful. You better shovel all that coal. You better make sure that you take care of that train. There's a lot of children on it. A lot of children, and even more old people. You gotta be careful. Make sure you don't derail that sucker. What'd you say? Ahsoka, you're in charge of this train. You better not crash us. Lens, don't put all this pressure on Ahsoka. You know that they fold under pressure. We've seen it before. We've seen it before. You're just gonna make it worse. Are you trying to make her fail again? Oops. Oh, no. Oh, night-night. Happy gaming. See you later, Kaonis. Thanks for chilling with us. I appreciate your suggestions. It was nice to meet you and hang out with you. Let's see. Ooh, we can make some bombs. Bombs. It's only slime and bomb peppers. Dude, that's so affordable. Oh, wait a minute. We're gonna make bombs right now. We're gonna get balmy with it. Oh, it's been a balmy 100 degrees outside. These are just huge bombs. Okay. It's time to test these bad boys out. Time to get balmy with it. And what is the... This is slimes and heartberries. 30% health. Healing elixir that heals instantly. Also tastes good, it says. Nice. We'll make one of those. Yeah, don't forget to sleep. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's way better. That's why they make slime farms. Yeah, so that you can make a bunch of bombs. That's what we need. We need slimes and those bomb fruits. That's what we need. I need to go to Schlepp. I trust Ahsoka. She'll keep us on the rails. Oh, you what? Oh, yeah, you could make slime and... Oh, I just thought of something. What if you made like a bunch of traps and slimes? Seems like they made this game to make farms, right? What does it cost? 1 tin bar? 1 tin bar, that's all? 1 tin bar, that's all? Okay. What if I took these 5 baddies... That I made 2 stabbies. Wait, it's up here. Yeah, what if I made 2 stabbies? Then I grab some walls. We'll use sand. It's easier to pick up. Sand, stabbies, and goop floor. Can you make a farm like this pretty easily? What'd you say? What I wanted to make... 10 traps to laugh in the slime's face? What if I wanted to make 10 traps to laugh in slime's faces? I don't understand. No. We'll make a slime prison. Slime town. We'll need to make walls. We'll start right up here. Oh, they don't hit you? Oh, yeah, good point. I didn't even worry about that. Yeah, that would have been a good thing to be careful of, Alchemic, now that you mention it. I hadn't thought of that. And I think I'm actually going to make this open. Come to think of it. I just need to make it so that they can't get to me. That's all that really matters. So I will keep this one. Yeah, we'll just cage it up like this. Then we'll give them some room. I don't want to use all of my I don't want to use all of my tin right now, so we'll make more traps later. But I just want to see if this works. There.
Okay.
Hey! How dare you? Who did that? Who did that? I'm about to check. Give me 1 second. I'm about to be mad at somebody. I don't know who it is yet. Could be anybody. But I'm livid. I'm livid. Ooh, I like this. Calico! Calico. Shameful. Not the shadows. The reflections are so pretty in this game. That does not make up for that attack. That does not make up for it. In fact, it made me more mad, Calico. Just made me angrier. There you go. We'll just make this, there we go. This will be the doorway. Hopefully they'll spawn and perish. But until then... Ugh. Now, oops, that just makes me happy. You just made the sound that makes me happy. Where's my backpack? How do I back my pack up? Can I get some backup? Oh, you need 5 10 bars for this. Oh, we need, ooh, 10 hoe. We could make another 10 pickaxe just for fun. I need to probably save up my 10 to make, ooh, more traps. More traps. Yes. Also, we could, ooh, slingshot. Oh, is it invincible? Dude. I mean, indivisible? Does it last forever? Oh, with smooth aiming. Dang, it lasts forever. I just destroyed my... There we go. Oh, wait, no, it just has durability. That's the only thing. Yeah, that's kind of sick. It's a little sensitive, though. BRB coffee? Ooh, go grab that coffee. I think I'm about to grab some coffee in a second. Yeah, this slingshot is sweet, alchemic. This is it. This is all of it. This is all of it. This is all that we needed. This is everything that we imagined and dreamed of. I just want to see if I can change... Oh, well, we should check this. Squash bugs? No, don't squash those bugs anymore. Face mouse direction, vibration. How do we sleep after drinking coffee? Don't sleep. I actually just purchased some melatonin recently. I might try that out. I'll try to be careful though. And I know that it messes with some people's like dreams and stuff, so it might not work well. 16-bit colors, what is this? Brightness? Lighting quality? High. Very high. Oh, I thought I'd go to ultra. That would have been funny. High, very high, ultra, reflections on. That's cool. Frame rate targets 59. Just as nature intended. Ugh. Did those colors change? Melatonin pills or gummies? I think they're gummies. Did those colors change? I think it looks worse, doesn't it? Yeah, I think that this is like more smooth. More smooth, looks nice. I think that actually the lighting is messing with my frame rate because now it's down to 30, 40. Wow. Can't believe that this 2D game is so poorly optimized that I can't even run it on my my Land Cruiser that I have set up, but that's all right. I'll take 60. I'll take 60 no matter what. Thank you very much. Okay, well, I couldn't really figure out how to like lower the... I guess the dead zone or something, but this thing's really sensitive. This is going to be really hard to aim, but that's all right. Also, the durability looks really good, and it's unlimited ammo. That's pretty sweet. You've been having dreams about being a zombie since you played 7 Days to Die. Oh, you have 7 days? Dude, we should play 7 days. Oh, 7 days. 7 days fun. Let's look at our map. Okay, so I see... Oh, there's a lot of that. Oh, I think that we should go south from this middle part, and maybe we can discover more tin. But actually, we need to find iron eventually, and I feel like iron might be past that boss. It might be in some place that we can't find yet. It's looking a little green down here. Greentown. Greentown, USA. We should also try our... We should try our Babamba. Or bob-bombs. Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream. Boom, 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 boom. Ooh, strawberry sorbet time. Yum. Go grab it. Bring 2 spoons, please. 2 spoons. You want sorbet? Me too. Where's my sorbet at? Hey, who took my sorbet? I'm kind of hungry. Whoa, big mush. Giant mush. Dude, big mush. 25% permanent max health. What? Permanent? Dude, big mush. It says it can be cooked. Is there something that I can cook this into that gives me even more max health? Holy moly. Big mush. Big mush life. Thank you very much. Dude, I'm about to eat this big mushroom. I'm also gonna destroy all this with a non-tool so that I don't waste anything. And we'll dig up this spot. Oops. Oh, it's just a seed. It was just a measly little seed. No need to get excited. I still can't believe I just got a big mush. I wonder if there's something that you cook it into and it makes it even better. I feel like it's gotta be, right? Like you can strategize, cook something even better. Maybe it's just, it gets cooked into something that's a better dish, but you don't get more max health. Surely not. Surely you can't cook it into something that gives you more max health. That'd be broken. Dang, that's a loud plane outside. Somebody's flying in hot. That plane's making a racket. A racket. Oh yeah. Oh, you don't like coffee? Well, coffee tastes pretty good. I don't think that coffee keeps me up too much. That night that I did drink the energy drinks, that worked though. Holy moly. There's so much more caffeine in an energy drink than in a cup of coffee. Coffee doesn't have that much caffeine in comparison, I don't think. Where's the shiny? Did I already pick it up? Ooh, it's over here. Pre-lit and oh, that's a little too lit. A little too lit to live. Whoa. Oh my gosh, why is it shaking? I'm trying to get away. Okay, unless I drink cold brew. Cold brew's pretty good. I've drank some cold coffee and it was all right. Energy drinks make you shaky. Yeah, they kind of, I don't know. Caffeine's weird. Sometimes it makes me shaky. Sometimes it don't. I really have not, I've found no rhyme or reason for why I sometimes am shaky and sometimes I don't. It's very odd. It might have something to do with like what's in my stomach already. Have you tried lasagna soup? What? Lasagna soup? I didn't know that you could put words together like that. Can you really put words together in that way? Oh yeah, I just remember that ranged is a whole nother skill. So the more I use this thing, then I'll upgrade my skill. For range damage. Wonder if there's like some bows and stuff that you can use later. Some bow headphones. I like the sound effects. Your energy drinks are 140. Cup of coffee is about 100. Oh, well, never mind. That actually, oh, look, it worked. It worked. You guys, it worked. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna really quick grab some coffee. You guys, just hang out for a second and check if any slime spawn. BRB. BRB. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Sid drinks ones that are 300? Oh my gosh. What energy drinks do you drink, Linz? Do you drink Red Bull? I thought that you liked Red Bull, right? Red Bull is oh wait, no, because you asked what Red Bull tastes like, so I guess you haven't had it. Because you don't know what it tastes like. It tastes pretty good. It's the best tasting energy drink in my opinion. I only drink Red Bull for the taste. I mean, obviously for the caffeine. Obviously. But it's the best tasting one, in my opinion. So if I get an energy drink, it's always going to be a Red Bull if I can find one. I think we need to make another chest, and maybe we can do a slight bit of organization. How will we organize our stuff? Maybe by usable stuff versus... is there like a auto... Okay, that's map. Maybe there's a button that automatically schmoves it over the chest. Not that. Not that. No, oh, that splits it in half. That's cool. That doesn't work. Let's see. You should try G Fuel. I've drank a lot of G Fuel. I used to order it all the time, and I used to drink it before stream every day. It didn't taste too good. It was like pretty good as far as flavor goes. The flavor was good. Don't get me wrong. But the it was so powdery. It was so powdery and chalky. No matter how I mixed it, I even had one of their like mixer containers that helps you mix it up, and it still did not mix it too well. I even tried warm water. Didn't help that much. It always had like a chalky texture to it. I didn't really love it. Some of the flavors were pretty tasty though. I did like the PewDiePie flavor was pretty good. But yeah, I'm not crazy about G Fuel myself. I kind of need all these tools in my hand, don't I? You've never had that problem? Maybe I was doing something wrong. I'm always willing to chalk stuff up to I just did it the wrong way. PewDiePie is a delicious young man. That's very true. He's getting older every day, though. That doesn't mean that he's less delicious, though. Let's be honest. No need to be ageist. I'll put this here. Hey! Kayla Lay, what's that for? What did I do? What'd I do, Mom? What'd I do? Hey, Kayla Lay, how are you doing? How you doing, you rascal? Hey, you hit me with a bat? Hey, that's no way to treat your local streamer. You just smack me back way to halfway to Kingdom Come. Let's see. Did we planned all the seeds? Yeah, this whole mechanic with all of the mechanics for farming are pretty satisfying. Everything grows really fast. Sprites are all really satisfying. Watering's kind of fun. Hey, I went away for a while. Seemed like a good way to announce my return. Welcome back. Ow! You gonna take a shower? Good. You're stinky, Linz. We'll see you when you get back. See you when you're not stinky. Playing these little garbanzo beans. Garbanzo beans. Ooh, welcome back. Okay, welcome back. Our slime trap worked. Check it out. Check it out. We got one kill. We got one kill. The thrill of the kill. Finally, thrill kill. Let's fix our pick. Hey, I definitely have 10. Hey, where's my 10? Oh, shucks, there it is. Wow, I have zip 10. There we go, I'll fix this. There we go. We've got a lot of silk. What was I gonna make? A backpack? I think I was gonna make a backpack. Let's see, we've got all this stuff. Good. Good. Then up here, a backed pack requires 5 10 bars. These games make me slightly nervous because it feels like the resources are limited. Okay, so this will definitely give me food, but it won't heal me. That's okay, though. We'll just eat for food, and then we'll just sleep a little bit to heal up. Dang, this food is kind of ineffective, even after cooking and everything. I think we'll heal while I look at stuff. No new skills yet, but I think we're right around the corner for mining. So if we get some more mining done, we'll be able to upgrade. We're probably really close on... Oh, we're really close with gardening. You just ordered Skip the Dishes and you're very excited? What is that? What is Skip the Dishes? I'm sorry to all the monster fans. The only drinkable monster is the Java without tasting like battery acid. Yeah, see, I don't really mind the battery acid taste. It is a little bit gross. It is a little bit gross, but, you know, I kind of like it. I kind of like that acid burn in my mouth. I don't know what it is, but it's something. I'm going to cook with this giant mush. Let's cook this giant mush, and let's see if we can make something tasty. Something real tasty. We'll cook with the heartberry. Seems like a good guess. You drink Mountain Dew energy? I do like the taste of Mountain Dew, but I can't escape the feeling that it's going to melt all of my teeth. I can't escape that feeling. Okay, so what does this do? Okay, it does give the permanent max health, so that stays normal, but you can cook it into food. That's nice. Yeah, so the giant mushrooms, I guess, are a limited spawn, right? Or you have a limited amount of max health. We're at 146. Let's nosh on this right now. I don't care about its bonuses and benefits. 146. Went up to 198. Nice. Nice. Okay, higher max health. That's sweet. They're tame energy drinks. Okay. Yeah, probably still very sugary, right? You used to live on energy drinks. Oh, now you're medicated for your ADHD and you don't drink pre-workouts in the afternoons anymore. Oh no, Kayla, I did used to drink a lot of energy drinks as well. I used to like kind of they used to be required for me to stream. I think mostly in part because I was working full time at the time. And I really just didn't have the energy to stream without them. But I used to drink energy drinks before and during stream every single night that I streamed. And that was, I don't think that was very healthy. But yeah, now I just drink coffee. Only 4 grams of sugar? Yo, Drex. Nice. That's good. Mountain Dew energy, eh? Interesting. I'll have to keep my eyes peeled. I might try that. Let's place this right here. Another chest. What should we put in here? Maybe building stuff? Or this could be the equipment chest. We don't have that much equipment to store, but let's see. Can I get rid of one of these things? The hoe is not really necessary most of the time. I'm gonna put that in this chest. What else can we get rid of in these rotten old pockets of ours? I think that will do. I think that will do indeed. All right, let's, I think we're actually going to try, I don't think that we should go north, but it's possible that there's more clay land north. It's possible. I see a couple of more places that 10 could be. You'll post them in Discord? Oh, cool. Cool. The only time that I drink energy drinks is when they're a mixer. Yeah, that was a really, really good mixer. The Red Bull Blue was a very tasty mixer. I did like that a lot. That was very good. That made me want to mix drinks more often. It awakened something deep within me. I think I'm going to make a little path here to save time. I want to see what's up north. I've never played this game before, so kind of anything could happen. Anything could be up there. I haven't been informed. I haven't been told what we'll find up here, but I guess we'll find out together, shall we? Is this really necessary? Certainly not, but it will make traveling up here a lot easier if I just have a lot of paths up. I think we're going to go straight up until we see the world shake. Whoopee! Let's see what biomes we find up here. Unless we're in a clay biome, we're not going to find 10, it seems. Oh yeah, and while I was in the kitchen, I just had like a little realization for just a second, and I wanted to thank y'all. So appreciative that I can stream and still be able to buy games like this. It is super duper cool. It's super cool. I was just like, I think I was just thinking in the kitchen like, dang, this game is fun. And it is so cool that I can just hang out with you peeps and still be able to buy games and pay rent. I just appreciate it. Thank you guys. Is even a hype train earlier? Oi, oi, oi. I'm very appreciative. Get away! Go away, please! Please, I'm trying to give a speech. Oh my gosh, she's after me. Oh, there's another one. Oh no. I should just give up at this point. I should just go back. But I can't. I can't. I feel like I have to continue. Okay, let's run away. We'll find safety eventually. Okay, I think we're good. Nice. You've made it this far. Exactly.
Exactly. I've made it this far. We might as well continue.
Dang, how high are we right now? That's, don't quote that. Bop. Bop. Ooh, looks like Slime Town over there. Aw, Kayla Lay is so sweet. Oi, oi, oi. I love hanging out with you beans. Y'all are all good beans in my eyes. My eyes, nothing but good beans as far as the eye can see. Ooh, and I'm so excited for TwitchCon. Because I now know so many people. I now know so many people that I'm going to get to meet. It's going to be so much fun. I was talking to Dogfish about that last night. Dogfish was like asking me a streaming question or something. And I was like, are you going to TwitchCon? I'm so excited. I've never been before. And I feel like it's gonna make this job seem even cooler when I get to meet all the cool beans that I've been able to hang out in their streamer. They hang out in mine. Now I can see them IRL. I'm nervous, but very excited. There's actually I guess there's a fine line between nervous and excited, eh? Oh, what's going on out here? Uh-oh. Maybe I shouldn't have used all of my my walkie spots. Maybe I should have kept them. Also, my character can't swim. Oh, it looks like we might be able to go north here. Let's try it. I think that there's some land up here. Kind of hard to tell. Is that... Oh, I thought it was a big mushroom for a second. No, no big mush. The big mush give you, like, permanent health bonus. 0% height. God bless. I want to find a merchant. Apparently there's merchants in this game. I think that they might be out of Worm Valley, though. I think we might have to escape this worm town that we live in. Or like a big beetle, whatever that is. A big mush! Yeah, Mushroom Gal. There's a giant mushroom. Did you not see it? It was humongous. I already ate it. It permanently increases your health. You need to kill the boss to get the merchants? That's what I thought. I freaking thought so. I wonder how tough that boss is. Can I beat it with a slingshot? I feel like I need to get the bronze armor, right? I feel like the bronze armor would help a lot. Okay, let's take a look at our map. We need to keep going north because I want to see what biomes are up there. Gosh darn it.
Yummy! Yummy, yummy, big mush.
Big mush, big mush, big mush. Musha, 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 musha. There's gonna be nothing but copper up here. There's no tin up in this cave. Where's the tin? Dude, can I hit through these walls with just a torch? I can. Nice. Ooh, sand's even easier. All right. We're gonna keep traveling to the left. Okay, so there's a sand area up here, that's for sure. There's sand. If only we could find clay so that we could get some tin. Let's see. My pickaxe is still pretty healthy. Pretty dang healthy. We should be fine in that aspect. We just need to get to an area where tin can even spawn. I wish that there was a 10 or 10 boss fight in this game. That would be fun. You just travel to where the tin spawns. Ah, it's a giant. There's a ton of water over here. How am I supposed to get over this? I can't get over it. I can't get over nothing, Mr. Frodo. Oh shucks, I'm wasting it. You gotta hit all this. Can't hit that with a torch, otherwise it's wasted. This stinks. Nothing but a bunch of copper. This is gonna be a long walk back too. Oh, what's that noise? Why does the music change? Does that music mean something? Does that mean that I'm in imminent mortal danger? I do not feel comfortable. Yeah, the music's quite pleasant. I like it a lot. I'm just nervous. Yeah, look at this chasm, dude. Yeah, we need more bridges. I should have brought. It do slap. I know. I'm saying. It's kind of a cat jam, if we're being honest. Yo, this game is so much fun. I've been playing it for so long. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, it's getting kind of late. I just realized. I didn't even notice. Oh, what is this? What's over here? Oh, snap. This looks like a brand new biome. There must be a boss around here. Oh, a stone wall? What is this? Am I in Stone Town, USA? You're baking bread while I've been streaming? Oh, bread! Baking bread. Yum, 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 yum. Don't leave yet. I promised Kiddo he could watch you if he gets ready for bed. Oh, all right. All right, all right. Stream extended. What are we gonna... Oh, I bet we find iron in the stone lands, don't we? I bet we find iron down here. I betcha. I bet you we've got iron down here. Nothing but a bunch of iron. Oh, sweet. Oh. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Iron. Nice. Okay. That means that we could make an iron bench if we wanted to. Ooh, we got some more goodies in here. We got some gold. Okay, we've been going on a weird loop around that water. Okay, but we can go straight up from somewhere that we've been before. We just need to mine straight down. Unfortunately, my pickaxe is definitely going to break by that time, but that's all right. We got iron. We've got iron. I can't be sad when I've got iron in me pocket. Got iron in me pocket. Oh, me lucky iron. Wait. Yay, exposed iron. Bonk, 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 bonk. Yum, yum. Yum, yum, iron for lunch. I was starving, but then some friend of mine gave me iron. The Forgotten Ruins, oh no. Oh no. Named area, oh boy. I'm in danger. But I see a lot of goodies. That looks like fish, though. Looks like fish up there. Yeah, fishing for what the heck? How's their light getting through there? Light's getting through the corner. This game's busted. Bonk, bonk, bonk. What is that thing? Eh? Oh, it looks like a little man. Looks like a little dude. He hit it. It's a carrock. A carrock? It's a carrot rock? A rock-hard vegetable that toughens you up. Ooh, I could use some toughening up. I could use some man powder to get stronger. Cute Sailor Moon emote. Aw, cute. I need to watch some Sailor Moon. A Korok? No. A carrot rock. Not a Korok. Yaha! You found me. Yaha! I can't hit that note right now. My voice has been a little strained for the past few days. That's what I get for singing in the car. Ooh, I want over there, but I don't think we're gonna make it. Oh no. Kiddo says, yeah, it's a carrot rock. You grow it. Wait, what? You grow it in rocks. Oh, that's true. That might actually be correct. Interesting. It says it can be cooked. Have you ever cooked a rock? What kind of food do you get if you cook a rock? Rock soup? Watching Sailor Moon is a good idea. There's too many episodes of the original to get through. Oh, wait, are you saying that there's too many for me? Wait, are you saying that I can't finish it? Okay, wait a second. Wait a second. I might have to change the rules. I don't normally like shows that are really long, but if you're telling me I can't, well. Yeah, I am telling you you can't. You're too weak. Listen, I'll tell you what. I've been eating some Karoks. I've been getting strong. I've been getting toughened up. Let's see. There's a bunch of sand around here. We can just break the sand for free. You know about Chupa Chups? Eh? Also, hey, Local Exon, what's up? Oi. How are you doing?
How are you doing, Local Exon? I am playing a new game.
A new game that I am obsessed with. Singing in the car is best time. Wait, I don't just drive, I perform! Yeah, but if you're performing metal songs, it really tears up your throat. You should watch Gundam. Is that an actual show? Chupa Chups or lollipops? I think I do know what those are then. I think I've seen them. Just watch Crystal? Oh. Don't watch the OG series, just watch Crystal. Is that like some kind of... Oh, what the heck is that? I see demons over there. I just broke iron. Oh no. Oh no. I think I just wasted some iron. I've got 12 irons. I've got 12 irons and it's looking dangerous out here. Tribe people. Look out. It's a tribe. Let's break in and we will kill everyone. La 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 la. And my pick just broke. Oh, freaking great. Oh boy. I think we are in a lot of trouble now. Oh my god. It takes forever to break this. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I am the furthest away from my place that I've ever been. This is the farthest that I've ever been away. And I think we got to walk back. That's too bad. When I was a kid, my grandmother would buy Chupa Chups in milk can tins. And they also sold these spinners that let you press a button and auto lick them. What? It would spin the lollies? It would spin the lollies so that you could like lick all around it very quickly? Lickly quickly? That sounds interesting. They kind of zoom? That is very weird. I don't think I believe you either. Let's go this way. I'm trying to remember how we get back. They still have those spinny things? Is that true? Walk back and go the other way to meet up. Oh yeah, that's a way better idea. Yeah, this was just discovery, wasn't it? This was just double checking what the area looked like. We were just taking a look, just taking a peek-see, and now we know where the iron is. Just a little bit of research. I am wondering if right now the game is randomly generated, or if they like generated at one time and this is the random generation. It's kind of hard to tell with these games, but regardless, it is early access, so there will be like a lot of updates later, lots of changes. Also, I'm not even using, am I using a shield right now? No, I'm not. So I could do some battle. I could make battle with these little ones because it does, it upgrades my skills. Again, something really cool about this game. The combat actually is like useful. Ow, shoot, dude. You suck, dude. Perish. I'm gonna nosh on some goodlies. I'll get one there, one there. Ooh, makes me shiny and fast. I can kill them in one go without them jumping, but I have to be like positioned perfectly. Nice. Oh yeah, we should commit kill. Commit kill on these monsters. Oh my gosh, there's so freaking many of them. We could make like just we could just bring a trap up here and just have them all walk into it. That'd be kind of cool. I think that these goops only attack you once you've attacked them once. Ooh. Okay. Might be time to leave. I've got enough health. Is this the Dark Souls of Stardew? I don't think so. You don't lose that much if you die. You just have to go pick up your stuff again. Ow! Oh my god. Oh my god. This is danger. I want to grab the goodies though, and these little guys are easy to kill. Leveling up me stabbies. Oh, me stabby skills. Woo! Murder! Commit. There we go. This is going great. Nice. Nice. We destroy all. Then we come back later for more killing. Ooh. See, we just got more vitality. The more you kill, the better you are at surviving. I said it's a good deal. I just have to be careful not to get touched again because I might die. Bop, bop, bop. There we go. Bop, bop, bop. Nice. And the goop can be used for bombs too. Okay, I think we killed everything. Nice. Oh, I should have been using this. I should have been using my my crossbow. I forgot about that. Oh no. Oh no. Because this is like another skill. I guess it is good for me to level up my stabby skill first. But there is ranged combat. I wonder if I can, whenever we get home, oh. Ow! Okay, well, I can see why I'd want to stab, because it's way more efficient. You can just hold the button. Just keep blasting. How long does it take to level up this ranged combat thing? Nice. Everything is dead. All right. Whenever we get back, we should check what skills we got. Let me see. Did you look any more into that Long Winter game? Oh, Long Winter, I thought the Long Winter was like a weird, like Animal Crossing gun game, right? Isn't it? It does sound satisfying. Yeah, I love the squelching sound. It's very satisfying. Yeah, wasn't Brad was talking about Long Winter. I think that he played that, didn't he? I think that Brad played it and said it was funny. There's a better Animal Crossing clone on Steam. It's called Castaway Paradise, I think. And it is just like absolute copy-paste Animal Crossing. I played it whenever I was waiting for the new Animal Crossing game. I think it was before I was even streaming. Because I'd been waiting on that new Animal Crossing for a long time. But I played, yeah, I think it's called Castaway Island or Castaway Paradise or something. And it was all right. You like you do gifts, you chop down trees. I don't know. It is 100% just a clone of Animal Crossing. You like meet people and do little jobs for them. What is this seed though? This is a Karok seed. Okay, cool. We'll have to see. I don't actually know if it can only be planted in rock. I think it is. I think that the child was correct. I think that is true. Because I cannot seem to plant it here. Dang. I never anticipated such a thing. We need our hoe. All right. Sweet. I think that we're gonna end here. I think I'll get this stuff smelting. But I think that we're going to call it a night here now that we've got some iron. And maybe we will play this tomorrow. There will be a stream tomorrow. Same time, 4 p.m. CT. And we'll hang out. This was lots of fun. Oi, I can't believe the time just kind of flew by, didn't it? It just flew by. I hope that you guys enjoyed this game. Lots of fun. Are you going to be playing this, Alchemic, after this? Yeah, I'll have to see. I definitely need to get some food, and I know that I have like a lot of text messages to answer. I will check. Hopefully I have some time after this. Yes. But you guys, thanks for hanging out. It was lots of fun. Much love. I will... It's foodie time. Oh, yeah. Yum. I'm going to turn on, I guess we don't necessarily need any raid music, but we should raid. Who's online right now? Core Keeper, fun game. Recommended. It's only like $14 or something if you want to snag it. If you want to snag it yourself, I recommend it. We could go say hi to, I see Eerie Coffee's online, Rimage is online, Berg is online, Zach is online. Oh my gosh. So many freaking beans. So many cool people. Do I have any raid suggestions? You saying Rosakin is cool? I've never met them before. Diener time. Jedi, it's so cute. Mars Mud, hey, I didn't know that you were here. Oi. We love that emote. Jedi, keep doing that emote. Who is this Rosakin? Who is this bean? I've never met them before. They're playing retro 3DS. Probably going to get an ad, won't I? Looking at the 3DS. Avid Pokemon lover. Pokemon and Tamagotchi problem. Ooh, I like this. Let me see. Who is this bean? Maybe we could rate him a Pokemon streamer. I rate a lot of Pokemon streamers. This is very funny. Long Ready Run is streaming, but they're super popular. Yeah, I normally like to rate people that are maybe under 100 viewers. That's normally my limit. Unless they're like a good friend of mine, like OT or something. But OT ain't online right now. Let's see. Da, 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 da. We could go meet this new person. It looks like they're shopping on the 3DS. You watched Rozican back in 2015. Whoa. OG, homie. Would you recommend them, Opst? Or are you saying, like, be careful? I used to watch them, and I don't anymore. Very, very troublesome. Let's see. Bonk, 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 bonk. Oh, you met him at TwitchCon. Ooh. Oh, he's a sweet bean. A sweet bean, eh? Well. We could go say hi. Are y'all down to meet somebody new? I'm down to meet somebody new. We should go say hi. They said that they're a Pokemon streamer, and they're a sweet bean. Both Drex and Ope say that they're a sweet person. We could go meet a new person. Let's go. We're gonna go say hi to a new person, and maybe we could say we can just say Squirrely Raid. Squirrel Raid is good. Yeah. Let's just make little squirrel babies. We'll do the blankies. And we'll say Squirrel Raid. Squirrel Raid. We could just say Drex and Ope sent us. Just kidding. Okay. Here we go. Nice. You guys can just copy paste this into the chat. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. It's been fun. Oi. I appreciate all that y'all do. Thank you so much for hanging out. I'll be back. I will be back tomorrow. We might play some core, or we might play a different game. This is pretty dang fun. We could also work on getting iron. I can look into whether you can do like co-op on the fly or if it has to be on a map. But if we can get some people to play this, we can play it together. I'd love to play this co-op. We can do it tomorrow. Oi. If y'all want to buy this game so that you can play it, it's 8 people. So that's a lot of beans if you're down for playing tomorrow. Keep it in mind. But yeah. It's been nice to hang out. Thank you so much for vibing. I'm just going to copy paste this and then I can give my final goodbyes. Oi. Linz, thank you again so much for the raid. What the heck? Actual streamer, homie. Can't believe it. Super freaking cool of you, Linz. Thank you so much. And how can I check my chat? I think I gotta open up another window again. No music while we raid. Silent raiders. Silent raiding. Users in chat. Let me see. Thank you so much again to Linz, and also Dad rated too. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to my moderators, Alchemic Refuge, Die, Jedi, and Linz, all 4 of them here right now. Thank you so much. Calico Kitties, Kim, The King of Squirrel, Tayaki, Malice, Mushroom Gal, Opes, and Rosera. Thank you so much for being VIPs. It was nice to hang out with you, Malice and Kiddo. Oi. Oh my God, I followed Linz. Do it. Follow Linz. See you later, Ahsoka. It was fun to hang out. Bye-bye, Jedi. Bye-bye, Otsi. See you later, Tayaki, Ahsoka, Pink Monster. Nice to hang out. Hope y'all had a wonderful night. See y'all tomorrow. Keep the vibes good. Take care of yourself. Drink lots of water. Much love. Let's go. Go. Bing, bang, boom. Thanks for watching the videos.